start a 7 to 8 hour journey from here at Circle 4 Farms, following these trucks all the way to, we believe, Los Angeles. We have good intel that these trucks with these pigs are trucked all the way to Los Angeles, across the desert, in the middle of the summer in the heat. And we're just trying to highlight how horrible this is for these animals from start to finish. A lot of people think that it's just one bad day that these animals get, but it's a lot worse. It's horrible from to the time they reach the slaughterhouse. It's terrible, and we are here just to highlight this injustice. And we're taking bold action here. And it's not just humans that are not just animals that are exploited in these industries. It's workers. Workers are exploited, literal human slavery. There's been exposés about the horrible conditions that the humans face. There have been the slaughterhouses across the country have been hotspots for COVID-19, and the workers themselves are getting blamed when actually it's just disgusting conditions that these people, a lot of times, undocumented foreign workers are being subjected to. So it's huge injustice happening, and it needs to be highlighted, and people need to know what's going on. So I'm going to flip the camera around. I can show you. We've got 2 trucks. Let's see here. This one right here. I don't know if you want to try to get closer, Carla.
I can go between. I can actually put us between the 2 trucks.
I wouldn't do that.
No.
Yeah.
Okay. I mean, that's yeah.
There's actually 2 slaughter trucks here. And we're about to go into this little gully. So again, we're following 2 slaughter trucks all the way from the finishing facility, they call them. This is where the pigs are, fattened up, if you will. Does this truck have their hazards? Okay. The finishing facility, this is where they're fattened up and they get to what's called market weight. This is an industry term. And they are now being sent on a 700-mile journey to their death at more than likely Farmer John's slaughterhouse in Los Angeles. And we are going to be following them the entire way, live streaming here with you. We also have another vehicle a little further up the road that is going to be joining us, and I'm not going to give away what is going to be happening with that other vehicle. We should be joining up with them in about 25 minutes to half an hour, but there's going to be another kind of spectacle scene. We've got very soon.
It's
happening in slaughterhouse. Also, it's a public health issue. These facilities are perfect incubators for diseases like COVID-19, swine flu, MERS, SARS, Ebola. All of these diseases have been a result of.
On there.
All right, so everybody, this is Matt Johnson here. We're experiencing a little bit of technical difficulties there. I don't think the Skype audio is coming through right now. So for people who are on this live stream, the only audio that's coming through right now basically is me talking. On the screen, you're seeing a Skype view of Raven, who's a lot of you will recognize. She's the star of the show. Like, can we say enough amazing things about Raven? Oh my gosh. Raven is the investigator, the producer, the director, the superstar, the Wonder Woman. What else? What else we got going? So anyways, Raven is a little bit further down the road here. So can you kind of let us know what's going on where you're at, Raven?
Yeah, so we're here waiting for the other car to arrive, and we've already seen 2 full trucks leave. A rainstorm just came on top of us here, so we're just sort of hunkering inside the car, waiting for that second car to arrive. But seeing these two full vehicles pull onto the highway, that's already 400 individuals who are on their way to their deaths. And all these cars passing them in daylight don't even know what's going on, what they're suffering from. Some of those pigs are in the process of dying.
Yes, power volume down at the same time.
As long as they can walk on the truck, they're as far as Smithfield's concerned, they're good to go. So we're gonna hopefully yeah, we're going to hopefully see this this truck come. And we just finished talking to Jeff from local press, and he's very interested to know what's happening in the backyard of this community, where people aren't being told. People aren't being told what Smithfield is doing. On this massive, just massive. You can only really appreciate it from a satellite, and that really shouldn't be the case for anything so dangerous, that these people are just completely unaware. So
Definitely.
so we're here to document that.
And thanks so much for that, Raven. And just a quick note for people on the Skype call, Curtis and Carla, if you're not speaking to the live stream, just make sure you get yourself muted there. Just all sorts of oh boy. And with that, all right, so I have it switched over here. Sorry about the tech issues, folks. They are in the middle of nowhere, so that's how that goes sometimes. So we're going to try to join back up with those folks. But for anybody who might just be joining, I'm DxE's press coordinator, Matt Johnson, and I'm in the friendly confines of Berkeley, where we have a very nice and easy signal to access, and so it's a different story than them out there. So, okay, it looks like Raven is back on the call, so let's, 1 second here, I'm going to jump back over to that, and, okay, sorry, Raven, we just cut out like 15 seconds ago, but as you were saying?
Sorry, it's like there's a thunderstorm coming through, so it looks like that might have been the case. I'm not sure, but yeah. So so we're just here waiting for this rain to pass and that truck to come with the other car following, and hopefully we'll get a look at the victims inside and see what their condition is, what they're going through, and of course, it's pouring rain right now, and the holes in the trucks, they will. They'll just get their faces hit with rain right now, which they probably like, since they're not going to be given any water on this journey. So this could be the last water that they see for their entire life, actually, unless some human being is willing to step up and offer them some water at the end of their journey. So.
Definitely. And Raven, do you want to show people if you guys get in the car? I know there's the sign on the car, and then I think there's their blood, or what's the. Maybe show people like a preview of what that's going to look like.
Yeah. So actually, because it's been raining so hard, we haven't yet covered the car with blood, which is our plan. And fortunately, the rain is passing right now, so we might do that any minute, and we'll get the sign on there, and we'll be good to leave after that. We've got press here talking to Lewis, getting him updated. He's very curious. He's very curious about what's going on in this community. And so we're just
great.
Sort of waiting for this rain to finish.
And Raven, for people who are unfamiliar, this documentary that I don't even know how long you spent working on this thing, but can you give people an overview? Where's this documentary? What's it called? Where do they find it? What's in it, etc.?
Yeah, so you can watch the documentary for yourself. It's only 10 minutes long, so 10 minutes. In 10 minutes, you can change your, you can gain a new perspective and gain some understanding about this very secretive industry. And it's at DxE.io/unseen. Unseen. It's a mini documentary that I was able to produce only with the help of a whistleblower. So I was very excited to be able to share some of these scenes from the industry that they don't want anyone to see. And just sort of give everyone the real, a real view for them. They can judge for themselves from this documentary and see what they think about it.
Yeah, absolutely. Please, folks, and I know we don't usually tell people to divert their attention away from our live stream, so maybe two windows going at once. Maybe you got your phone here and you got your computer over here, something like that. But absolutely powerful, incredible stuff. This 10-minute video, if you're watching the live stream, or obviously if you're hearing my voice, you're watching the live stream right now, the pinned comment, so it should show up right at the top there for you, has a link to that live stream, to that documentary. So the short link there, DxE.io/unseen. Take 10 minutes, check that out. It's shocking stuff. I guess at least if you're kind of outside the animal rights world, that what's happening to animals, a threat to not only the way animals are brutalized, but to human health in the era of coronavirus. To see the way that you have these carcasses, these animal carcasses where they're, obviously infected, and they just cut off, whatever is the chunk that looks grossest, basically, and then they are send the rest of it on for humans to consume, and then the discarded parts, the discarded bodies, are just left out in the open. Animals are eating these bodies, and this is if you were to design a way to spread pandemic diseases, this would be the way to do it. This is the blueprint to spreading pandemics like coronavirus, and it's just happening on a regular basis. So what's going on here? So they're outside of a convenience store in the middle of nowhere, where they met this reporter, this journalist with the local newspaper out there in Utah. And what's going on with that? Lewis is talking to him?
Yeah, Lewis is talking to him right now, and the rain just passed, so we're going to go ahead and start covering this vehicle with the blood. Justice Smithfield is covering our communities with blood, and everywhere they go. So we're gonna go ahead and cover this vehicle with blood, so that people can understand, that this isn't normal, right? This isn't normal to see a car covered in blood, and we shouldn't be normalizing the killing and spreading of blood for any beings, let alone beings so innocent who aren't currently protected by the law. So that's what we're going to do here.
All right, so there you have it, folks. So this is obviously going to be a visual that's going to grab some folks' attention there. You might want to leave the window visible, because this is likely going to attract police attention, as tends to happen when we're exposing the horror show that is animal agriculture. The police are usually not far behind, and I think the visual you're seeing here going down the road is even more so something that the police are going to want to go to. And we know from experience that law enforcement is going to use any which excuse they can under the law to come after us activists. So we have to, mind our P's and Q's, and, even then they are pretty creative in what they can come after us on. So there you go. That's pretty shocking stuff, which, I think it's going to get people's attention. And then there's the sign. I don't know if you can you show the sign? I don't think that the live stream has seen yet what's on the back there.
So let's go ahead and put the sign on. Matt, we're going to go ahead and put that sign on in just a second. We're just going to put that slide on. And we're just hearing thunderstorms right now in the distance, so we're going to try to be safe with that. But
no, not this one. Yeah, it's actually okay.
I'm just going to grab the sign here.
Yeah, right. Corn syrup, cocoa powder, and
so we're actually not far from Circle 4 right now. But we've already seen 2 trucks, and they tend to come as a convoy, one after another, for their long journey. And so we're we're not looking forward to it, but obviously the pigs don't have a choice. So wherever they go, we're going to follow them.
Yeah, definitely. So can you just, for anybody who might have just joined, like where are you at, and what's your plan for the next half hour and 8 hours or so?
Yeah, so we're really fortunate. Obviously, we've got food and water, and if we're not feeling well, we'll go ahead and we'll have to pull over or anything like that. But these trucks will keep going no matter what. If these pigs start screaming because they're kind of crowded on top of each other, if someone hits another pig's eye, then they're screaming in pain, and no one's going to stop for them. So we're just getting ready to leave. The car is coming. I'm not sure how long, probably another 15 minutes or so. So we're just gonna
on this part.
Right. So just so folks are clear, so there's 2 vehicles that are kind of part of this project. So there's the one where Raven's at, that's like 45 minutes away from the farm, and then there is the other vehicle at the very beginning of the live stream. You might have seen Curtis and Carla, who were actually at Smithfield Circle 4 Farms. This is the largest pig farm in the country. Okay, there you have it. There's the visual fashioned after, if you drive down the highway and you see those big caution signs that say oversized load ahead. If there's a truck that's carrying like a modular home or something like that, here's same sort of ideal, but giving people a very different kind of caution about something else that's happening on the roadway, where people are certainly alarmed and are taking a lot of caution if they see, for example, dogs in a hot car, dogs that are, dehydrated and suffering heat exhaustion and so on. And so cautioning people like, hey, right in front of you, you're seeing hundreds of individuals. Yeah, go ahead, Raven.
If you're there. So, obviously we were getting this blood together and we tested it out. And I have to say, I felt actually really nauseous after seeing the blood at Yosemite Foods and seeing those pigs go onto the kill floor. Seeing this blood like this, I mean, the workers are exposed to actual blood every day. And obviously the pigs themselves, their hearts are still beating when they enter that room. And, these workers deserve a job that doesn't involve hurting anyone. And these pigs, of course, deserve justice. So this is just it's really actually causing me to be very nauseous to look at it too much. So sorry, I'm not looking at it right now. But yeah, so I hope other people will see this and maybe feel something, because it should never be normal to see someone else's blood. It should be under very very unfortunate circumstances in a hospital or somewhere like that. So we want people to understand that this is what Smithfield is doing to our world.
Definitely. Thanks so much, Raven. So right now, why don't we let's switch over here to the folks who are on this call. Otherwise, let's see. Oh, I guess they're not quite on the call yet. So momentarily, we're going to switch over to Curtis and Carla, who are trailing, I guess, 2 trucks actually, 2 trucks full of pigs that have left Circle 4 Farms and are just a few minutes away from Raven and those folks there. So we will be cutting to that momentarily, and in the meantime, you're seeing the vehicle here. Okay. We'll cut to a screen of just me talking if you gotta get situated there, Raven. So do what you gotta do.
Yeah, we're gonna get ready to go.
Okay. So momentarily we'll be seeing that, and that'll be a striking visual when there's it's going to be one car behind the next, and so there'll be the farthest back car will be following the car that you saw on your screen there that's covered in blood, and in front of that will be actually these 2 slaughterhouse trucks. So that's something that we think is going to raise a lot of awareness, going to shock a lot of people, and shock them into hopefully checking out this live stream, which they have marked up on the windows, and checking out the documentary, and really reconsidering like what the heck is going on. This industry exists. It's horrible for animals. It's horrible for workers. It's horrible for the environment, and it's not even better than the alternatives. It's not even. There's really just in this day and age, like if you've tried some of the alternatives that are out there, it's like, why does this exist? And not only existing, but being subsidized to the tunes of tens of billions of dollars in handouts to these the companies, to animal agriculture on an annual basis. It just defies logic. So we're gonna rejoin them here momentarily and get a good shot of that here. So all right.
Great. Sure, down here you can see a lot of it when the sky's clear.
So all right, let's cut back to all right, and if you're on the Skype, if you're mute yourself if you're not trying to talk to the live stream. All sorts of tech things going on here, but that was Raven and them talking to the press there, getting situated. So we're getting some additional exposure in addition to this. Obviously we're on social media right now, so we got that going for us, and we're actually expected to get more traffic as other pages join this live stream, and we expect this live stream to reach hundreds of thousands of people before it's all said and done. And people really are waking up. Those touches where the people get, where people are able to see what's going on and are able to just be shocked and informed and horrified about the reality of animal agriculture, where you know, they see this stuff, and it's I think people just have no idea. Like right now, at every moment, basically, you know, just on this one supply chain alone, from Circle 4 Farms to Smithfield. I mean, how many? I think they said it's like 6 to 8 trucks every day, every single day. Hundreds of pigs are in these trucks driving across this desert where it routinely, I mean, they're going through Utah, through Nevada, Las Vegas area. If anybody's ever driven through there, we're talking about a desert. It routinely gets over 100 degrees out there. These animals are driven, you know, in that instance, over 500 miles. At this other California slaughterhouse, it's around 800 miles. So, you know, just utterly horrifying stuff, to say the least. And people are just unaware. It's not that people think this is acceptable. You know, when people see the same thing happening to dogs and cats, they're mortified. And so, you know, I think raising awareness and taking action is crucial to creating the change that we all want. So let's take a look here. I'm going to get things situated and switched over to, let's see, how do I get, I'm trying to just get the video set up here. How do I switch over to, 1 second here, folks, just getting our tech situation situated here. How do I make that a full? Well, I have to first make it the full screen on Skype. All right, folks, bear with me here momentarily. We're going to go over to full screen somewhere. Okay. And now, okay, there you go. So now we are switched over to and Carla. So yeah, Curtis, can you give us an update on what's going on and show us your surroundings too?
Yeah, absolutely. So we were just outside the farms, just west of Minersville, Utah. That's where Circle 4 Farms has their giant operation where roughly 500 million pigs a year go through there and, you know, end up brutally slaughtered at, you know, farms all over the world or slaughterhouses all over the world and end up in grocery stores and people's fridges and refrigerators all over the world. And we've been staking out this particular area for the last few days, the group, and we're pretty sure we've got a really good sense of the route that these trucks take, the time of day, the number of trucks that leave at a certain time of day. And for the last couple days, you know, we've seen 5 to 8 of these trucks leave from Minersville to get on the 15 south. And so we saw 2 go. We were trying to get a drone up in the air, but it was raining. The cell signal was bad, and you know we're just coming out of some mountains, so we got cell signal back, and we're in this for the long haul. We're gonna follow these trucks all the way to LA. That's Farmer John Slaughterhouse. I'm not sure the exact number of animals killed there every week or every day, but you know 6 to 8 of these trucks go to this facility every single day, and there's 200 to 400 pigs on each one of these trucks. So I mean, you can just do the math here. And at this point in time in 2020, it's not just about animals. It's not just about, you know, the core of what we're doing is an abolition to these industries. Like we want an abolition to these industries. We are opposing speciesism. We are opposing human supremacy. We are in opposition to this notion that human beings, Homo sapiens, have every right to exploit and dominate other beings. But there are so many other reasons why we need to move away from this. And one of the things, you know, many of us get accused, many animal rights activists get accused of not caring about humans, but there's massive worker exploitation in these industries. And, you know, in some instances, it's literally human slavery that is taking place in these industries. We have foreign and undocumented workers that come here that flee violence in their own countries or violent and oppressive systems from wherever they come to the United States, and they get sent to work in slaughterhouses because that's the only place that will take them. And you know, this is not a healthy working environment for anybody. As we've seen, the slaughterhouses have been a hotspot for COVID-19. Because of the disgusting working conditions that these people are subjected to. And then a lot of times, these companies, Smithfield specifically, which we're targeting with this action, is actually blaming the employees for not following certain protocols or standard procedures that they have in place. So there's massive worker exploitation, massive animal exploitation, massive environmental degradation, and just in North Carolina at the Tar Heel slaughterhouse, which is the largest slaughterhouse in the world, I believe. I know it's the largest slaughterhouse in the United States. 3.6 million tons of toxic pollutants go into the waters, get sprayed into the air from the shit lagoons around this farm. And you know, this is what we're exposing everyday people to. This massive amounts of crap from these animals.
Curtis, can you show us the truck? I think it's right in front of you.
Let me spin this around here. So I'm not sure if you got a good view here, but we're following two trucks, and we are probably 5 to 10 minutes away from meeting up with the other vehicle, which I saw photos of. I wasn't able to see it on live stream, but wow, that looks amazing. The job that they did with this vehicle will definitely turn a lot of heads and hopefully get people to start talking about this issue. Because I think once people start to think about it, think about what they're partaking in, they may not want to partake in it. Let's see here. So again, if you're just joining, Curtis here with DxE, and I'm here with my friend and activist Carla, and we're following these trucks from Circle 4 Farms, which is 5 miles west of Minersville, Utah. And we are following them. They are almost to the 15, taking the 15 south, and we believe that these trucks are going to end up at Farmer John's slaughterhouse in Los Angeles. And one thing that I want people to be aware of, or let me see here, we got a good shot here. Spun around. So these are the two trucks that we're following here. Try to get this back in. So yeah, so many people think that these animals only have like one horrible day or one bad day, and that's it. But what we're exposing right now, and you can watch a short documentary called Unseen, which Raven, our other activist that's in the white car, did her pretty much all on her own. You can see that these animals on this journey, a lot of them die en route. We are going across Death Valley in the summer. On our way here from California, we stopped at a gas station to get food and fill up, and it was 117 degrees. 117 degrees. And these animals, outside. And these animals are inside, crammed into this truck, going across Death Valley in the summer. And just imagine that for a second. No food, no water for 700 miles, with a portion of it being across Death Valley in the summer, 100 plus degree heat. And it's even hotter probably in these trucks with all of these animals in their body heat crammed next to each other. It's absolutely disgusting what we're doing to animals, and it needs to end. And more people need to see what's going on. More people need to see what they're paying for and what they're supporting and what they're funding. And we think that good, honest people, once they see this, will not want to support it. So I definitely encourage people to check out Raven's documentary. Very short, 15 minutes long, dxe.io/unseen. But we also encourage you to stay tuned here with us. And once we get caught up with the other vehicle, we will be able to see. I'll be able to show you the white vehicle that has all of the fake blood on it. Let's spin around here. It's such a beautiful place here in Utah. These mountain ranges, the big rainbow over there. It's just so pretty. But we have this massive system of exploitation and violence taking place.
All right, folks. Yeah. So so yeah, as you heard there, they're going to be meeting up with the other vehicles. So we have 2 vehicles out there in Utah. Please do share this live stream. Let me switch up the screen there. We're getting a good view of Curtis's chin. No, we're good now. We're good now. Yeah, please do share this live stream. We're going to cut back to the footage there as these folks are meeting up. So we have 2 vehicles out there. And if you're on Skype and you're not talking to the live stream, please make sure to mute yourself so it doesn't come through. And you'll see that here momentarily. So we have 2 vehicles. One vehicle is covered in blood and has a giant yellow sign that says "Caution, tortured animals ahead," covered in blood, a very striking visual. The other vehicle will be tailing that car and tailing the slaughterhouse truck, so you'll kind of see what the Caravan looks like, the Caravan setup that we have arranged. And that will, I think, make a lot of impressions on a whole lot of people. If you're driving through the desert and you pass a car that looks like that, that's gonna get your attention for sure. So that'll be really encouraging to see that kind of exposure. That people are gonna see that, and people are increasingly waking up to the reality of animal agriculture. People are increasingly pretty wide open to, it gets to be common sense when you say, what exactly is it that this industry is doing for us? It's providing food that's about the same as the other food, even just on a pure human-centric taste basis. If you've had a Beyond Meat burger, if you've had cashew milk, ice cream, and so on, we have all these, perfectly delicious alternatives that are available that don't involve brutalizing billions of animals, that don't involve the environmental degradation and spreading pathogens. But go ahead, Curtis, what were you saying?
Oh, nothing. I was just figuring out how to mute myself. But yeah, like what just to tag along with what you're saying, I think that once people are made aware of this, and I was unaware of it for 30 years of my life, and as soon as I found out about it, I was like, this is ridiculous. Why are we doing this? And you start to dive deeper into it. You start to watch some documentaries, and you start to read some articles, and you start to see what we're seeing here today. And it's just like, this is insane. And people, honest, good people, they see this. I think that they'll not want to support this. And this is just this massive evil corporation, Smithfield, just this giant evil corporation.
Do you want to let them know we're going through Enoch?
It does not care about doesn't care about animals. Obviously, it doesn't care about the workers that they're exploiting, and they don't care about the environment. They're willing to just pay off people. That they've been sued before, and I'm sure you could talk a little bit more about that. But they've been sued by coalitions, by activist groups over environmental damages, and they end up just settling out of court and paying them off. And I don't think good people want to support this because their money is going towards this, and money is not going to solve these environmental issues, the climate issue, and it's not going to keep these industries from continuing to doing what they're doing. So we need to definitely boycott these industries and keep putting pressure on these massive companies that are abusing animals and exploiting workers in the environment. So I'm gonna try to pan back around here for you. Let's see here. So we're almost to the white car. We're going through, I believe we're going through Enoch right now.
Yeah.
And then we should be pretty close to the meetup spot in Cedar City. And then from there, it's 15, pretty much all the way into LA.
All right, so so there you see the folks in the middle of the Utah desert, and they are I think moments away from linking up with the other vehicle, and they're following this treacherous journey. And if you're on the Skype call, make sure if you're either talking to the live stream or you're muting yourself.
I just need to say something to Curtis if you can hear me.
Oh, sure. So Raven, if you're make sure you're muted unless you're trying to talk to the live stream.
We are at the intersection to the bowling. So like if you can just pull over, just take a right.
He doesn't even really mind.
Or
we're not going to just follow them.
Just
So-
pull out in front of us and Pachi will hop in with you.
All right, and if you all could maybe coordinate, make a quick call and coordinate that. All right, so they're coordinating. So for the live stream audience, these folks are coordinating who's going to be in what vehicle real quick as they meet up here. So that's what you're hearing right now. So a little bit of a logistical situation.
We'll talk to you soon.
So this is about 40 minutes outside of Circle 4 Farms in Utah, Smithfield.
Coming up right now.
I'm just gonna jump ahead and follow.
Yeah, go for it. Go.
So Raven, do y'all have any sense of if they have?
Matt, you're on mute to me.
Oh, that's
I'm not sure.
Do you have any sense if the
I'm not sure.
Do you have any sense if the if law enforcement has found out about this or is tracking y'all yet? Because I feel like it's probably just a matter of time.
Yeah, so we saw one law enforcement vehicle pass by and kind of just give us a look. Obviously, pretty much no one knows or pays any attention to this massive problem. So these trucks come and go from this town every day by the dozens, and no one knows. They're pretty obscured. If you kind of see through the holes, and we're just following them onto the highway now. You can maybe make out a face, but no one knows. So no one's really gained the awareness around here about what Smithfield is doing. It seems like everyone's just sort of puzzled or confused. It seems like so we're just one car behind two transport slaughter trucks. So we're just now following 400 individuals as if this were a string of buses. Imagine if this were a string of human beings in vehicles going to some facility where they were going to be harmed. People would pay attention, but obviously these trucks are very, very well disguised, and they're leaving not too far. Night isn't too far away, so we're going to be following them as the sun goes down. And when the sun goes down, no one will see them at all. So at least not on the road. So we're just following them south now from the Circle 4 facility.
Yeah, we're coming up on y'all right now, Raven. We should be up to you in like 2 minutes or so. And great job with the vehicles. Amazing. Definitely gonna catch a lot of eyes. Definitely gonna catch a lot of heads. And I heard Matt ask if anybody has tailed us or law enforcement been onto us. While we were staking out the last couple days, we definitely had some people that were following us for a while, but they didn't follow us back to our hotel where we were staying. And while we were leaving here from Circle 4 back near Minersville, we definitely had two vehicles follow us for a while, but they turned off. So these industries are feeling severely threatened just by two vehicles. So I would definitely encourage people to get involved and take action on this issue because it does not take much to seriously threaten these companies and make them think about what they're doing and rethink their tactics. We know from past actions that if these companies get more information on what we're doing, they'll even reroute where they're going and drive hundreds of miles out of the way just to not be exposed, just so they don't between you and I. And we're going to try to get a good visual here for everybody watching. perfect. So here we're coming up on the vehicle right now. If you want to go around him just so we can get the shot of the side. So we're going to have Carla drive to the side here just so y'all can see. They did an amazing job with this.
They'll probably be coming up to the left or
Wow. Right next.
Yep.
Check this out. Wow. Unreal.
So where should I be positioned? Behind them?
Yeah.
Okay.
So yeah, the pretty horrific footage of what happens to these animals after they face this journey, which is already horrific on its own. You know, 700 miles through the desert in the summer. We are going through Death Valley. We came through Death Valley on our way here, and it was 117 degrees. There was a big thermometer at one of the gas stations that we were at. It was 117 degrees, and there's 200 animals in each one of these trucks. All their body heat, probably even warmer. It's just disgusting, and it needs to stop. This doesn't need to be happening. Nobody needs the products that are coming from the bodies of these animals. Another disgusting tidbit that was found out as a result of Raven's action earlier was that the bodies that have like disease on them or around. Sorry, there's a car here. There's a hazard zone.
All right, hey, so Curtis, so at this time, we got some comments going in the comments thread here. I just want to recognize some special achievements here. So our friend Missy, this is an outstanding comedic original contribution here. She made a comment that included a bacon emoji. So can we maybe just take a moment to appreciate the contributions of Missy? That was very. All right, there we go. We got some folks in the room here that were really we really appreciate your original contribution here. And
my 2 years of being an activist, I've never heard that one. What about you, Carla? Have you ever heard anybody say bacon to you online or a bacon emoji, anything like that?
First time for me. First time.
Ooh.
Yeah.
No, that's, I mean, I feel like it's almost going, I mean, as much as we appreciate it, it's kind of going to waste. It's like, there are clubs out there. I mean, I know there are comedians. I know coronavirus times are tough, so you kind of have to take the platforms you can get. But I mean, there are comedians who are doing like Zoom calls. There's ways to do it. And Missy, I do appreciate it, but I think maybe looking out for you as an individual, you can maybe, there's ways you can make this in the big time.
Just something interesting. I don't know if you can see it, but this car ahead of us has their phone out the window, and they just rolled their window down, and they are taking photos of the white vehicle.
And
so this is exactly what we wanted to happen. We've got at least another probably 2.5 or 3 hours of daylight, and we are going to be drawing a lot of people to this. There's I see 3 sets of hands with phones out the window right now.
Oh, that is fantastic. All right, so hey, Curtis, we have just been joined. We have just been joined by Now This. So we just went from like 100 viewers to a few thousand viewers. So can you take us step one? Could we jump over? Actually, Raven, can we jump over to? Well, Curtis, give us a quick shot. Explain what's going on and show us a shot of the vehicle, and then we'll jump over to Raven.
Absolutely. So if you're just joining from Now This, thank you very much. I'm Curtis. I'm with DxE. I'm in the car with Carla and Katya, fellow activists. There are 5 of us total. We have been staking out Circle 4 farms in Utah, just west of Minersville, Utah. And this facility is the biggest pig, pork, whatever you want to call it, pig flesh facility in the United States. And they send anywhere from, 1,000 or more animals every single day go from this facility all the way to LA to get slaughtered. And we are following one of the trucks that came from this facility at a Circle 4 farm in Utah, and we're following these trucks all the way to Farmer John's slaughterhouse, which is where we're pretty sure they're going to end up. to raise awareness about what is happening to the animals, the workers, public health. Coronavirus, MERS, SARS, Ebola all started from animal agriculture exploitation, and also the environmental devastation that companies such as Circle 4, which is owned by Smithfield, are engaging in. And I just want to give you, I'm in one vehicle right now. We have another vehicle ahead of us that we have all doctored up with fake blood and a big sign. So I'm going to spin the camera around and show you what that looks like.
All right, yeah, let's take a look at that visual, and then in just a few seconds here, let's hear from this investigator and producer of this documentary who's actually inside that vehicle. So let's go ahead and well, Raven, you can go ahead and speak here. Maybe we'll keep that visual right now, but go ahead, Raven.
Yeah, so I just wanted to tell everyone that so a family was in a car and they were filming this vehicle, as like Curtis mentioned, and they pulled up. They waved to us, and then they pulled up in front of these two slaughter trucks and matched their speed to get a good look at the faces inside. So maybe this is their first time actually noticing a slaughter truck and thinking about who's inside, and maybe they'll go watch the documentary. Maybe they'll go actually learn for themselves what Smithfield and these companies are doing.
I get to let some cars go by. Can we?
Yeah, go ahead. You get back.
So yeah, so we're just still following the two trucks. And,
I'm gonna get in front of them for a second.
All right, so there we have the view of both of these cameras and the audio from both of these folks. So we're seeing on the person you're seeing is Raven Deerbrook, who's the investigator. She worked with a whistleblower to expose these horrible conditions, and you're seeing a shot of some other brave activists with Direct Action Everywhere who are documenting what's going on. So as you were, Raven, go ahead.
Yeah, so so I have to say that it's these companies are actually pretty terrifying in every way. The way they treat their workers, the way they treat the animals, the way they treat these communities, under the illusion that they're helping these communities through jobs. I mean, we found a park bench that had Smithfield on it, as if that will make up for all the mistreatment and all the pollution and that they inflict on these victims, on workers. And honestly, so when I was out here by myself, I was terrified. Obviously, I did not live stream. I wasn't telling anyone I was here because this massive corporation, if they can do this to thousands to see for themselves who these victims are, what they're suffering from, and hopefully they'll go watch the documentary on DxE.io/unseen. If anyone hasn't watched it, it's only 10 minutes. So, if anyone out there feels like, maybe this is okay, or, maybe this is, in any sort of way right, just watch that documentary and think for yourself, what are they hiding from you that they're not telling you? Well, that just gives you a small glimpse into this industry.
Thanks so much, Raven. And Curtis, if you could just zoom in a little bit for those folks to maybe see what's going on with that vehicle in front of you. That's a powerful visual. I mean, Carla, maybe if you can drive, I don't want to make things too unsafe, but if you could maybe drive a little closer, but especially Curtis, if you could zoom in and show folks, give our audience a shot of what that vehicle looks like. Yeah, fascinating stuff. And once again, we are with Raven Deerbrook is on the screen here. This is an investigator. I mean, Raven, if you want to go ahead, I think the folks would love to hear more from you.
Yeah. So maybe I'll just show you one of the sheets that was given to me here. And I'm not sure that you'll be able to see this too well on the live stream, but the harvest sheet, which I had never seen before in my life. But the company obviously calls this confidential because they don't want people to understand what's going on here. And this is just an example of one daily harvest sheet, which has never been seen before by anyone outside the company. But if you'll see here, this very first box here is Circle 4, and I'm not sure how well this will be seen on the live stream. But it says number of head 200. So we've got 200 individuals in a truck like this, double-decker truck. And what do you think is the most efficient way to transport a large number of individuals? Well, just cram them in there, as many as you can, because they know where they're going. It doesn't matter if they're suffering, if they're hurting each other. That doesn't matter. So we got 200 individuals on a single truck. Now, I've seen in this area, one of these trucks in January 2019, because obviously these truck drivers would probably prefer to do something else too, but they have to work long hours. This is a very long route for them to go to take these victims where they're going to come back. So they're under pressure to do it as efficiently as possible too. There's no room for compassion for them either. So they get tired. And so in January of 2019, one of these drivers carrying Smithfield pigs actually caused some other driver, just an innocent driver enjoying her evening driving, the truck went into that lane of traffic and she went off the road and unfortunately she died. So we're looking at this, and if you can imagine the horror scene of anyone arriving on that scene with hundreds of animals suffering and screaming, and then also you have a human fatality and the truck driver who I'm not actually sure what happened with them, but yeah, so you can just see just putting 200 individuals on this truck. It's a very heavy truck. It's inherently, I'm not even sure how you could consider this safe for it, but I'm sure that that this driver might be tired, so that's why we're kind of staying back a little bit and making sure that they have space. But yeah, so anyway, back to the daily harvest sheet. 200 individuals from Circle 4, average weight 219 pounds. So we've got this very cryptic letters here that say to DOA. So I was like, well, DOA, what does that mean? So I went ahead and asked, and that's dead on arrival, which means that this truck arrives at the facility where they're meant to be killed, but they're already dead. So as you can see in the 10-minute documentary I made, Unseen, which is at DxE.io/unseen, you can see examples of DOA animals being dragged off these trucks and left in a pile in the open air. And no one asks any questions about these individuals. How did they die? Why did they die? We know there are diseases in these factory farms. We know that Smithfield has so many individuals that are full of antibiotics with compromised immune systems that it's inevitable that some of these individuals have pathogens that we don't know about. We don't test for these viruses or bacteria, so we don't know. The facility doesn't ask questions, and since they're already dead, they're just dragged off the truck usually by the truck driver, like as if they want to do that, and their body is just left out as if they're garbage. So not only that, but what did they die from? We don't know. No one tests, no one asks. So this happens on a daily basis. I'm looking at 2 DOA, 1 DOA, 1 DOA, 1 crippled, 2 DOA. This happens every day on dozens of trucks just to this one facility. So these animals deserve better. The public deserves to know what's going on. And that's why I made that documentary, is to hopefully open that window and get people curious about this before this industry basically destroys our society as we know it. These infectious diseases we know with COVID-19, they come from the exploitation of animals. So that's very true.
Amen. And that just absolutely powerful and heartbreaking and beautiful stuff there. From Raven, once again, who produced this film. You got around 5,000 to 6,000 people watching right now, hearing your words. We're seeing vehicles that go by, vehicles that are taking photos. Again, I don't know if you're able to, Curtis, if you're able to zoom in and give the folks a shot of that. I don't want you to get too, be unsafe with driving closer, but if you're able to get a shot. Get maybe in the other lane and get a shot that gets that vehicle and the slaughter truck in front of it, perhaps. But you can see, or maybe you can slightly see there what that language says. It says,
I don't believe that I can zoom in
okay.
In the app, but I'll see if I probably can. In an opportune moment, I'll have to probably do a little drive-by again. We are, hold on a second. Yeah, like while Raven was talking, we're just watching so many people stop and slow down at the white vehicle with the banner on it, and like put their arm out the window or stop, and we can see them like putting their camera phone, their phones up to the window to take photos. So I think this visual is very effective, and amazing job everybody here. So here we're gonna get closer here so everybody can see.
Yeah, there you go. If you could hold like right there, that would be great. And
we're not going to be able to hold it here for long, just a little while because we're in the left lane and we're clogging up traffic. But we hold it here for a little bit.
Yeah, I mean, as much as you can move, maybe just move, let people pass, and then go back there. That's a pretty ideal shot.
Yep, okay.
And
yeah,
I mean,
I get you. I got you, man.
Yeah, and then Raven is. I mean, as much as you're, I know it might get a little tiring to keep going, but I think like it's. And it looks like you're muted on Skype, Raven.
Yeah, sorry about that. Yeah, so we're for those that are just joining and just starting to view, we are following 2 Smithfield slaughter trucks through southern Utah. They just left the place where they were confined for 6 months of their life, and usually that would just be a baby, in the wild, in nature. So these are actually, even though they're quite large for their age, they're just still babies. They're 6 months old. So so they've just spent their entire life in darkness, confined in metal cages, where they have no one there who cares about their well-being or how they feel about the situation. So they're pumped full of antibiotics to try to keep infections at bay. And those who actually survive their treatment on the Smithfield facility eventually get put into these slaughter trucks. And this is their first time being outside of Circle 4. So they're probably looking outside those little windows right now, smelling smells they've never smelt before. They're seeing the sun. The sun is setting right now. It's almost setting, but they've never seen the sun through the clouds before, like all the other wild animals get to see. So these poor individuals are just crammed onto this truck in whatever state they're in, which means they might have infections, they might have injuries, they might have lacerations, and they're, as long as they can walk, as long as they're quote unquote ambulatory, they're able to be put on the truck. So those who survive get put on the truck, and this is going to be a very long ride. And this is the facility that we might be going to. It's only a few hundred miles. Many other animals, as I was showing earlier, I was showing what's called a daily harvest sheet, and we see, just at another California facility, we see some of these animals coming from over thousands of miles away. They come from the other side of the country. They come from Iowa, they come from Alberta, they come from Montana, they come from North Carolina. So these pigs, are as horrible as it is for them, they're actually the lucky ones, which is an awful thought. So we're following them right now as they're just looking out of their windows, probably looking at the scenery here, and it's beautiful. Southern Utah is actually a beautiful place. It's just full of different geography, different plants, lots of wildlife, lots of other animals who get to be free and live out their lives the way it's intended. So these pigs are actually a very bizarre anomaly that human beings have created. There's nothing that makes sense about this, and so that's why we're here. We're following this truck to figure out what Smithfield is doing, what they're hiding, and hopefully we'll get a view of these individuals as they're looking out of their windows, because they are super curious. They are just, the pigs I've met are super curious. Their sense of smell is so much more powerful than ours or anyone else's. They are smelling everything around them, the sagebrush, the grass, the rain. The smell of the rain out here is amazing right now. So they're smelling all these things. They've never smelled anything before except ammonia and hydrogen sulfide that fills the Smithfield barns and just stings their lungs and stings their eyes and stings the workers' lungs and eyes too. So this is actually, this is actually a bit of a sad journey for them, because just as they're getting to realize there is more than a dark barn, than people that are coming to push them around, this is like they're finally saying, wait, there's more to the world than this. There's more to the world of just being crowded together in a dark shed in the middle of the desert, in the heat and the smells. Look at how beautiful this place is. And so they're seeing this for the first time, just as they're on their way to their death. And human beings created this, and human beings can stop it too.
That's just absolutely horrifying and terrible and sad stuff. But you know, also so motivating. We had I mean a minute ago it was 9.3 thousand people watching. Sorry, I was just saying this is really obviously super sad and terrifying stuff. But at the same time, hopefully really powerful. I mean, a moment ago it was we had 9,300 people watching at any moment. Right now we're about 7,000 people. So obviously a lot of people are really impacted by this and are tuning in to hear your words. I mean, I'm watching it go live here. 8,100 people listening right now. So, you know, as much as this is horrifying stuff and what's exposed in that video is horrifying stuff, this is, I actually don't remember if we've ever had a live stream that has this many people tuning in at one moment. So a big opportunity for change. I know that's the name of the game. 9.6K. I think that's literally the biggest number I've ever seen on on one of our live streams. So absolutely powerful stuff. We just crossed 10,000 people. So that's incredible. And so if people out there who are listening, please share this live stream. If you're horrified and inspired and empowered by this, please share this live stream. Get the word out there. We need to reach the masses. People are not okay with this. People are mostly just ignorant to it. And I don't say the word ignorant as a pejorative. People just literally do not know largely. 11,000 people are watching this live stream right now. And so once again, we're here with Raven, who's the producer of what's called Unseen. It's this mini documentary. You can check it out at DxE.io/unseen. That's the short link, DxE.io/unseen. And the person you're seeing on camera is Raven Deerbrook, who is the investigator, producer of this film, who took significant personal risk. I mean, legal risk, physical risk, career risk. I mean, by going inside of these slaughterhouses, undercover, planting hidden cameras, discovering what's going on here. Just simply incredible, horrifying, powerful, you know, all the things with this film. So please take just 10 minutes, check out this film, DxE.io/unseen. And so right now we have two vehicles that are lined up in succession behind slaughter trucks. You can see the one screen there. This vehicle is covered in blood, and it's got a sign behind it. It says "Caution: Tortured Animals Ahead." And then kind of the other screen there is Raven herself. Yeah, I mean, Raven, if you want to introduce yourself and say some more words about what's going on and about that film and the incredible work you've done.
Thanks, Matt. Yeah, so I am in here with Lewis in the white vehicle that you see, and yeah, so when I learned that there was a new slaughterhouse being built in California, which is supposed to be one of the most compassionate science-based states in the nation. When I learned that California gave this company, Yosemite Foods, a $2 million tax rebate to build this facility to provide quote unquote good jobs, I got very curious. I was like, how could California support the construction of a facility that builds its business on killing animals and exploiting workers? So I decided to see for myself, and I encourage others to see for themselves too. And that's why I made the documentary Unseen, which is DxE.io/unseen. It's 10 minutes long. So if you I know Dominion, Earthlings, Lucent, there are other great documentaries out there that are full-length films that are really comprehensive about how the animal agricultural industry exploits animals. But this 10-minute documentary, it's 10 minutes, and if you've never looked inside a slaughterhouse before, and you have no idea maybe what Smithfield and this industry is up to, this is just a glimpse. It's just a glimpse. There's some graphic footage in it, as you would expect, but overall it's really quick. It's really easy. It's really easy to just give it a quick watch, and think about it. Think for yourself. What is this company up to? Who's focused on profit? What is this industry doing to get that profit? And it's not just quote unquote just killing animals. there's a whole lot more to it than that. The workers are suffering and dying. COVID-19 is spreading through slaughterhouses, and it's not because we don't understand how to protect individuals from the spread of this disease. It's because a lot of these companies are focused on profit, and to be honest, that's what comes first. The workers come second, the animals come third. So, as I want to see our society put animals and workers first above profit. We shouldn't be abusing and exploiting animals. We shouldn't be abusing and exploiting workers. We shouldn't be abusing and exploiting anyone. And we shouldn't be trucking individuals in the Utah desert hundreds of miles, hundreds of individuals for hundreds of miles every day who are suffering with illnesses, pathogens, and infections that are some of them are completely unknown to us because these facilities breed new zoonotic diseases. But we shouldn't. There's no reason for this except for profit. So the laws are not there to protect the animals. They're not there to protect the workers. They're certainly not going to protect the public. So that's why we're here. We're following this truck. Yeah. So if you haven't seen it yet, it would mean a lot to me if you took 10 minutes, maybe later, if you're watching the live stream, since we're out here in the desert right now. But it's DxE.io/unseen. It's the documentary.
Yeah, absolutely. So thanks so much. Once again, for anybody who might just be joining us, what you're seeing is a slaughter truck. Yep. So what you're seeing here, for anybody who might just be joining us, there are two slaughterhouse trucks kind of in the front of this convoy, this caravan, that are headed to what's called the Farmer John Slaughterhouse near Los Angeles. And behind those two slaughterhouse trucks, you're seeing the vehicle there that has the yellow sign, and it's covered in blood. The yellow sign says, "Caution, tortured animals ahead." And inside of that vehicle is the woman you're seeing right here. This is Raven Deerbrook, incredibly brave, courageous. You just absolutely have to check out this documentary, which she did the investigative work behind making it happen. She produced it, directed it, the whole thing, made this thing happen at significant personal, legal, social, financial risk, staring that all down, going inside of the slaughterhouse, working with a whistleblower, going inside of this place herself. And you'll see that in that documentary. Please check it out. It's exposing not only what these companies like Smithfield are doing to brutalize animals, the way that they're also endangering public health, the way rotten flesh on these animals' carcasses are just cut away and left for wild animals. Birds are coming in and eating this flesh and flying off to who knows where. And that's exactly, if you wanted to create another pandemic, that's exactly how you would go about it. That is exactly the way that we have, the next coronavirus, which is maybe, that could be 10 times worse. And we're just setting it up for it. And not only is it happening, it's actively endorsed, it's actively subsidized and shielded and protected by our government. This is just an outrage of the highest order on so many levels. And I mean, the name of the documentary says it all. The reason this happens is because it is simply unseen. People don't know. It's not because people are okay with this. People see a dog in a hot car. They're mortified by that. And what's happening right here, right in front of us, is hundreds of pigs that are inside of this hot vehicle. There's somewhere between Utah and California. They're going to be going through Los Angeles, where the temperatures routinely exceed 100 degrees. These animals are crammed into these trucks by the thousands for hours on end with no water. Just brutal stuff. But what's really gratifying is that we're able to create this exposure through this just powerful documentary that she's created. Through this very moment we're talking to, over 10,000 people are listening to us speaking right now. So it's just so powerful this is. And yeah, Raven, what do you go ahead and let us know what you were just had on the screen there.
Well, I just wanted to show you a picture of one of the victims who I met. And this is a Smithfield pig, and she spent her entire life in Circle 4, which Smithfield now owns, and Smithfield is the largest pig killing company in the world. You should, I mean, if you look at a satellite image, which you can see in part of the mini documentary I made, Unseen, which is DxE.io/unseen, you'll just get an idea of when I zoom into that facility, you just get the idea of the scale of it. It is the largest pig confining, pig exploiting industry facility in the world. And this company, Smithfield, has not been held accountable for what they're doing. And we believe that if the public knew about what they were doing, and we could let the people know about that, they would hold Smithfield accountable. And especially the laws that we need to protect not only the animals, but the workers who are being exploited by Smithfield. We need those laws to come into effect right now. We need those laws to be passed. We need to protect our communities from Smithfield's pollution, where these pools of manure are just, you should just, if you could smell, it's not something I could capture in the film Unseen, but if you could just smell this facility, the ammonia and hydrogen sulfide that fills the air there, I mean, no, it's no wonder these communities don't want Smithfield's factory farms in their backyard. It is just horrendous. So they hide this in the desert. Not only can you not smell it as much from, you know, from maybe if it were closer to a larger city, but you just, they can hide everything they do there. They can treat workers however they want. They can treat animals however they want. And if you try to see for yourself, if you try to go onto their facility, we just in watching these trucks, we had at least 2 vehicles from Smithfield come and check us out and see what we were up to, because they don't want anyone to see what's going on. So we just believe, hey, just show the public. If there's nothing wrong with what you're doing, Smithfield, just show the public. Let them see inside the barns. Let them take a smell for themselves. Let them see the individuals and how they're treated. Let them see the infections, lacerations, and conditions that they're being subjected to before they end up on this truck right now, being sent to be killed for what they call food. And they expect people to ignore all that, to not think about the origin of some of these things we see in the store. So we just want people to see the truth, to think for themselves, and to not trust Smithfield, whose motivation is profit. So that's all I want to say.
All right, thanks so much for that, Raven. So let's see here. So momentarily, we're going to actually take a look here at a brief clip of this documentary. So bear with me one moment here. I'm going to get that pulled up on the screen here, so our audience will be hearing that. I'm not sure if Raven, you might not be hearing that, but the live stream audience is going to hear that. So I'm going to cut over to that here. Just 1 second, if you'll just bear with me. So okay, hang on here. So this is going to give you a glimpse of the way that these animals are handled in this industry when when they are brought in and when they're discovered to have diseased flesh on them. This is left out in the open and if you could mute yourself if you're on Skype and you're not trying to talk to the live stream. So let's just have a quick watch of this.
Inconvenience to be covered up for the sake of profit. So too are the workers treated, constantly exposed to suffering, disease, and death, without understanding the risks, as though they were human expendables. Is this who we really are? Even if they make it in.
All right. So, folks, that's just a brief glimpse. And once again, we want folks to check out, the entire documentary, and it's a mini documentary. It's 10 minutes long. So please, you're doing yourself and probably the world around you a favor by checking it out, because you can't not be moved by it. And what we saw in that footage was, and that, the voice that you were hearing was the voice of Raven Deerbrook, who is, she's got her camera flipped around at the moment, but on the right-hand side there, she's the individual who's with us. and you're hearing her talking about, describing, and you're seeing on the screen there these animals that are hauled off. So I mean, one conversation to have is how the way that the animals are treated, but then after these animals are dead, you see what this industry is doing. They're just leaving these animals out, and that was hidden camera footage that Raven was able to obtain. Again, taking very significant personal risk to plant that hidden camera there, and you're just seeing days on end. That was time-lapse footage where there are wild animals that are coming in. You're seeing birds coming in. I know at other points cats were coming in and consuming the animal flesh, and then they're going off to who knows where. Where are the birds flying off to? Where are the cats running off to? They're spreading them. This is exactly the recipe for the next pandemic, and we have this industry that's just got a free pass by our political system that's not only shielding it, protecting it, trying to throw people in prison. I'm personally on a totally separate but related matter of investigating this industry, facing felony charges, potentially years in prison for just exposing misconduct. And, Raven knows very well she's potentially opening herself up to something similar. And up is down and left is right in this bizarro world where this horrible misconduct is defended as legal, and it's the exposure of this misconduct that's somehow treated as a criminal act. But the good news is that there are people like Raven who are going to risk, their own personal safety and make that happen. And sorry, I forgot to switch the screen over there for a second, but there you have Raven with us, and you're seeing on the left the shot of the vehicle that Raven is inside of. There's blood that the activists have put all over that vehicle, and the sign on the back, it says caution, tortured animals ahead. And then further down the road ahead of them are two vehicles. These are slaughter trucks full of pigs driving through the desert, hours on end, over 500 miles to a slaughterhouse. So if you could keep the shot there, you're seeing a really clear shot of what's going on with that. Raven, if you could just, once again, just who you are, what brings you here, the work you're doing, and what exactly you're up to now.
Yeah, so we're following two slaughter trucks through the desert in Utah, which, sorry, I'm a little bit sad. So to think there are right now 400 animals in these metal trucks ahead of us, and vehicles are passing them, and they're only noticing them, they're only looking because of our vehicle drawing attention to them. But normally dozens of these trucks, thousands of these animals leave Smithfield Circle 4, where they've been abused their whole life and in many cases neglected. And they are put onto these trucks. Those who survive are put onto these trucks to be sent all over the country, with whatever infectious diseases they might be carrying, because we can't even test our population, our human population, for COVID-19, which we know about, which we've been scrambling to produce enough tests for. Imagine testing just at this one Smithfield facility. There's 500,000 individuals. There's just absolutely no impossible to test them for viruses or antibiotic resistant bacteria that we know about, let alone the ones we don't know about, the new emerging zoonotic diseases that we don't know about. So when I heard that a new slaughterhouse was being built in California and that they would be supplying pigs from Smithfield, I wanted to see for myself what this industry is keeping hidden from us. And I felt compelled to share what I found with everyone else. That I've never made a documentary before, and I did this entirely myself, except for Ernest, who's credited in the sound mix for helping me with some of the sounds, since I didn't know how to do that. But I worked very hard to try to bring some of this footage to people in a way that they might begin to understand. So unseen, look at my Facebook, where I'm very connected to humans and non-human beings and their suffering. So I was very emotionally taxing, physically taxing, and financially taxing to create this. But I felt that it was just that important to expose what Smithfield is doing to these individuals that no one knows about, and the very real threat to human beings, workers, drivers, and the general public through the potential for a pandemic. I just couldn't sit by and not share some of this. So So unseen, DxE.io/unseen. It's just a glimpse. It's not meant to be everything you need, but I just want to inspire people to ask questions, get curious, and try to figure out what Smithfield and these other companies are hiding from us before it's too late.
Absolutely. Thank you so much for that, Raven. Just simply powerful stuff. I think that people and Curtis will we're gonna jump to Curtis, who's in the vehicle behind there, just momentarily. You have this. Sorry. Just as I was saying, just obviously incredible stuff, and we're gonna jump to Curtis in the trailing vehicle here momentarily. To hear, people are extremely horrified and motivated by this, and I think that's evidenced by the people tuning in right now. And you see someone like Raven, not only in taking the personal and professional risks that she has to bring this to us, but as she said, like she's houseless and is dedicated enough to just giving everything she possibly has to give to create this kind of change, because this devastation is just simply unfathomable. So we see the vehicle, the trailing vehicle is right behind the vehicle that Raven's in with that sign. Curtis, I'm not sure if you had anything to jump in with. You can also talk while it's facing the other way, either way.
Yeah, give me 1 sec. Let me get this set down here. While you and Raven have been talking, we've had so many people just slow down and, put their arms and their cameras up to take a shot of the Suburban that we've bloodied up that Raven's in right now. And, we're really able to draw attention to this issue and get people thinking about the animals that are in there, because people, don't see these animals as animals. They see them as pig. They see them as pork. They see them as bacon. They see them as sausages. Like, we've created all of these euphemisms for pig flesh. It's pig flesh. It's pig corpses. It's body parts that people are consuming from these industries. And as I was watching that clip of Unseen, and Raven was talking about DOA. They call it DOA when the animals are get to the facility dead. And I had heard that term before. It sounded like Raven hadn't, but where I know the term from buying computer parts online from retailers that build computers, and I've purchased parts before, and they're DOA, and it means they're dead on arrival. They don't work. And we're using the same terminology to describe living sentient beings that we do cheap electronics. Like, that's the depravity that we've created as a society with regards to our treatment towards animals. Another thing that came to mind when I was watching that clip of there was birds and cats like eating the just bloated, disgusting, flesh that had been sitting out in the sun of these animals that died on this journey that we're on right now. It looked like a scene from 28 Days Later, which was a movie about a pandemic, which turned people into zombies. I mean, obviously, that's not what's happening, but that something could happen where we create another pandemic that's worse than the one now, and it's spread just like that, like exactly like that. It's a scene from a horror movie. What's happening? Well, what Raven was able to capture on her with the trip that she did, and I'm just like so happy and excited, and just I feel very privileged to be able to work with this group that I'm with right now with DxE. It's been absolutely amazing being able to do impactful work with people that just give a damn, and someone like Raven that's taken so much personal risk and time and effort to put a documentary together. Like, that is so motivating for me and other people. So I definitely encourage other people to get involved. DxE.io/join, and help create a better world, not only for animals but for humans and the environment. So many people talk about change, and so many people are pissed off at certain injustices throughout the USA and throughout the world. And people are like, oh, what can I do? What can I do to help? So many people want change, but nobody actually wants to change themselves. And changing the way that you view animals is something that you can do, like right now, and you can get involved. And one thing you can do is you can share this live stream. Please share this live stream if you're joining. Thank you so much for watching. Thank you so much for being a part of this journey with us. And please check out Raven's documentary. It's only 10 minutes long, and it goes through the entire journey of these animals. We started this trip about 2 hours ago, I believe, up in Minersville, Utah. That's where Circle 4 Farms is. Circle 4 is owned by Smithfield. Smithfield is the largest pig killing company in the world. It is owned by the Chinese government. So we started this journey in Minersville, Utah, or just west of Minersville, Utah, and we are just approaching. I believe we're in or near St. George, Utah. We are going to soon be in the northwest corner of Arizona, and then we'll be into Nevada on our way to Vegas. But these animals are being trucked all this way from Minersville, Utah, to Los Angeles. And I'm looking at let me show you this. This is nuts. Spin this around. The temperature outside right now. 96. It is 96 degrees. It is 96 degrees out right now. And everybody here, we're in an air-conditioned car, and life is great. And these animals, it is 96 degrees outside. We are about to go through Death Valley in the freaking summer. And there's a reason why these animals are DOA, dead on arrival. They don't have any food or any water in there. And there's a reason why they don't give them any food or any water. They deprive them of food and water because when they get to the slaughterhouse, they don't want anything in their bodies because it's easier to hack them into pieces so that they can go to grocery stores so they can finish their process more efficiently. It's absolutely disgusting and abhorrent what we are doing to these animals. It doesn't need to happen, and you can do something about it right now. You can do something about it right now. You can get involved. Anybody can change. I was consuming unaware, mindless, just like everybody else for 30 years of my life. And as soon as I found out about this, I watched a speech online, and my whole perception changed. All it is changing your perception. Everybody knows that if it was dogs in these trucks, there'd be a national outrage, and these industries would be shut down overnight. But they're pigs, and it doesn't make any sense. It's called speciesism. That's what
the largest pig slaughterhouse in the country, which is Circle 4 Farms in Milford, Utah, and headed to Farmer John Slaughterhouse outside of Los Angeles. And on the left there, you're seeing an image. I think they'll cut over. They might be able to catch up with the vehicle. And then on the right, what you're actually seeing is a shot that's showing you inside of one of these slaughterhouse trucks filled with these pigs in this, around 100-degree heat. I think certainly by you get inside of that, inside that trailer where there's all these pigs packed together, over 100 degrees, where they're just suffering. They have no water. They're being hauled off to be killed at this slaughterhouse. And on the left there, you're seeing a shot of the vehicle where the footage on the right is being filmed from. And Raven, can you tell us a little bit about who you are and what your role in this is?
Go ahead. Hold on. Yeah, sorry, we're just noticing so these slaughter trucks are going to a port of entry. So they're going to be stopping. So we're just going to stop here for a second.
Right, to continue on AC port of entry.
And so these vehicles are going to just be checked to see what they're carrying. And of course, people who find out, they're not carrying products, they're carrying living beings. They see this all the time, so it's very normal to them. But I wonder if they think about it, and hopefully they'll see our sign that says go to DxE.io/unseen, and they can see for themselves. You can probably, I don't know, what do you think? So we are actually following these slaughter trucks into a port of entry so that we can actually see what this process is like. Not sure how long we'll be able to stay here, since obviously we're not carrying anything they want to inspect. So we're just going to see what happens here. Maybe they'll get held, but we're not sure.
A port of entry. Can you explain what a port of entry is? People may not be aware.
So I'm not an expert on this, but I do spend, as I might have mentioned earlier, I spend a lot of time on the road since I do live in a vehicle. But yeah, these are for trucks. Obviously, so what happened is we just crossed the state line. So we're actually now technically in Arizona right now, I believe. And yeah, so this is the Arizona port of entry. So this is where Arizona checks to see, what are you carrying? Are these hazardous goods? Are these goods we should be taxing? Do that, have to pay for that? So they're going to probably weigh the truck, which I guess would be normal, and then maybe ask the drivers for some sort of manifest of some kind. So maybe we'll get weighed too. I don't know. But yeah, so we're so I'm not an expert in this. So maybe someone can offer some factual corrections. But yeah, so we're just yeah, as you can see, I don't know if you can see the feed from the other car, but we are in the white car, and they have just driven through. Wait a minute. Both of these slaughter trucks actually just drove right through. They might have gotten weighed. They probably had some sort of transponder to tell Arizona who they are, but there was no human being here to even check to see what was going on. So if these pigs had some sort of infectious disease or something, Arizona wouldn't even know about it. So like we're just getting back on the highway now. That's it. There's no, and that's why that's one of the things I mentioned in the film Unseen, which I made as a 10-minute documentary. It's just a glimpse into this very secretive industry who wants people to focus on what they see in the store and or in a restaurant or something. They want you to focus entirely on that. They don't want you to think about all of the things they're doing behind the scenes, because it is awful. These are crimes, and they're putting everyone in danger, not just the animals, but the workers and the public. So we just saw a glimpse of that there is no oversight for this industry. It doesn't matter what Arizona said. If Arizona said, we don't want these trucks coming here, there was no one there to even check them out. So this industry can basically do what they want. They can just basically put hundreds of individuals on a truck in and then and just drive them for profit to their deaths. And yeah, so IO/Unseen, if you haven't watched it, it's just 10 minutes long. I've never done anything like that before. I didn't go to film school. I didn't train to be an investigator. This is just something that I've learned along the way because I care. I care about the workers. I care about people. I care about the public. I care about our feet. So in 10 minutes, you'll just get a glimpse into this industry to see just an example of some of the things that happen. And I think people.
All right, and folks, yeah, if you'll bear with us here, we're doing the best we can. They're kind of in the middle of nowhere in the desert, so the signal is kind of off and on. But I'll get folks up to speed here while it's kind of a little the signal's not great for those other folks. So on the left hand side of your screen, or the left screen you're seeing, is a shot that it's a little far away at the moment, but it's capturing the vehicle that contains the other activists, including the individual on the right, whose name is Raven Deerbrook, who's trailing what's in front of them is 2 slaughter trucks filled with hundreds of pigs. They are on a journey from Smithfield's Circle 4 Farms in Utah. This is the largest pig farm in the country, and they're traveling over 500 miles nonstop through this desert. I mean, you can just see, just looking at that landscape, looking at the sun, gives you an idea of what the climate is like there. It's 100 degrees there right now. You can just imagine what it's actually like inside. So you can see the shot inside the car there. Well, he's trying to work with the signal that we got. The signal's not great, but he's trying to show you the image of the thermometer in his car, showing that it's 100 degrees there, and inside the truck, you just got even more, where there's hundreds of pigs crammed together inside horrible conditions, and that vehicle, if we're able to get a closer shot here, we want to keep things safe, but they might be able to get up closer at some point here and show you what that is, and the activists have set that up. There's blood smeared all over the side of this vehicle, fake blood, and there's a sign, a yellow caution sign. It says "Caution, tortured animals ahead," getting a lot of attention, getting a lot of looks. A lot of people are getting their cell phones out, taking videos, that sort of a thing, and really raising a ton of awareness around this, getting people to watch this live stream, getting people to check out this video. And again, apologies that the image seems to have frozen on us a little bit there, but on the right side, okay, it looks like we unfortunately lost one of the signals there. So I'm going to show you a few other things here just to show you what we're dealing with, this industry, animal agriculture, and specifically this company, which is Smithfield. And what you're seeing here, and this is not your eyes playing a trick on you. This is the reality. It says story of modern slavery in Utah. That's not hyperbole. That's not make believe. That's the reality. And this is an article from 2010, and it's simply horrifying. So I encourage people to Google this and read it all the way through. This is Deseret News, a story of modern slavery. You just Google that. You should be able to pull it right up there. Literally, we're talking about an industry, and long story short, what happened here, there were Thai immigrants, so immigrants from Thailand, who came to the U.S., and you're reading the quote here, and I'll just read a little bit of that. So this is, it says...
Your face isn't on there. If you want people to see your
yeah, let me, let's update that. So it says, Chan, a short man but strong from a lifetime of labor in rice field, tells us how he blundered into a trap when he left Thailand to work abroad. In fact, the U.S. government officially calls him, in diplomatic parlance, a victim of human trafficking, which is a nice little... human trafficking is already pretty horrifying enough, but yeah, that's a diplomatic term for what's next. And it says, Chan is more blunt. We were slaves, he says about himself and scores of other fellow Thai workers. And long story short, they were promised, there were a lot of big promises made to these folks to immigrate to the U.S., to work for Smithfield. This is, these are already people who are very poor, are in a very vulnerable position, and they're given all these promises about, the money that they can make. They can create a new life for themselves. They can send money home to their families, so on and so forth. And then when they arrived here, it was anything but that. Where these folks, it was literally a situation of slavery. Their passports were seized. They were threatened, and they were. They were, it's slavery. That's the definition of slavery, when you really have no choice, and your family's well-being, your financial well-being, everything is at stake, contingent upon your continued working in this horrible situation, this horrible environment. And I'm going to show you one other thing. Give me one quick second here, because it was Smithfield, real good of them. They actually put out a statement, and you might ask yourself, is it, why would does a company need to clarify, hey, thanks for letting us know that you're opposed to slavery. That's real big of you. But in the wake of this situation, Smithfield did want to just go slavery. Your eyes are not playing a trick on you. This is real, and they felt the need to clarify this. So maybe they will come out, what's in opposition to serial killers. I'm not like pedophilia. I'm not sure what bold stand Smithfield is going to take next, but they, in the wake of this expose, oopsie, yeah, I guess we should probably clarify that. Smithfield is committed to the protection and advancement of human rights as enshrined in the Universal Declaration, yada, yada, yada. Just absolute garbage, and effective. And then this is only as of 2012, so I guess it was a little unclear pre-2012 Smithfield if what their position was on human slavery. Maybe it was a little bit more iffy, a little bit more of a question mark, apparently. So we're going to, I'm actually waiting on the folks who were on the call. We had people who were on the highway from in between Smithfield Circle 4 Farms in Utah and Slaughterhouse outside of Los Angeles that are making their way, and they lost the signal because...
we got a message that they're going into a massive gully or gorge.
So we might yeah, so we're gonna join them as soon as we can. It might be a few minutes, apparently is what it sounds like. So I'll field any questions that people have and kind of just update you on it.
We could play some of the documentary at some point too.
Yeah, actually, you know what? Let's just go ahead and do that right now. I'll probably pause it a few moments throughout there to give people an update. But let's just go ahead and watch this full documentary. It's a 10-minute documentary. You can watch it on yourself at DxE.io/unseen. But for the time being, I'm going to go ahead and play this through. So we're just going to watch it front to back here real quick. Oops. There we go.
It's a live viewing. Everyone can comment together.
After 6
Hey, folks, my apologies. We didn't have audio on this originally, so we'll start this over. This is this unseen documentary. We're going to play it all the way through here for you.
a meat packing facility, a slaughterhouse in the heart of California. These places exist in the shadows, so we're never shown what happens inside. It begins on a factory farm, like Smithfield's Circle 4. Hidden away from scrutiny in the Utah desert, inside the world's largest pig producer, individuals are reduced to units of production. With mothers and their newborns trapped in metal cages, the machine of animal agriculture does its work in secret, creating suffering on a scale never before imagined, and building the perfect storm for pathogens in the process. California voters have been trying to outlaw these operations, but as an industry with little oversight, the state continues to truck in animals from places like Circle 4. After 6 months of confinement at Smithfield, individuals who survive are crowded on top of each other, up to 200 at a time, into steel transport trucks for a 700-mile journey through the heat of the Southwest, without food or water or anyone to care. So I followed them as they were driven all day and into the night, while they dreamed of escape. But this isn't their ride to freedom.
Someone has to share their story.
Thanks to a whistleblower, I was given a window into a business built on killing. They arrive sick, thirsty, and scared into unfamiliar surroundings, while they're beaten into the holding pens so the next truckload can come. Some of them lay dead on the truck, while others are painfully crippled, and individuals who've become too sick to walk on their own are executed with a bolt gun instead of receiving medical attention. Workers themselves suffer routine physical injuries, which are often unreported for fear of reprisal. And the psychological impact of the work has long-lasting effects. Carrying diseases from factory farms across the continent, some of the pigs continue to weaken and die. Those who perish suddenly are simply labeled dead. Others who show obvious signs of illness are sometimes killed and briefly examined, but only the symptoms of their diseases are ever determined. To the industry, the misery endured by these individuals and the risks of their diseases are merely an inconvenience to be covered up for the sake of profit. So too are the workers treated, constantly exposed to suffering, disease, and death, without understanding the risks, as though they were human expendables. An industry so focused on profit over personal suffering can only create one terrible outcome. Is this who we really are? Even if they make it inside, their reward is one of the most cruel endings possible for anyone: a gas chamber. As they are pushed forward, they limp into the loader together, and for the first time in their life, they see their own reflection in a mirror used to lure their attention. Before being forced into the gas chamber gondola, load after load, the USDA tells us that gas chambers are humane, but see for yourself. Over 8,000 individuals are gassed like this at this facility every week. These facilities are designed to profit on killing at any cost. The industry wants to be trusted to regulate itself, but how do you regulate an operation so focused on bloodshed? They're supposed to be killed before they wake up again, but the supervisors fail to prevent routine mistakes in the slaughter process. Infections are so common and run so deep. An inspector is dedicated to cut out what they can see, so the rest of their body can be sold as though they were healthy. This is animal agriculture. The industry wants us to focus on what we put in our mouth or buy in a store, on an object, not its origin. But what happens if we ignore the warnings while building our house on injustice?
Yeah, I can.
How can we achieve peace while a body means more than a life? How can we nurture love when oppression is on our plate and the truth is hidden from us, without laws to protect victims in a system created by greed?
We're basically building the highways for these microbes to transfer into our bodies.
It's having tragic consequences right now with over 20 deaths just in the last week.
People think I'm not a cow, I'm not a pig, I'm not that animal, so it doesn't care. But people can think, oh, I'm not this race, or I'm not this gender. That doesn't make it right.
Rescue the victims of oppression. Challenge violence with the power of compassion. Create the laws that value morality. End exploitation at its foundation. Expose the truth to protect our future. To prevent pandemics while we still can. Turn towards suffering with the strength of mercy. Because our fates are connected. If we don't stop this industry.
Wow. All right. So what you just saw there, that was the documentary known as Unseen. So I'm joined on screen, as you see right there. You'll recognize the face. That's Raven Deerbrook. Raven is the investigator from that film. So Raven, thousands of people have just witnessed your this project that you've put so much time, energy, personal risk, personal sacrifice into. And you can see on the right that there's actually a shot of the vehicle that Raven is sitting inside of, and in front of that there are some slaughter trucks headed to from the farm that you saw in that video and headed to a slaughterhouse. So Raven, just simply incredible, powerful, heartbreaking stuff. Raven, go ahead and just introduce yourself to the thousands of people who just saw this.
Thank you so much for those who joined us to watch that. I know it can be, if you've never seen footage like that before, obviously most of us have never been in a slaughterhouse before, and a lot of us probably expect that bad things happen, but maybe not that bad. So thank you for watching that, bearing witness, and being curious about what Smithfield and this industry is keeping hidden from us, because because honestly, we all deserve to know. How can we possibly build a future without pandemics and without animal cruelty and without the exploitation of workers if it's all being kept hidden from us? So thank you for watching that. I've never made any kind of like documentary or film like that. I've made a couple of others, like short films, personal films. I mean, videos. Like everyone makes films on like TikTok and stuff, and I'm not very good at it. So it took me a while. So thank you so much for watching. You know, this thing I put together, because once I realized that California had paid $2 million to have a new slaughterhouse constructed. They gave $2 million to this company to build a new slaughterhouse that, like, in this day and age when we should be fully aware that this is not something that is safe or right for us to have in our society. In California, in the back door is giving companies money for this. And honestly, we're just here driving through the desert, and it's just so hot outside. And I'm sitting here in an air-conditioned car, but I can't take my mind off. We've been following these individuals in front of us right now, and what they're going through is something that deserves to be seen. People deserve to see. We know animals. We have animals as part of our families. We know that they suffer. We know that they deserve to be loved and treated well. And meanwhile, here in Utah with Smithfield, they're using animals like machines just to make money, and they're keeping it hidden from people because they know that people do not support animal cruelty. They know that people do not want to see new diseases emerging from these facilities. They know that people want rights for workers and protection for workers. So Smithfield is keeping all of this hidden. And that documentary that you just saw is just a glimpse. That's just something that a random person from the public who has no experience doing investigation work, who has no money at all, like, it's so easy to just start exposing this stuff if people care, and I do care, and I hope other people care too. Once they realize that this is not just awful, it's dangerous for us. So thank you for watching. If you want to watch again, it's at DxE.io/unseen. Please share it with anyone you know. And because we need to do something about this before it's too late, honestly.
Absolutely. Thank you so much, Raven.
Sorry.
Oh, yep. Okay. Yeah, thank you so much, Raven, for that. So right now what you're seeing, you're seeing, I guess, two images similarly. So the image on the left is a slaughterhouse truck headed to Farmer John's Slaughterhouse in LA, and now that image is cut back to Raven Deerbrook, who is the producer and investigator of the documentary Unseen, which we just showed a few minutes ago. If you want to check it out, you could actually just back up about 15 minutes in the live stream and watch the whole thing. You can also just check it out at DxE.io/unseen. That's the short link. You type that into your browser. You'll be able to check this extremely powerful, heartbreaking documentary out for yourself. Again, that's DxE.io/unseen. And we're speaking with the face that you'll recognize from the face and the voice you'll recognize from that documentary, and she is inside of the vehicle that you're seeing on the right side of your screen, where activists have smeared this vehicle with blood, and on the back of it there's a sign. It says, they're showing you on the screen from in their car there, it was 106 degrees, and that's in the open air, so you can imagine what it's like inside of that truck when there's hundreds of pigs in there. These are individuals who are less adapted to heat than humans are. So as much as 100 degrees, 106 degrees sounds horrible to us, they can't sweat. They can't adapt to it. So they're really, really in rough shape there. And by the time they get to that slaughterhouse, and I've been to some of the vigils that activists have, where activists are actually doing the same thing tonight, providing water. These animals are just beyond dehydrated. They're desperate for a drink of water. And it's business as usual. This is what happens on a recurring basis, and you can see there Raven is showing us an individual. Raven, can you tell us about that individual? You might be muted, Raven, if you're talking.
Yeah, so this is one of just hundreds of individuals I witnessed coming from Smithfield Circle 4. For those who don't know, Smithfield is is the largest corporation, the largest pig confining business in the world. And they confine hundreds of thousands of pigs here in the Utah desert in metal sheds hidden away where no one can see and no one can scrutinize the work that they're doing, the way that they're treating the animals, the way that they're exploiting workers. And so this is just one of the individuals who I met, and I just wanted their story to be known because I think people deserve to see the truth, and I think corporations like Smithfield have a very good incentive to hide the truth from people because they're making a lot of money. They're making a lot of money off of people who don't know what they're doing. So that's why I just thought giving people at least a glimpse into this industry, into Smithfield, into slaughterhouses like the one I investigated, would hopefully spark their curiosity to ask questions and to be motivated to do something about it. Because if we don't, I'm being very serious here, if we continue to exploit animals this way in very unnatural, unsanitary, cruel conditions, COVID-19 is going to probably look like a speed bump in our history compared to what's probably coming. I don't know if people have heard about African swine fever or the new G4 swine flu. You probably haven't, because these are diseases like COVID-19 that are spreading in other parts of the world right now, in facilities just like Smithfield's. And obviously, they want to keep that very quiet because if people understood the risk, if workers understood the risks, no one would work with them, and certainly the public would ban their operations outright, because the risk of creating new zoonotic pathogens is very real. The CDC knows that. The CDC tries to keep a lid on it. They try to figure out ways to limit its spread or to stop this, but it's by design. You cannot have hundreds of thousands of individuals in these conditions, especially individuals like pigs who are not only very and very intelligent beings, but they're also what's called, what CDC calls a perfect mixing vessel, which means pigs can get human flus, they can get avian flus, they can get different kinds of swine flus. So they're what the CDC calls a mixing vessel, because in their bodies, these different diseases combine to form new novel diseases that we don't even know about. And workers get these diseases all the time, but they don't learn, the viruses don't learn how to spread human to human. So only workers who come in contact with these animals will get these diseases. Usually 10% of workers who work with pigs in China, 10% of them have evidence of past exposure to G4 viruses. We're just crossing our fingers so far, because we're just lucky that these viruses haven't learned to jump from human to human like COVID-19. It's only a matter of time. So as long as we ignore these industries, as long as we let them do what they want to do to exploit animals and exploit workers and keep all of that hidden by paying politicians to pass ag-gag laws, and the state gives them money to build new facilities, this is a very real threat, and no one's really paying attention to it. But I think with COVID-19, people are starting to understand the risks of pandemics, because the 2009 swine flu shut down schools and infected thousands of people and killed very many people. But it was swept under the rug, because obviously the industry has a lot to lose. They have a lot to lose in their bottom line if something like this were brought to light. So we just hope people ask questions, get curious, and look at what Smithfield is doing. Try to see for yourself. When I tried to see for myself, this is what I found. And that's just a small glimpse. So imagine all the things that happen on a daily basis that don't happen. And that's why we're really encouraging whistleblowers to come forward. Workers who have watched other workers being abused, they're not getting the sick time they deserve. They're being treated like machines, just like the animals are being treated like machines, because it's all about profit to them, to these corporations. So we really want to encourage whistleblowers to come forward and to share. You can report confidentially. You don't have to give us your details. We just want to help expose what's happening on a daily basis in this industry. yeah, so that's all I have to say right now, Matt.
All right, thanks so much for that, that Raven. So once again, this is Raven Deerbrook, who is the producer of the documentary. Oh yeah. So yeah, once again, this is Raven Deerbrook, who's the producer and investigator behind the mini documentary released. The mini documentary is called Unseen, and everybody, it's 10 minutes long. We just played it on here. We'll probably get around to it at some point as the live stream goes on. People can check it out on their own though. DxE.io/unseen is the short link, so you can just type that into your browser, DxE.io/unseen, and you can check it out for yourself. And Raven has spent months documenting this supply chain where pigs are living inside of Smithfield Circle 4 Farms in Utah. That place is just simply hell on earth in the middle of nowhere in this desert. 600,000 pigs per year are exploited, are killed, are cruelly confined. They're living in gestation crates, barely larger than their own bodies, and that's the way they're living their entire lives. And then at the end of this this period of time, when they're raised for food, it's around 6 months. If they're in these gestation crates where they're reproducing, it's around I think in the neighborhood of 3 to 4 years typically. Absolutely hell on earth. And then after their time of hell on earth, they're transported to, I mean, really hell on wheels. And that's what you're seeing here, where Raven is in the vehicle. So you see Raven on the left, and on the right, you see Raven's vehicle. And then ahead of them are 2 slaughterhouse trucks that are leaving Circle 4 Farms in Utah, and they are going to Farmer John's slaughterhouse, and that's just outside of Los Angeles. That's this massive slaughterhouse where animals are just trucked in by the thousands on a daily basis and killed. And as folks will see, if you watch the documentary, watch Unseen, you see these animals brutalized after just a life that is just absolute hell. There's just no relief. No bit of it is any better than the prior, really. And they get to the slaughterhouse, and many of these pigs are killed. They're killed in ways that are drawn out. They're becoming conscious while they're on the kill line. The stunning mechanism that is used on them is often ineffective, and so these animals have their throats slit and they're upside down with blood draining out of their body. And I apologize for the graphic language and the graphic footage that is contained within this documentary, but it's all very necessary. And then it doesn't stop with the brutality towards animals. As seen in this documentary, the animals' bodies, once they're killed, many of these animals' bodies are diseased. You're seeing rotting flesh that is simply cut away, so that the workers will go in and just cut away whatever looks bad, whatever is discolored, and they'll throw that outside. It'll be left out in the open air. The remaining flesh, which looks nice, is sold to consumers who are perfectly willing to pay it because it looks like what they expect it to look like. And then the diseased animals and the diseased flesh are left out in the open air, and that is just a recipe for disaster. So a recipe for animal brutality is also a recipe for human tragedy, for pandemics. This is absolutely the way, the recipe for breeding more pandemics, for breeding the next coronavirus, is to have animals mass confined, animals rotting flesh left out in the open air, where Raven was able to document. And Raven, your screen went vertical on us. If you could just turn it back horizontal.
Hey Matt, can we ask folks? Do you know how far out you are from Farmer John's, from your end destination, just to give folks on the live stream an estimate?
Raven, can you tell us? Or Curtis? Yeah, Curtis, you want to?
Yeah, all right.
Either, go ahead, Raven.
Repeat the question.
Yeah, so we started this journey in just west of Minersville, Utah, and we are on the 15 heading south, and we are about an hour away from Las Vegas. We just got into Nevada. We went through the northwestern kind of corner of Arizona from Utah. We're now in Nevada. We're about an hour away from Las Vegas, and then from Vegas, It is about 4 hours from Vegas to LA. So we are planning on, riding this whole thing out, and maybe we'll actually meet up with some other activists when we get to LA. I want to show you the car, our temperature gauge here outside. It says it is 106 degrees. 106 degrees. And these animals are confined next to each other. We're about to go through Death Valley. On our way here, it was 117. It was 117 degrees on our way here when we got here a few days ago. And we have air conditioning, and we don't have to worry about it. We're fine. But these pigs are all crammed next to each other. They're giving off body heat, and there's not a whole lot of ventilation. They got these little holes where they can kind of, stick their snout out. We see that when we drive by them. Some of them try to look out as well. But it's just horrible. They don't sweat like we do. And it's got to be absolutely horrendous and a disgusting condition for these animals. And it needs to be exposed. People need to see what is going on. And it's also one of the reasons why many of these animals end up dead once they get there. Raven went over this sheet that she got during her investigation, and pretty much every day, every one of these trucks, has dead animals in it when it gets to the slaughterhouse. And these dead animals are laying in this truck next to the living ones that end up getting slaughtered for people's consumption. So this is also something that people need to think about. They're eating, body parts, corpses of animals that are being exposed to other individuals, other members of their species that are dead and rotting in these trucks for hours. So, it's just horrendous. It's super hot. I can imagine being in that truck right now. And
Raven.
Truck. Let's see, I'm going to put the window down. Go right next to it. So as you can see, did a great job of doctoring up this vehicle. And in that vehicle, that's where Raven is. We have the link to her documentary right there. The documentary Unseen was played over the live stream about an hour ago. If you want to view the documentary or you want to share it with anybody, it's DxE.io/unseen. Raven actually did this all on her own. Unbelievable work. She followed one of these trucks. She had help from an industry whistleblower, someone from the inside that was disgusted at what was going on. It felt like they needed to come forward. It's worth noting that the last two investigations that DxE has done, the last two, would not have been made possible without help from industry insiders, from whistleblowers, from people that work for Smithfield. The last one was from Iowa Select Farms. Someone that worked within Iowa Select Farms came forward. Someone from within Smithfield came forward, and was their conscience got the better of them. They wanted to do something about it. They didn't know how to do it, so they got a hold of DxE, and we were able to expose these industries for what they are. And what they are is absolute barbarism, absolutely disgusting. What they're doing to animals, what they're doing to the workers, what they're doing to the environment. And right now, with all the information we have about zoonotic diseases, pandemics, and flus, we know that these conditions are perfect breeding grounds for viruses, pandemics. And a lot of commentary that I hear online or talk with people on the street, it goes along with something like, oh, that's just in China, or they're just eating weird animals in China, or something along those lines. And it's no, like this is right now. The conditions that we have in the United States, the conditions that Circle 4 and Smithfield have these animals in, are a perfect breeding ground. It is a recipe for disaster. And if humanity does not evolve away from this, it's not a matter of if something bad is going to happen. It's a matter of when. And we need to expose these industries. We need good, kind-hearted, everyday people to say enough is enough and stop it and oppose it. And we need more people to take action. And one of the easiest things that you can do if you're watching and you're moved by this and you are moved by Raven's documentary is simply to share this live stream, share Raven's documentary, That would help us out a lot. We really appreciate you following along this journey with us. So let me get you another glimpse of the vehicle.
All right, and yeah, and Raven, maybe you could.
Matt, you're muted.
Yeah, and Raven, maybe you could show us that you were showing that document earlier, and introduce yourself for anybody who might be joining. Go ahead.
Yes. So my name is Ravens, and when I learned that a brand new slaughterhouse was being built in California, in a state that's supposed to understand risks like these facilities pose, I wanted to see for myself what this kind of facility was like, and I decided to investigate it. And I've never done this kind of thing before. I've never made a documentary before, so it's only 10 minutes long, DxE.io/unseen. So if you've never seen inside a slaughterhouse, and it's not like other documentaries, it does have some very graphic footage, but it's a story about these victims, the workers and the animals who are being exploited by this industry. So I felt compelled to share what I found with everyone, and that's why I made that documentary. But this is just one of many things provided to me, and this is I'll just hold it up here for a second. I don't know if you can see that, but this is called, yeah, you're fine. This is called a daily harvest sheet, which these facilities use to record the individuals who come on these trucks that you're seeing right now. And this is confidential. You're not supposed to see this. And in fact, I've never shared this before with anyone. But if you can see on this, there's a mark here that says to DOA. There's another one here from Circle 4. And so like I saw this DOA and I was like, what does that mean? And it means dead on arrival. And when I caught footage of what dead on arrival means, and I saw truck drivers having to drag the dead bodies of animals off of their trucks, I was horrified that this is being kept from people. People deserve to know what is going on, and they deserve to know why these animals are dying. Obviously, right now we're in the heat, and these animals have been denied food and water, but these animals are also sick. And the illnesses that they have, that they've been suffering from on the farms, when they've been pumped full of antibiotics to try to control their infections, the diseases that they're carrying and suffering from are not being tested for. So you have diseased animals on trucks mixing with other maybe healthier individuals, probably not healthy individuals, and they could be right now on this truck dying right in front of us from one of those illnesses made compound by their lack of food and water. So they are dying right now, and they will arrive to the facility dead, DOA. And we still have many, many, many hours and hundreds of miles to go. So by the time they get to the facility, as you might have seen, if you see the footage in Unseen, DxE.io/unseen, you might notice that some of those individuals are already undergoing rigor mortis, which means they've been dead so long, their body is starting to stiffen, and they're just being dragged off of these trucks and left in the open air. And no one's asking any questions because all of this is for profit. And no one is speaking up for the animals or the workers who are being told to drag diseased, dead bodies off of trucks day after day after day. This sheet alone, just this one sheet at one facility, has 2 DOA, 2 DOA, 1 DOA, 1 DOA, 1 crippled, 2 DOA. And these are just the DOAs. If they are able to walk off the truck, they also die in their pens, and that's called DIP, dead in pen. But I only thought later on when I saw workers shooting cripples on their trucks. I realized that, some of these individuals probably are just tired. They've been sitting on this truck for so long, probably underneath other individuals, and they're heavy, they're big, they're 200 pounds. So imagine if you had someone on top of you in this transport truck through the heat, and you're just tired, you're thirsty, you're so thirsty, and you're hungry, and you're tired, and you might be sick. But what if you just don't have the will to stand up? And this worker, everyone else has walked off the truck, and you're left there, and you're struggling to stand up, and you're just so tired, you're so hungry, you're so thirsty. And they don't even get a chance.
Right. Thank you so much for that. That's horrifying stuff. So we've been hearing from Raven Deerbrook. So Raven is the investigator and producer of the groundbreaking documentary, which is called Unseen. And so we are actually going to go ahead and they're traveling through the desert and documenting in real time the horrors of the supply chain that she documented in her documentary. It's a 10-minute documentary. We're going to go ahead and play that again to give people an idea of what we're talking about here. So the person you just saw on screen, Raven Deerbrook, took significant time, energy, finances to make this happen. So this is 10 minutes here. We're going to play it all the way through.
Right now. We're going to drive by the trucks.
All right.
Okay,
let's get a quick look here at these vehicles.
I'm going to mute myself for the wind and everything, but if someone else wants to do some commentary.
Yeah. All right, so we're driving by. This is the vehicle that the activists put fake blood onto for the effect to get people's attention. And on the windows, they've written the link for people to check out this website. And here's this slaughter truck that they're following that's going through the desert, over 500 miles, 100+ degree heat, no food, no water for these poor individuals, just an utter horror show on their way to a horrifying death. So you can see in a little bit, I mean, the pigs there are, already suffering from so much heat. They're not exactly up and running around and creating more heat. They're trying to cool off as best they can, which is pretty much impossible. So, all right, at this time, we're going to...
another truck, too.
And, another truck up here, up ahead. Same situation, hundreds of individuals crammed in there, just seen as profit machines, completely disregarded as sentient individuals. And it's just all day, every day. I mean, you saw one pig's nose up in the air.
They're scared.
Through the hole there.
They're really scared. They don't know what's happening.
Yeah. Okay, let's go ahead and take a look here. So this is what brings us here today is this documentary that the woman that you see on the left, Raven Deerbrook, created this, put this together, produced it, did the investigative work, basically start to finish, made this all happen. So right now we're going to cut over to that. It's a 10 minutes and 40 seconds, and we will come back right afterwards.
A meatpacking facility, a slaughterhouse in the heart of California. These places exist in the shadows, so we're never shown what happens inside. It begins on a factory farm, like Smithfield's Circle 4, hidden away from scrutiny in the Utah desert. Inside the world's largest pig producer, individuals are reduced to units of production. With mothers and their newborns trapped in metal cages, the machine of animal agriculture does its work in secret, creating suffering on a scale never before imagined, and building the perfect storm for pathogens in the process. California voters have been trying to outlaw these operations, but as an industry with little oversight, the state continues to truck in animals from places like Circle 4. After 6 months of confinement at Smithfield, individuals who survive are crowded on top of each other, up to 200 at a time, into steel transport trucks for a 700-mile journey through the heat.
Someone has to share their story.
Thanks to a whistleblower, I was given a window into a business built on killing. They arrived sick, thirsty, and scared into unfamiliar surroundings, while they're beaten into the holding pens so the next truckload can come. Some of them lay dead on the truck, while others are painfully crippled, and individuals who've become too sick to walk on their own are executed with a bolt gun instead of receiving medical attention. Workers themselves suffer routine physical injuries, which are often unreported for fear of reprisal. And the psychological impact of the work has long-lasting effects. Carrying diseases from factory farms across the continent, some of the pigs continue to weaken and die. Those who perish suddenly are simply labeled dead. Others who show obvious signs of illness are sometimes killed and briefly examined, but only the symptoms of their diseases are ever determined. To the industry, the misery endured by these individuals and the risks of their diseases are merely an inconvenience to be covered up for the sake of profit. So too are the workers treated, constantly exposed to suffering, disease, and death, without understanding the risks, as though they were human expendables. An industry so focused on profit over personal suffering can only create one terrible outcome. Is this who we really are? Even if they make it inside, their reward is one of the most cruel endings possible for anyone: a gas chamber. As they are pushed forward, they limp into the loader together, and for the first time in their life, they see their own reflection in a mirror used to lure their attention. Before being forced into the gas chamber gondola, load after load, the USDA tells us that gas chambers are humane, but see for yourself. Over 8,000 individuals are gassed like this at this facility every week. These facilities are designed to profit on killing at any cost. The industry wants to be trusted to regulate itself. But how do you regulate an operation so focused on bloodshed? They're supposed to be killed before they wake up again, but the supervisors fail to prevent routine mistakes in the slaughter process. Infections are so common and run so deep. An inspector is dedicated to cut out what they can see, so the rest of their body can be sold as though they were healthy. This is animal agriculture. The industry wants us to focus on what we put in our mouth or buy in a store, on an object, not its origin. But what happens if we ignore the warnings while building our house on injustice? How can we achieve peace while a body means more than a life? How can we nurture love when oppression is on our plate and the truth is hidden from us, without laws to protect victims in a system created by greed?
We're basically building the highways for these microbes to transfer into our bodies.
It's having tragic consequences right now with over 20 deaths just in the last week.
People think I'm not a cow, I'm not a pig, I'm not that animal, so it doesn't care. But people can think, oh, I'm not this race, or I'm not this gender. That doesn't make it right.
Rescue the victims of oppression. Challenge violence with the power of compassion. Create the laws that value morality. End exploitation at its foundation. Expose the truth to protect our future. To prevent pandemics while we still can. Turn towards suffering with the strength of mercy. Because our fates are connected. If we don't stop this industry.
All right, so thanks so much for watching that, everybody. Obviously, really harrowing, heartbreaking stuff here, and so you'll recognize the face and the voice on your screen right now. Honor and privilege to be joined by Raven Deerbrook, who obviously went through so much to gather this footage in terms of personal risk, in terms of, risk to her safety, major financial cost, huge amount of time, legal risk, etc., etc., etc. The risk goes on. So without further ado, thank you so much, Raven. Can you talk a little bit about the process that brought this amazing documentary to us today?
Yeah, and just to let you know, Matt, we're still following this slaughter truck. As you saw briefly, just very briefly in the film, we're following it now as we approach Las Vegas from the facility that they were taken out of, Smithfield Circle 4 Farms, which is hidden in the Utah desert. And yeah, so what started this process was when I've never made a documentary before. I'm someone who really cares about human beings and animals and our future. But I'd never made a documentary before, and the investigation work I've done in the past hasn't been quite this difficult. But when I learned that a brand new slaughterhouse was being built in California, and they were bringing in pigs from Utah's Smithfield Circle 4 farms, I wanted to see what was up. I wanted to see what was going on there. So I started to investigate the facility, and then a whistleblower made it possible to get that footage that you saw. And they've given us lots of other information about that facility that people aren't told about, and people deserve to know the truth. So I worked very hard to try to bring some of that truth forward, but it's just a glimpse. It's just a glimpse, a very brief window into just one facility where Smithfield's pigs end up. And you can see just that short window showed that if that's what I can uncover as someone who has very little experience on just one facility, just imagine what's being kept hidden from us. And yeah, so I'm still shocked by what I saw there and what I'm seeing now with these hundreds of individuals in these trucks. I can just switch my camera here. Maybe you can get a look. But we are right now driving through the Nevada desert. It's about 106 degrees. So let's see if I show you here. It's 106 degrees right now outside. And these individuals get no food or water. They have no one but the driver, who's only in charge of getting them to the facility to care about them. And with us here in our vehicle here, bringing attention to them, we have the sign on the back that says, "Caution, animal cruelty ahead." That people are finally noticing, like, what are these trucks? Who's inside there? What are they suffering from? Because the illnesses that they're suffering from, some of those are infectious diseases, and they're being spread across state lines, through our communities, from where Smithfield has completely changed the landscape of Utah in this very beautiful, very enriching area for these communities. They have turned it into just the most polluting facility that you can imagine. These giant lagoons of manure filled with this stench of ammonia and hydrogen sulfide, and these communities are suffering from that. Their children are suffering birth defects. They're suffering from being mistreated with these workers who are promised good jobs. When they end up there, they find out that Smithfield treats them very differently than they expected. So we're here to document their experience. And thank you for watching and joining us.
That's so incredible and so powerful. Thank you so much for that, Raven Deerbrook. Once again, you're hearing so this is, now you're seeing the footage from Raven Deerbrook, who's the investigator and producer of the documentary Unseen, which we just showed you a few minutes ago. And you can see it yourself at the short link DxE.io/unseen. And you can see the slaughter truck that they're following to its ultimate destination in Los Angeles, a massive slaughterhouse outside of there, where there will be activists holding a vigil to provide some measure of care to these poor animals, to giving them water, to giving them some kind, comforting words. It's really all we can do for them, unfortunately, with this ongoing tragedy that is animal agriculture. Raven, perhaps you can comment here. There's a lot of comments we're seeing about why don't we care about human issues, and particularly a lot of people saying about there's so many people who are houseless, and we should be doing something about that. Do you have a response to that?
Yeah, that's a good question, Matt. I myself am houseless. I live in a vehicle, and I actually do care. I care about all living beings, because I don't think there's any excuse for us to be causing suffering for anyone. So we do care about the workers, and as you can see, I believe that exploitation begins here. That once we say it's okay to kill and exploit a living being who can feel just like us, who has desires to live just like us, who's complex, who has a rich social life just like us, and we say it's okay to kill and exploit them, that's where it begins to me. that's where it starts, and it's just a matter of time before you start creating separations between different animals and then different human beings. And so I believe one of the root causes of exploitation is right here, right at Smithfield's facility, where they think it's okay to confine hundreds of thousands, over 500,000 animals who are just like dogs and cats. They confine them and think it's okay to exploit them for money. And the same with the workers who are there. The human workers who are there are not very far in their eyes. They are there to be exploited for money. And if they get sick with COVID-19, as we've seen have injured, as they happens all the time at these facilities, then they are just thrown away just like animals. So I do believe that we need to create a system that protects all living beings from exploitation and harm, and just say it's never okay to kill someone, especially for money. That's really simple, actually. So that's why I'm here. It's one struggle. The workers deserve protection from these companies. The animals deserve protection from these companies. It's very simple.
Yeah, thank you so much for that, Raven. And I guess on a similar note, we're seeing another comment here: 140,000 dead, and we care about pigs. You know, there's this coronavirus pandemic, and why don't we care about what's happening with the pandemic? Do you want to respond to that?
Yeah. So I have here. It's called a daily harvest sheet, and it's confidential. You're not supposed to be able to see this, but this is almost 2,000 individuals are killed by this facility, just this one facility in California, every day. And that's on purpose for profit. So that's something that people think is like, that's okay. It's okay to kill thousands of living individuals for profit. And so like, how do we see like the hundreds of thousands of animals being killed, and then we see hundreds of thousands of human beings being killed? And these corporations think that's just normal. That's just okay because it happens every day. They're so desensitized to it. It's so normalized to them that they don't care if slaughterhouse workers get sick. They don't care if they get injured. They don't care about human beings. So we want everyone to care about all beings. And I'm just thinking, like, if we're worried about pandemics, I'm looking at the sheet and it says 2 DOA, 2 DOA, 1 DOA, crippled, DOA. When you watch Unseen at DxE.io/Unseen, you see just a glimpse of one of the problems with this industry, which is that animals who die, who've been suffering probably for hours or days or their whole lives at Smithfield, are just treated like garbage. They're not tested for infectious diseases. They're not tested for bacteria. So if we really are worried about pandemics in the future, then we need to understand how animal agriculture creates them. These pandemics are always created by exploitation of animals. There's other infectious diseases we haven't even been told about yet because they're in other countries. So when COVID-19 was affecting other countries earlier this year and late last year, we never heard about it in this country because it didn't really affect us yet. And then by the time it did affect us, it was too late. So right now, as we speak, African swine fever, the new G4 swine flu, which has pandemic potential, is already spreading around the world. It just hasn't gotten here yet. So it's a matter of prevention, not treatment. I know, like, corporations, they have their profit, they have their bottom line. They will do anything they can to hide the truth from people. And believe me, if these viruses start spreading on these facilities, we're not going to hear about it, or we're going to hear about it way too late. So I think in order to prevent human deaths, in order to prevent human suffering from workers, slaughter workers at these facilities, and also the general public from pandemics, we need to look at this industry, and we need to stop animal agriculture.
Thank you so much for that. So once again, this is Raven Deerbrook, who is the investigator and producer of the documentary Unseen. Please, please, please check it out. Please share it widely. Please share this live stream far and wide. People need to know the truth. Well, we know that this is just a horrifying injustice, and then when ordinary people see the injustice that we're talking about here, they're going to take action. They're not going to accept it. Far and wide, this is something that that people are horrified by, and it may not be reflected in the comment section on social media, which is very much geared towards conflict, and that's the nature of it. But when an average person sees animal suffering, it has an effect on them, and they don't want to support it, and that's why this stuff is happening behind the scenes, and that's why it's something that a lot of people are informed about. It's not by accident. Let's take a look here and show people. Maybe we could get. Are we able to get like a view of the vehicle? So on the left, we're seeing Raven Deerbrook, who's the producer, and perhaps Curtis, can you give us a shot of the? Go ahead.
Yeah. So we're kind of in like a big convoy. It's kind of clogged up here on the 2 lanes. We're not going to be able to get over and get a side shot here for quite a while. But I mean, I could add some forcing animals in gas chambers. That has got to have a negative psychological impact on people. So as much as horrible as this is for the animals, it's also terrible for the humans. I think it was like 2 or 3 years ago, there was a huge influx of Syrian refugees to Canada, and one of the industries that was exploiting these refugees was actually the slaughter industry. They were taking in these Syrian refugees in exchange for them to go work in slaughterhouses. So it was, okay, yes, we'll help you escape your war-torn, violent situation that you're living in, as long as you come here and work in this biomics. We should be, instead of treating the symptoms, we need to be attacking the source of these things. And a very simple thing that people can do is stop funding these industries and stop paying for them. If they would like to see a world without human abuse, without animal abuse, and without pandemics and infectious diseases and viral diseases, we need to get rid of these industries, and we need to move away from them very quickly. Because it's not a matter of if something bad is going to happen, it's a matter of when. And it's not just weird animals in China. I hear that one all the time. It is happening right in our backyard. 2009 swine flu came from a North Carolina farm. I'm going to try to get the thing here, the car. I'm going to mute myself.
All right. Yeah. Thank you so much. So you can actually can't see too well now with the way the sun is right there. But I actually am going to cut and show folks something else right now. So these are activists with Direct Action Everywhere, and over the past 6 years or so, Direct Action Everywhere has done many investigations exposing the horror show that is animal agriculture. And in addition to, as they pointed out, what a catastrophe this is. If you care about human rights issues, animal agriculture is ground zero. You should be, if you want to help humans, you need to take on animal agriculture. The way that the harrowing psychological toll that's been demonstrated time and time again by slaughterhouse workers, and it's equally, and it's environmentally, it's environmental racism. It's skewed. One of the things that's been just really highlights this point. With the coronavirus crisis, and these farmers are, killing off these animals in their own farms because there was a blockage in the supply chain. There's outbreaks at slaughterhouses, and slaughterhouses have to close down, and farmers don't know what to do with all these pigs. And so these farmers are having to kill pigs on their own instead of sending them to the slaughterhouse and have, a largely undocumented immigrant population do it. And then suddenly, look at this, suddenly we have President Trump and we have Governor Kim Reynolds of Iowa who are suddenly, saying, well, we need to provide mental health care for these individuals, for these farmers who are suffering this psychological trauma because it's traumatizing to kill animals, which it's better, those folks should get care. People who are suffering mentally should get that care. But the question is, where's that care been all along? Because people have been high rates of suicide, high rates of addiction, high rates of mental illness from slaughterhouse workers. And I mean, do we think it's a coincidence that when it was the people with no power, the undocumented immigrant population that are largely working at slaughterhouses, President Trump had nothing to say about it. The governors of these big ag states had nothing to say about it. And now when suddenly it's affecting the largely white farmers, and suddenly now it's a crisis. If you care about environmentalism, you should be taking on animal agriculture. If you care about racism, you should be taking on animal agriculture. If you care about the addiction crisis sweeping this country, you should care about animal agriculture. And of course, if you care about the billions of individuals suffering horrifically every single moment, we must take on animal agriculture. And at Direct Action Everywhere, these folks are activists with Direct Action Everywhere, a global grassroots animal rights network. And DxE has done many investigations over the years. And in addition to the direct horrors to humans, to animals, to the environment, to public health that animal agriculture is causing, it's also then doubling back and it's attacking and weaponizing our political system to attack the very people who are blowing the whistle on it. So Raven, this documentary producer you're seeing here, is taking on some serious legal risk in exposing this. I'm personally facing a felony charge for exposing factory farm cruelty, and I want to show you another video here about a separate Smithfield investigation that Direct Action Everywhere is involved with. It's just a 2-minute video. I'm going to play that real quick, and we'll be right back here with you.
I and 4 other activists are facing up to 60 years in prison for rescuing a dying piglet from a Smithfield farm. Lily was 1/5 the size of the other piglets and starving to death when we found her. We took her out of there, gave her a bath and a family, and her story was told in the New York Times. Smithfield was furious about this and now has convinced the Attorney General of Utah to charge us with burglary, theft, rioting, and most mysteriously, a quote, pattern of unlawful activity. Let's get that straight, folks. A factory farm tortures 1.2 million pigs on site every year. They pollute the water, put carcinogenic drugs in the food system, and we are the ones engaged in a pattern of unlawful activity for exposing them. In rioting, gosh, I don't know about that. This doesn't really look like rioting to me. Neither does this. So what the heck is going on? In short, this is a political prosecution. The complaint makes clear that they're using Lily as a pretext for stopping us from showing you the truth. They hardly even talk about the pigs we rescued, and instead talk about the videos we produce. They want to throw us in jail for 60 years because they want to stop the public from knowing that truth. What they don't realize is that the people of America are not going to allow that to happen. In fact, 50% of Americans support a complete ban on slaughterhouses. It's true, because Americans love animals. And if you're one of those Americans, please let your voice be heard. Sign and share our petition asking the Utah Attorney General to go after animal abusers, not animal rescuers. And let's create a world where every little baby is safe and free.
All right, so there you have it, and that really is one of unfortunately many examples we can point to of what animal agriculture is all about. So I mean, it's just layer upon layer of horror show. The immense human rights abuses, the immense animal rights abuses, the environmental abuses, the public health abuses by ushering in the next pandemic. And then not only is this industry inflicting just this catastrophic harm on society, it's then bailed out and subsidized to the tune of tens of billions of dollars every year, tens of billions of dollars in handouts to this destructive industry. I mean, to the extent anybody who knows economics will tell you that when there are what are known as negative externalities inflicted upon society, when you're polluting, when you're inflicting this kind of harm on society, to the extent that you are even permitted to inflict those negative externalities upon society, the response, the policy response, the appropriate response is a tax. So to the extent that animal agriculture exists, it is a prime candidate for a massive tax. Yet very much the opposite is what's happening due to the very unfortunate corrupting influence of money in politics. Our legal system that should be going after these industries and should be either stopping these harms or at a very minimum severely taxing these industries. That very legal system is in fact being weaponized against people who are blowing the whistle and exposing this misconduct and throwing people in jail, accusing them of terrorism. Do you know that civil disobedience, the act that is brought forth, that is praised in retrospect? We look at people who do sit-ins throughout history, who willfully break unjust laws. The act of non-violent civil disobedience in the name of animal rights is defined as terrorism. I'm not talking about some other third world country somewhere else, that who the heck knows what's going on the other side of the world. The United States of America, with widespread bipartisan consent. There's literally only one person in the Senate or in the House, Dennis Kucinich, by the way, who even raised a word against it. There was bipartisan consent to pass this law called the Animal Enterprise Terrorism Act. In fact, I am ashamed to say that it was co-sponsored by a Democrat, by California still sitting Senator Dianne Feinstein, who co-sponsored the Animal Enterprise Terrorism Act, and that's used as a pretext. The video you just saw, where these activists were prosecuted for rescuing these piglets. That the Animal Enterprise Terrorism Act was used as a pretext for FBI agents to raid farm animal sanctuaries. They raided farm animal sanctuaries, saying they're trying to rescue, recover this stolen property. I'm going to cut over to the video here. We're going to see the two cars here. So, Raven, go ahead.
Yeah, Matt, thanks. So our second car is just pulled up alongside the slaughter truck, where we're seeing individuals who are just laying there, not knowing what's going on. They're kind of probably afraid, and they're just confused. They've spent their entire lives in the sheds at Smithfield. Their lives are, even though they're quite large by now, they're only 6 months old. So in a lot of ways, they're just babies. And this is their first time leaving that facility. So they're smelling the desert air for the first time. They're seeing the sunset to the west, and we're watching them, just wondering, am I being taken somewhere where I'll be able to be happy and free of the stench of Smithfield's barns and the abuse and the infections that go untreated? And they don't know what's waiting for them. So we're here following them as the sun is setting, and lots of people are looking at our car. They're like, what is this car? What's caution? Tortured animals. What does that mean? And for the first time, a lot of people are seeing these slaughter trucks for what they are, and they're looking inside of them. Families and kids are looking inside and seeing what they've never seen before, because this industry wants to hide it from them. The industry knows that people are good people and do not support exploitation and cruelty for either human workers or for animals. And so they keep this stuff hidden, and these little holes are the only glimpse anyone from the public gets to see of these pigs. And they look inside and they see their bodies covered in cuts, or chunks missing from their bodies, or infections. And as long as these pigs can walk onto the truck, they're going to be sent to the facility. So we're here following them. And I just wanted to talk a little bit about this documentary I did, it's called Unseen, and it's 10 minutes long. So it's not very long. And you can get a glimpse too of what's being kept hidden from you. But it's not just these animals on their way to slaughter. It's most of the process and what's being kept hidden. I just wanted to show. So here, this is where I live. It's a little mobile home. It's about 30 years old, and so I'm just living in a vehicle, and I have been for years. And I've never done a documentary or anything like that in my whole life. And I'm not even very experienced doing investigations. I'm just a photographer who loves animals and who wants to see compassion for all beings. And so why does it take someone like me to risk, my life, to go into this facility and to expose this stuff? Where are the people who are supposed to protect us? Where are the people who are supposed to protect the workers, the animals? This is being allowed to happen for profit right in our backyards, and it's all been kept so hidden from people that people don't even know what questions to ask. They don't even know these facilities exist or what happens here. So we need to bring transparency to this industry because they have a lot to answer for, and that's why I made that documentary.
All right. Thank you so much. And so once again, this is Raven Deerbrook, the investigator and producer of the documentary Unseen. I know some of you are hanging in there with us for a long time, so I'm kind of a broken record, and I appreciate people hanging in there with us, but we do want to make sure that folks who are just joining us right there at the top, again, that's DxE.io/unseen. And it's a 10-minute and 40-second mini documentary that takes you through this really harrowing journey for these poor pigs and this grave threat to public health and really the personal risks and the personal costs that Raven has borne in this process. And you can see right now they are retracing the route. So they are, I think, somewhere near the midpoint, somewhere near Las Vegas, actually, in between Milford, Utah, which is where Circle 4 Farms is, the largest pig farm in the country. And they're making their way to Farmer John's slaughterhouse, a massive slaughterhouse outside of Los Angeles. Curtis, do you have something to say? Go ahead.
We can go next to them.
Actually, no, we're not. We're gonna have a thing. Yeah.
Right after
so
that.
I just wanted to, say anyone just joining, thank you for joining. I myself was very drawn to this mission after witnessing Raven's documentary and after hearing, stories about it. I knew this was something that I had to be a part of and I wanted to be a part of. So if you're just joining us, we started this journey up near a small town called Minersville, Utah. Circle 4 Farms is just west of there. It's a huge operation. I would encourage everybody to go to Google Maps, type in Minersville, Utah, and then just pan just a little bit west and change it to the terrain view. And you will see these shed after shed after shed where these animals are housed, and these huge lagoons of animal shit all over the landscape.
There's no one.
And, the only thing that it reminds me of The Matrix when you see the pods of humans at the beginning of the movie. We're coming up on the slaughter truck, so I'm going to see if I can show you inside of that, or at least as close as I can get. So yeah, you may not be able to see it, but I'm seeing lots of panting. Lots of curious faces looking outside, and they just look hot, dirty, distressed, curious, all of these things at the same time. And I want to show you right now, it's 102 degrees out, 102. And these animals are on this journey, 102 degrees, like we're about to go through Death Valley, and they don't have air conditioning like we do here right now. They're not getting any food. They're not getting any water. This is absolutely disgusting how we're treating these animals. I can hear them scream and the windows up right now. So, everybody at home has extreme empathy and love and admiration for their dogs and cats. And these animals, these pigs, what's going through their mind is absolutely no different. It's no different. And if we want to say that we're against exploitation and violence, we need to take a stand against this. Looks like Cassie wants to. I'll let you go.
Oh sure, I'm just stepping in for Matt for a bit because Matt's been talking a long time and you all have too. So thanks Raven and Curtis and everybody in the car who's just been following the car. I don't know if you've even had a bathroom break. So thanks for going through this long process here with the pigs. And I'm Cassie here. I'm another DxE activist and also another investigator with Direct Action Everywhere. I've been inside of Smithfield's pig farms in North Carolina. I've heard the screams that you were just talking about, Curtis, up close with not just hundreds of pigs in a truck like that, but thousands of pigs in individual crates the size of their body inside of a farm, a massive factory farm, a Smithfield farm. And, you know, Matt and Wayne and so many other people have also investigated Smithfield. So many times we have exposed this horrendous cruelty. We're just continuing to escalate this campaign and to innovate and to draw more attention however we can. So I'm really grateful for Raven's hard work in following Smithfield's supply chain, for tracing this trail of blood all the way from Utah, from the middle of the desert and, you know, the middle of nowhere, in an area that's just overwhelmingly Smithfield factory pig farm sheds, all the way to California in, you know, Stockton, and showing just the exhausting, really terrifying journey that these pigs undertake. You know, as tired or as hot or stressful as this journey might be for all of you in the car right now, it's so much worse for these pigs who are not only exposed to the heat without any air conditioning or any water or anything else, but who are also in terror right now because everything is new to them, but not in a good way. Everything is new in this terrifying way where they don't know where they're going. They don't know why they're being treated so badly, why they're being shuffled along and pushed and prodded and forced into this overcrowded trailer. To really capture that from the whole process, from start to their death, just to see the fear in the eyes of these pigs as they go through this horrible, horrible experience that they go through by the thousands in these facilities. You can see that whole documentary at DxE.io/unseen, which is being commented here and is in the pinned comment if you're looking for it. And I definitely invite people to watch that documentary, and you can also sign up to get involved and join our campaign to expose Smithfield, to escalate our actions against Smithfield, which is really the epitome of everything that's wrong with animal agriculture. And in taking them down and taking down this giant, the largest pig killing company in the world, you know, we can set a precedent that shakes the entire industry. We can cancel animal agriculture and create a better world for animals and for workers and for the environment and for public health. We can change everything for everyone, but it's going to take a lot of people. It's going to take a lot of brave actions and a lot of support online. So, you know, if you're watching this and you're inspired and you want to do something, it might not seem like a lot, but just clicking share, just sharing this and tagging people in the comments who you think might learn something from this, it really does help. The more public support that we garner, the more that the authorities and legislators who are watching this see that there's overwhelming public support, the better. So, you know, you might not be out there driving to do is start a domino effect in California that spreads out around the world with increased protection for animals, increased legislative change for animals. And so what we're doing right now with exposing how the largest pig farm in the country is sending thousands and thousands of pigs every day to slaughterhouses in California is we want to call on Governor Newsom in California and say, why is our state complicit in some of the worst violence in the world, in some of the most brutal practices that have been documented in the animal agriculture industry? Why don't we move in the other direction and take a stand against this industry together? So we're asking Governor Newsom for a moratorium on factory farms and slaughterhouses. And instead of allowing new construction of these horrible places to expand the Smithfield supply chain in our state, instead of actually funding the construction of these facilities, which Raven mentioned is exactly what happened with Yosemite Foods, the slaughterhouse that she investigated, where these pigs were trucked when she followed them. The California state government gave $2 million to the construction of Yosemite Foods slaughterhouse. So the complete opposite of what we need to be doing right now in taking a stance against this violent industry. What we're doing is funding them and promoting them and helping them create new slaughterhouses. And that's why it's up to us, it's up to people, just ordinary people and activists, to step into this role, to become investigators, grassroots investigators like Raven, and to unite together in this movement for animal rights and for worker rights and for a better future that we know is possible. So if you're inspired by that, if you want to get involved, then please go to dxe.io/unseen. Sign up to support this Ask for a Moratorium, to support the campaign to shut down this industry and create a better world for everyone. And get on our mailing list and get involved. And you can potentially be the next investigator who is releasing something as incredible as Raven did. People who, feel called to take action can join the network and get a lot of resources and support and meet incredible people and get to this level where you might be tracking a slaughter truck across the United States. You never know, because we just need people to step up when our government is failing us, when the system at large is broken. We need to come in and use the power that's in our own hands. So, Raven, I think you all are close to Las Vegas now.
That's right.
And I just wanted to point out something we've been seeing here. I'm not sure if you see if I switch this camera around.
Once the light hits it, if you notice our windshield, we've been cleaning our windshield constantly, and we're just seeing a lot of obviously a lot of excrement and saliva and things coming off the truck from these pigs who are so thirsty and not given any kind of break whatsoever. But we're driving through Las Vegas now, which is a major metropolitan area. And these are 400 individuals who are suffering with all kinds of illnesses that haven't been treated and haven't been tested. And I just want us to think about the potential risk here for pandemics and the fact that emerging zoonotic diseases come out of factory farms like Smithfield. And this is happening every day behind the scenes. No one's paying attention to it. No one's looking at this and seeing it's going to I'm so terrified that it's going to be too late if we don't take action today. This is just one of the components of factory farming, of Smithfield's factory farm specifically, that if we don't take action right now to prevent an emerging virus like the new G4 swine flu, then we are going to see even more human suffering, just like COVID-19, or maybe even worse. So so we're still following the two trucks, which are now side by side. We're getting glimpses of individuals' faces through the little holes. They're so tiny, it's very hard to see inside of there. But people are passing by and they're looking and saying, like, what is this? What are these trucks? Because honestly, I spent so much time on the road before I knew what a slaughter truck was. I probably saw them and just didn't pay any attention. You see lots of trucks on the
We're losing your audio for a minute, Raven, but I definitely agree. I think people overlook these trucks and don't really realize that there are animals inside. And
so I think raising everyone's awareness about animal agriculture and about
this industry and the dangers. Cassie, are you there?
Yeah, I'm here. Your audio is just cutting out and getting a little bit choppy, but the last if it's better now, I'm not sure if it's better though. The last thing you were saying was how you never realized really or paid much attention to slaughter trucks on the road and how other people probably aren't either.
All right, sorry about that, folks. Obviously having some tech issues here as they're going through the the desert there in they're outside of outside of Las Vegas. We were talking to Raven Deerbrook, who is this producer and investigator who produced this groundbreaking documentary. Unseen is what it's called. And so right now, we are going to go ahead and actually show you that. It's 10 minutes and 40 seconds, in fact, is this documentary. So we will bring you that here momentarily. Let me get you switched over here. Please do share this live stream if you have not already. The link for that is DxE. Share the live stream. You know how to do that on Facebook. And please share the documentary. So that's at dxe.io/unseen, but you don't even have to bother with that because right now we're just going to play it through 10 minutes and 40 seconds. Please check it out, and then we will be right back with you and pick up the, the journey here.
A meatpacking facility, a slaughterhouse in the heart of California. These places exist in the shadows, so we're never shown what happens inside. It begins on a factory farm, like Smithfield's Circle 4, hidden away from scrutiny in the Utah desert. Inside the world's largest pig producer, individuals are reduced to units of production. With mothers and their newborns trapped in metal cages, the machine of animal agriculture does its work in secret, creating suffering on a scale never before imagined and building the perfect storm for pathogens in the process. California voters have been trying to outlaw these operations, but as an industry with little oversight, the state continues to truck in animals from places like Circle 4. After 6 months of confinement at Smithfield, individuals who survive are crowded on top of each other, up to 200 at a time, into steel transport trucks for a 700-mile journey through the heat of the Southwest, without food or water or anyone to care. So I followed them as they were driven all day and into the night while they dreamed of escape. But this isn't their ride to freedom.
Someone has to share their story.
Thanks to a whistleblower, I was given a window. Some of them lay dead on the truck, while others are painfully crippled, and individuals who've become too sick to walk on their own are executed with a bolt gun instead of receiving medical attention. Workers themselves suffer routine physical injuries, which are often unreported for fear of reprisal. And the psychological impact of the work has long-lasting effects. Carrying diseases from factory farms across the continent, some of the pigs continue to weaken and die. Those who perish suddenly are simply labeled dead. Others who show obvious signs of illness are sometimes killed and briefly examined, but only the symptoms of their diseases are ever determined. To the industry, the misery endured by these individuals and the risks of their diseases are merely an inconvenience to be covered up for the sake of profit. So too are the workers treated, constantly exposed to suffering, disease, and death, without understanding the risks, as though they were human expendables. An industry so focused on profit over personal suffering can only create one terrible outcome. Is this who we really are? Even if they make it inside, their reward is one of the most cruel endings possible for anyone: a gas chamber. As they are pushed forward, they limp into the loader together, and for the first time in their life, they see their own reflection in a mirror used to lure their attention. Before being forced into the gas chamber gondola, load after load, the USDA tells us that gas chambers are humane, but see for yourself. Over 8,000 individuals are gassed like this at this facility every week. These facilities are designed to profit on killing at any cost. The industry wants to be trusted to regulate itself, but how do you regulate an operation so focused on bloodshed? They're supposed to be killed before they wake up again, but the supervisors fail to prevent routine mistakes in the slaughter process. Infections are so common and run so deep. An inspector is dedicated to cut out what they can see, so the rest of their body can be sold as though they were healthy. But what happens if we ignore the warnings while building our house on injustice? How can we achieve peace while a body means more than a life? How can we nurture love when oppression is on our plate and the truth is hidden from us, without laws to protect victims, in a system created by greed?
We're basically building the highways for these microbes to transfer into our bodies.
It's having tragic consequences right now with over 20 deaths just in the last week.
People think I'm not a cow, I'm not a pig, I'm not that animal, so it doesn't care. But people can think, oh, I'm not this race, or I'm not this gender. That doesn't make it right.
Rescue the victims of oppression. Challenge violence with the power of compassion. Create the laws that value morality. End exploitation at its foundation. expose the truth to protect our future, to prevent pandemics while we still can, turn towards suffering with the strength of mercy, because our fates are connected. If we don't stop this industry,
All right. So, wow, just, I mean, you can't say enough about the documentary you've just seen, and you'll recognize the person on the screen here. We're looking at, oops, let me click back over here. So we're speaking to Raven Deerbrook, who's the investigator you saw. And the whistleblower, and then we have another shot if the camera could get up and get on the video. Curtis and Carla, if you're able to do that. And these folks are headed, they're making their way to the slaughterhouse outside of Los Angeles. So really just an honor to be joined here by Raven. So can you tell us a little bit about how this came to be? What was the process like that you brought us this really powerful work of art?
Well, thank you. So I've never done any kind of a documentary like this before, and I've certainly never done a voiceover before. It was done on literally no budget. Like, I did it myself without any money, and yeah. So when I discovered that California, under the Cal Competes program, had helped finance through tax rebates a new 200,000 square foot slaughterhouse in the middle of California, I got really curious, because I know these places are pretty bad, but I wanted to see for myself, what is it really like there? What is it like for the workers? What is it like for the animals? And to bring that truth to people, because there's these facilities will not tell you, they will not show you what's going on inside. So yeah, I started to investigate the facility and eventually found a whistleblower who was able to help us obtain undercover footage from inside the facility. To bring some of those images to you. But that's just a glimpse. It's just a glimpse of one facility and a few of the Smithfield trucks that arrived there. And so just think about what's happening at all of the other facilities, not just in California, but across the nation. So yeah, I want people to understand that this is one struggle. It's a struggle for the security of our future. And this is because of these emerging zoonotic diseases. It's a struggle for the workers who are constantly exploited by these facilities, and obviously it's a struggle for the animals who are just victims in this entire process. So this machine operates with secrecy, and it operates like this every. Yes. Sorry. Go ahead.
Yes. Oh, sorry. It was cutting out there a little bit. And Curtis, I think were you saying something? Is that now police are following you? Is that right?
Yeah, we have a cop car now driving by us.
Okay.
There's police right now here. Doesn't look like they are.
So
they're not public next to you if you want to get your start on them.
So, and Curtis, before whatever happens, I would probably recommend that you all follow the slaughter trucks if they are pulled over, and we'll have, obviously, we'll have Raven keep videoing what they're on, so we can have one vehicle following the slaughter trucks as they go along. So, yeah, I mean, it's really... a lot of people that are watching may not be kind of familiar with the history of, really sort of any sort of activism and law enforcement, but particularly as it relates here, animal rights activists and law enforcement, where... many individuals have faced extreme charges. I'm actually one of many activists with Direct Action Everywhere facing felony charges for the act of actually exposing lawlessness, exposing criminal conduct, criminal animal abuse, exposing diseases which threaten humankind in animal agriculture, and unfortunately prosecutors so often will disregard, as they have discretion to do, they'll disregard wrongdoing, they'll disregard illegal activity, and will weaponize the very legal system that should be cracking down on animal abuse and public health risks to in fact go after the very people exposing it. And so when we see something like today, it's possible maybe this vehicle just drove by the police officer and he got curious, because it is a pretty striking sight to see a vehicle, covered in fake blood. So it could just be that, but it could also be something very deliberate. It could be a very deliberate harassment tactic, because that is absolutely par for the course when we're talking about animal rights activism. I mean, you take, this is kind of at the more, local level, or the more kind of ground level way that law enforcement can be used to target activists. But at the highest level, you look at something, that I mentioned earlier, the Animal Enterprise Terrorism Act, which takes something like civil disobedience, nonviolent civil disobedience, really something which history looks upon, that reveres activists of the past of various causes. We look back at people who are willing to risk their freedom, their futures, etc., for the sake of doing something that's right in a nonviolent fashion. And actually, under U.S. law, nonviolent civil disobedience done in the name of animal rights is defined as terrorism. And this wasn't a fringe thing that was pushed through, snuck through by some, right wing, whatever, squeaked through at 51% when the House and the Senate would just happen to swing to a Republican majority. This passed with unanimous consent. Bipartisan approval. There wasn't even a formal vote done on it, because they use the term unanimous consent because everybody just agrees on it. It was just a verbal, like, hey, anybody got anything to say? Only one senator out of 100 spoke up to even raise an issue with it, and it was Dennis Kucinich, who spoke out against it, saying this would, what's quite obvious and quite apparent and quite intentional about the animal enterprise terrorism effect. He talked about how it would have a chilling effect on free speech. And absolutely, when you start talking about sending people in prison, when you define people as terrorists for doing the right thing, that's exactly what we're talking about. So anyway, I say all that to say, let's see what's happening here with the police officer. Maybe it's nothing. Maybe the officer happened to just see a strange looking vehicle and is going to keep moving on, because apparently they have not been stopped yet. But we'll wait and see here. Yeah, you want to give an update there?
Yeah. So we still see the officers with us, and we're actually hopeful, at least I'm hopeful, that all of these people who've been traveling on this road with us have seen these animals confined in these trucks under this heat. It's now dropped to a nice cool 99 degrees, and see that these pigs are being denied food and water, and they're being trucked with who knows, like no one knows when they're past them how far they're going, where are they going, where are they coming from. And so we're drawing attention to them. So maybe the officers actually want to investigate this animal cruelty. If this were a truck full of dogs that were being sent to slaughter, I'd expect that law enforcement would be very interested in that. But as we know, Matt, as you said, law enforcement is very rarely interested in protecting these individuals from exploitation and from being harmed. And so that's why we have to be here. I would much rather not to be here, to be honest. I would love if the system would protect all living beings from exploitation and harm. But that's not where we're at yet. I think we will get there at some point. But yeah, so for right now, we just see them following us. Maybe they're curious. Maybe they're watching this live stream, and I can say hello. But yeah, unless they're willing to actually do something about this problem, which affects all of us, then we're just going to focus on the trucks, and hopefully one day they'll be in a place where they feel like they can help us.
Definitely. Thanks so much for that, Raven. And on that note,
you're muted.
Thank you. And on that note, about law enforcement, and I've seen some people in the comments that I think asking a very reasonable question. Well, what about the legal system that we have? Like, why, report this to the FDA, report this to the USDA, let them know what's going on so they'll take action. And what I have actually here, I'm going to cut to this screen here, because this is a document, because we did report this to the USDA. We said, hey, look at what's happening to these animals. Look at what's happening to these pigs. Look at the public health risk that's happening here. What a lot of people don't know about the USDA is that it functions the mission statement of the USDA along with the FDA and so on. Nowhere in their mission statement are they charged with looking out for the well-being of individual animals. And so, you know, it's looking out for industry. That's their goal. And so here's this response that we received. So Cassie King, who you saw moments ago, sent a complaint to the USDA, and you're seeing their response here on the screen. Dear Ms. King, thank you for your message, yada, yada. Thank you for bringing this to our attention. Staff at the Food Safety and Inspection Service have been aware of the issues you raised and have reviewed the video. The district office has completed its review of the situation and taken action as appropriate. Now, who thinks it's appropriate? What is that appropriate action? Well, they leave that to the imagination, of course. So you know, and then this is the sort of thing that we see. I was involved. People may be familiar in Iowa in exposing ventilation shutdown. This horrifying practice. You literally have pigs roasted alive for the sake of profit because they don't want to spend any money in doing it in a different sort of a way. Oh, sorry about that. I don't think that was up here. So here's that document that I was referring to.
Your face was.
Oh, gotcha. Okay. So, anyways, so we report this horrifying animal abuse. Literally thousands of pigs are roasted alive, and we have with it the legal opinion from a former federal prosecutor. We have with it veterinary opinion from a registered veterinarian saying, you know, this is not only abhorrent ethically, it's actually criminal conduct. And what's the response to this? All sorts of deflection, every excuse under the book. How did you find this evidence? You know, and basically trying to do everything they can to criminalize us for exposing it. And in fact, I was arrested and I'm now facing felony charges. And instead of saying, wow, this is horrifying and prosecuting it, they've confiscated our equipment. They raided my hotel room and they threw me in jail. And I'm now facing what they're calling felony burglary, wiretap, as in, you know, having the audacity to capture this horror show on video, and trespass charges. But nothing at all about the fact of pigs being roasted alive. They have nothing at all to say about that. And it's really just par for the course, unfortunately. And I know this sounds extreme, this sounds unbelievable, but we've been covered, Direct Action Everywhere. These investigations and these prosecutions have been covered in the New York Times, in the Washington Post, by Glenn Greenwald, the Pulitzer Prize-winning journalist who, is kind of Mr. Whistleblower in terms of the media when it comes to, Edward Snowden, Julian Assange. So, yeah, this is the reality. This isn't hyperbole. This isn't make-believe. This isn't, on the other side of the world. This is the reality right here in the United States. So now we're looking back at the two different camera shots you're seeing on the highway here, where these pigs are being hauled off. And, you can see the vehicle there. And I don't know if the police officer, if the police are still following. I mean, I don't know, at this point I might almost think like maybe the Raven, your vehicle could pull off real quick and see what happens, and then Curtis, you could continue on and see. I mean, I don't know, it's up to you all, but I'd kind of be inclined to do that and see if he follows you or sees what's going on, if in fact the police are still following you. I'm not sure if they are. Raven, do you want to update us? Like, are the police still following you?
Yeah. So
before it goes dark, this will probably be the last opportunity anybody gets to see these individuals before the sun goes down. So here we go.
So Raven, you can speak as we're kind of seeing what's going on there. So are you still being tailed by the police?
Yeah. So it was kind of it was very funny actually. That as soon as I asked for help, basically hoping that the law enforcement would somehow help us, help these animals, they accelerated into gossiping. So it seems like we're alone again. Which is kind of, yeah. So so we're seeing these pigs. Yeah, this is probably the last chance we'll get to see them inside the truck. Even though it's very difficult to see them through these bars and holes in this truck. But there are 200 individuals in that one truck alone. And then obviously they haven't had water. I've been drinking water the entire time because right now it's 94 degrees outside. And I've been drinking water like crazy. And if anyone out there has ever met a pig, you know that they love water. They need water. They love to root in the ground. Their sense of smell is so intense. They just love to experience new smells. So they're being denied water, and they're really thirsty. All just laying in there, wondering where they're going, what's going on. They're watching the sunset. And they don't understand, just like children. There are 200 children in that truck. They just wouldn't understand, where they're going, what's happening. So we're following. I did want to share a picture before the sun goes down. I won't be able to show you pictures anymore, but this is a picture that's never been seen before. And it's very difficult to see because it's a very awkward place to take pictures. But this is inside the gas chamber at Yosemite Foods. And I'm not sure if you can see, but this is they call it a gondola. And it is a cage with metal bars, and it's difficult to see probably from the angle of this picture. But this gondola, once it's full of individuals, descends in pitch black darkness into a pit of carbon dioxide. That's not something they ever tell anyone. They never tell anyone they're using gas chambers to stun pigs. But they use it at this facility. They most likely use it at Farmer John's. Our research shows they built new gas chambers last year. And there's another facility in California that uses these gas chambers. Well, the Humane Society, when they found that gas chambers were being used for shelter animals, came out and said, this is outrageous. When you put an individual in a tank of carbon dioxide, it's like you're holding your breath. It's like you're swimming, you're underwater and you can't breathe. And if anyone has tried to hold your breath for any length of time, you feel that intense pain, that intense desire and craving for air. So they are submerged in here, and they immediately, as you can see in the film Unseen, that short documentary that I made, it's DxE.io/unseen. You'll see pigs who are submerged into a gas chamber, just like the one at Yosemite Foods, Farmer John's, and another facility in California. There's nothing humane about this. The Humane Society says this is an excruciating, inhumane way to treat animals. The Humane Society worked to remove all of the gas chambers in all of the animal shelters in California, except for slaughterhouses. So I don't know why this hypocrisy still exists. I don't know why we have gas chambers in this country that we're treating animals this way. And no one sees it, not even the workers who just hear their screams as they descend into darkness. Even they can't see what happens inside of there. So getting this picture was very difficult, but I can only imagine what it's like for them when they enter. This is the last thing they see, is a dark pit in a cage. I don't think any healthy human being would ever treat another individual that way, especially someone as innocent and someone as sweet as a pig. Like, they've done nothing wrong, but they've been abused their entire life. They've been neglected and not shown the compassion that all beings deserve. So that's one of the reasons why I made that mini documentary, which is very difficult. And I'm sorry, the voiceover is just me. I wish I could have had a big budget with lots of money to make a long documentary, because there's so much to this industry that's kept hidden from you. So just in that 10 minutes of seeing that short documentary, you just get a glimpse. Of this industry, and there's so much more that's being kept hidden from you, and there's nothing good about it. There's nothing good for the workers. The workers, oh my gosh, the workers who I see, they have to go into this facility all the time, and the injuries they receive, they have to brush them off. It's a very macho environment. So imagine you take an environment that wants to be tough, because connecting with emotions is very if you're in that situation where animals are screaming and animals are being killed every day, all day. So you disconnect from those emotions, and what you're left with is an environment where COVID-19 just has a field day because no one wants to wear masks. No one wants to seem vulnerable. So the supervisors who are supposed to protect them, like, aren't educating them about the risks of this job, psychologically, physically, or through these like viruses like pandemics. So the workers are just showing up to work, and then some of them are getting sick and dying, and it's not worth it. We're just now pulling up next to this truck. Are they emerging too? No, they're okay. So we're gonna just pull up just as the sun is setting here. We just get a glimpse of little faces and little snouts inside of here. And you can imagine this is just 2 trucks. Right now across the nation, there are many more driving into the darkness with hundreds of individuals who have no one to speak up for them. There's no one that's looking out. And these corporations, who they're apparently somehow property, are just like ignoring their suffering and treating them like machines just to make money. And they just broke really hard for some reason. So like whenever that happens, I just imagine 200 individuals just like getting flung forward. There's no seatbelts obviously in these vehicles. So yeah, so we're hoping that we've helped bring some awareness to their situation, and we hope that you can go see Unseen because it's just 10 minutes long. It's DxE.io/unseen. But I'd actually really like to, you could probably tell, I'm not a big speaker. I don't like to talk about myself. But I'd love to get questions if there are any questions in the live stream, because this is a chance to answer them. If anyone has questions about what they saw in the documentary, about what we're doing here, following these pigs to their death, and anything like that. So if there's any questions, I'd love to know.
Yeah, definitely. I think we'll have Cassie take a look and see what's there. I haven't been looking at it personally. So right now, I'll give you a little break from talking and talk to folks about another example to show that this is not an isolated case of wrongdoing, but in fact, I was involved with investigation earlier this year, which is really has a lot of similarities, unfortunately, in terms of the fact that we're in this era of coronavirus, and it creates all sorts of new hazards, not only for humans but for these animals. And one thing that's happened with this, Raven is talking about it in this documentary, exposed the outbreaks, the hazards at these slaughterhouses, and there have been these, I'm sure many people have seen in the news, these slaughterhouses throughout the country have become hotspots where coronavirus has just exploded. In some cases, I know I heard a story about a slaughterhouse in Iowa where 58% of their employees tested positive for coronavirus. It explodes in these environments, and that's horrible for many reasons. And one of the reasons is that these industries that were planning to send a bunch of pigs to be killed at these slaughterhouses now have all these pigs, and they can't send them to the slaughterhouse, so they have to decide what they're going to do about that. And unfortunately, what was already obviously an extremely dire and horrifying situation for animals becomes even more so. And so I'm going to pull that up here on the screen. What you're seeing here, this is an article in The Intercept by the Pulitzer Prize winning journalist Glenn Greenwald, and this was this investigation, and like Raven, we were able to work with a whistleblower, an industry whistleblower in Iowa, and this is actually an individual who is probably about to be taking a very courageous step and publicly announcing and being open with the world about who he is and what he did, and that's incredible because I think there are so many people out there who want to express their appreciation to this guy. But anyways, through the course of months, this industry whistleblower had contacted us and said, hey, there's some horrible things happening in these farms, and this was actually before coronavirus, but this is an ongoing conversation. One thing leads to another. And what you see here on this screen is this article, which was really the culmination of this investigation, where this whistleblower was able to assist us, and we were able to plant cameras, and we were able to obtain, as you see here, the headline, Hidden Video and Whistleblower Reveal Gruesome Mass Extermination Method for Iowa Pigs Amid Pandemic. And so what we're talking about is what the industry refers to as ventilation shutdown. And that's a very benign sounding euphemism for a form of depopulation, which is itself another very benign sounding euphemism for basically just the mass killing of animals. And in this method, what they do is they trap pigs, thousands of them inside a barn at a time. They crank up the heat, they pump in steam, and they cook thousands of pigs alive. And it's over a course of hours. Many of these animals, and we have the audio to show it. If people, I mean, I think it's, you know, horrifying and horrible to have to look at it. But if you know, it can be certainly make an impact on people. You can check it out at the Direct Action Everywhere Facebook page. Look at the videos and go back about 10 videos or so. You'll see it's a 2.5 hour clip that's just this pure audio, and you can hear this for yourself. And I'm going to show a short video here. This video is not super graphic. I mean, well, actually, in parts it is kind of graphic, but it's not as horrifying perhaps as it sounds with my describing it here. But I think it's really important that people see this. So I'm going to play this. This is a video that was produced by The Intercept. It's three minutes and something long, less than 4 minutes long, and then we'll rejoin you here.
So this is the pen where they're going to load the trucks in and load the pigs in here, and they have it all sealed off, insulated, and they're pumping in steam from the machine outside, and they're going to roast the pigs alive.
Iowa Falls, Hardin County, Hampton, Grundy County. Everything around here. That is Iowa Select. That is big pork. Employee shutdowns caused massive backup. No places to put these pigs. Early talks kind of scared me about massive pig kill-offs of healthy pigs. Pigs that now
southeast corner in the inlet, and it was pointed toward the steam hoses.
Could they see them?
Could they see the?
Could they see any harm done?
I don't know. From the cameras where the cameras were setting, it would give a view. It would give a view of the pen across from one side of the building to the other. I would say that.
What are the personal and professional risks that you feel like you would face if you actually came forward on the record in your name? Like, why have you decided that's not something you feel like you can comfortably do?
The empathy with these animals. What I've been witnessing with these pigs being killed. It's profit over everything.
Yeah, so there you kind of got a glimpse of it, and again, apologies for the really tough footage for people to watch, obviously, and I think what you're just seeing is more of the same, fundamentally, what we're talking about here, in that there's a fundamentally this industry that's where animals are, it's pure profit, and the more you look at it and the more you think about it and the more you see what's going on here, you realize that there's this is not, It's not a bad apple. It's not, one instance here or there. This is fundamental to the system. And frankly, I mean, if you think about what sort of animal care would an individual deem acceptable, then I think that the best way to think about that is like think about, well, if you have a dog or a cat at home, that's kind of the level of care that ordinary people are okay with. So, well, if your dog gets sick, you take your dog to the vet, and if the vet bill, if your dog is sick and it costs hundreds of dollars, then hundreds of dollars is what you pay. And obviously, when we're talking about an industry where these animals are existing not, for, individuals are not looking out for the animal's best interest, but they're in fact trying to turn a profit. When you look at, Costco, the shelves of Costco, where there are rotisserie chickens for $5, and you think about that entire supply chain where a chicken was inseminated, a chicken laid an egg, the egg was incubated, the egg hatched, and then that baby was fed and was, put in the environment that allowed it to grow up, and then transported, and then killed, and then cut up, and then put in a package, and then roasted at Costco, and then purchased by a consumer, and the cashier...
The video has 700,000 views.
Yeah. All right. So, so anyway, it's, that was, Raven, I'm not sure if she meant to speak on the thing, but, enthusiastic about getting a lot of visibility on this one, for sure. So, a lot of views on this one, which is, obviously the name of the game here is in terms of the exposure we're, looking to create. But anyways, as I was saying, it's, and we were able to peel back the veil here a little bit. So to give you, a little more of an insight into the situation there in Iowa with this ventilation shutdown, they had sent their employees an email talking, and they literally used the word humane to describe this practice of roasting thousands of pigs alive, where some of them are literally taking hours to die. It just defies... I feel like I don't even need to complete the sentence. Like, it's pretty obvious, but they're telling their employees how humane this is. And then you see what happens once they realize we had footage, these panicked phone calls that we recorded with a hidden audio recorder. And these employees are saying, oh, like, what were their cameras pointed at? What did they capture? What were they able to see? And so Raven, are you trying to talk? I don't know if this,
yeah, go ahead.
Okay, yeah, I'll we'll come back to here momentarily if I'll just finish about here the situation in Iowa where they so you hear, this is the conversations that are happening behind the scenes while the company is sending out these emails and these press releases talking about how humane they're treating their animals, talking about how how they're under attack. They use the word attack from animal rights activists. They've recently used the word terrorism. So yes, that one's back in play. So us, capturing footage of this and showing the world that they're roasting thousands of pigs alive. They have defined me multiple times. They've referred to me as a terrorist in court documentation. And so, It speaks for itself, and it is absolutely the norm. Their bottom line is like, if you were in this industry, so you say like, well, isn't there a way to do this right? Isn't there a way, for somebody, like, they can't all just be bad actors or whatever? And it's like, well, the people who you just don't get to be a CEO of a massive corporation like Jeff Hansen, who's the owner of Iowa Select Farms, who has multiple mansions worth hundreds of millions of dollars. If you're not a person who is willing to roast pigs alive, if you are not a ruthless profit seeker who is just going to go to the end of the earth and do what's profit seeking, you're going to get undercut by the next guy in line. Somebody in line who says, you know what? This is a horrifying situation. Even if they say, okay, let's just say we have to kill these pigs, but let me go find, whatever, a lethal injection that maybe costs $10 each. Well, if you're paying $10 for 2,000 pigs, that's $20,000, and that's a heck of a lot more than it costs to load them all into the barn and just roast them alive. So, I mean, it's the whole system, just top to bottom, it's just not permissive. If you are doing it the right way, you're going to be not doing it at all. You just simply can't afford to. So that's the bottom line. I just really want to impress that upon people. 99% of the animals raised for food in this country are raised in factory farm settings. It's the norm. I mean, it's beyond the norm. It's practically all there is. So anyway,
They're just getting into California now.
Okay. Yeah, Raven, can you kind of give us an update on what's going on there?
we've just crossed into California. So these individuals from Smithfield have now, are now about to be violating the law about cruel animal confinement. As I mentioned in the film Unseen at DxE.io/unseen, and I did mention that I'm really, really grateful to everyone who's taken 10 minutes to just watch that and help educate yourself about some of the things this industry is trying to hide from us. And that's just a glimpse. It's just a glimpse of someone like me who had no budget and very little experience doing this. I've never made a documentary before. This is something that someone like me can help show you. What else are they hiding from us that you'll never see? You'll never know until maybe it's too late. So yeah, we just crossed into California. California voters voted to outlaw cruel animal confinement, like the gestation crates used at Smithfield, where mothers who are used like machines are forcibly impregnated to have babies who are then taken away from her, the ones who survive, because many of them don't. Many of them are too weak. They're run, so they're too small to even find a nipple to suckle, and they just die. They just die right next to the mothers who are kept in these crates, too small to turn around. They can't even turn around to see all of their babies and to give them the love that a mother would give their children. And so they're kept in these conditions that California voters said that's not right. So they passed a law banning animals who are kept in cruel confinement. But of course, this relies on the industry being transparent about how do they treat these animals. And of course, they're not transparent. So if you read the law, all Smithfield has to do is provide a piece of paper that says, oh yeah, we don't do that. And as we know, we can't trust Smithfield because their motivation is profit. So these slaughterhouses in California are accepting these animals, which we should through undercover investigations. And these are animals. They are designed to live in nature. So this is a completely unnatural, inhumane system that California voters have rejected. And they're saying, no, we're not going to accept this. So the law goes into effect at the first of next year. But of course, the industry is going to do a lot of work to try to hide how these animals are being kept. So we're watching these individuals who have now been brought into California, the California voters saying, no, this is wrong. And they're still doing it as though nothing matters, because in the end, it's just profit. This is all just being done for profit. They're exploiting animals for profit. Lying to the public.
Okay, and looks like Raven's feed there might have frozen up a little bit on us. Sorry about that, y'all. So they have actually just entered into California, and so that is
still working.
Okay, yeah, I think it just came back here. So yeah, Raven, maybe you want to just back up like 30 seconds, and then as you were saying.
Sorry, I'm not sure what you heard last, but yeah, so we're following pigs, and technically this is illegal, that these pigs are being brought into California where voters have outlawed cruel confinement. So it just, the industry will do whatever it takes to make a profit, and whoever they have to exploit and whoever they have to kill, to be honest, is what they're going to do to make their profit. So companies like Smithfield, yeah, that's why we're doing.
Yeah, we can't follow up. There's no pickups. Or no, yeah, very clear signage.
So Matt, I'm not sure if you can still hear me.
Yeah, you're good now. It was cutting out, but I think you're good now. Go ahead.
Okay, I'm sorry. I'm just gonna catch it. So we are now going into the California. Not sure that you can see the trucks. It's so dark. We're going into the as anyone who's crossed the state line from another state into California, you're required to stop for inspection. For example, if you have any produce from another state or anything. So technically, this is the place that someone here should say, hey, wait a minute, what's going on here? You're bringing in a truckload of animals from another state. Like, what are you doing with them? What's going on? Where do they come from? Look, they look like they're infected. Why are you bringing these into California? But of course, they're probably just going to be waved through, and so we'll be on the other side waiting for them, as we're just going through here now. There wasn't even anyone to stop us, or to ask us any questions. So we're going to pull over and wait for those trucks to come through. We're not sure if there's anyone inspecting them. But yeah, so we're just pulling over for a minute while they're stopping. I might just hop out to see if maybe I can catch one of those trucks. We're just going to see what happens here. Trying to stop these trucks to see what's going on. And that's a slaughter truck right there. He's stopping. Obviously, I'm going to stay out of the road to keep everyone safe here. It looks like they're having a conversation with the driver. And these are 2 slaughter trucks now. So they're having a conversation about the driver. What's going on? Hi. Hi, do you work here?
Yeah, I do.
Hi, do you know that these pigs in this truck were kept in cruel confinement, which California voters have passed a law outlawing? Can you ask him to talk to the driver?
Chris, I need your help out here ASAP, please.
Okay, they have just waved the truck through. So there goes the first truck. And that conversation with the driver was probably 30 seconds. So they didn't even take a look at the animals inside. This probably happens, well, it does happen on a daily basis for them. So it's just been normalized to the point where they don't even ask questions. And if any of those pigs were suffering from an infectious disease that we are not testing for, an emerging zoonotic disease like a coronavirus, it is now in California. And there goes the other truck. So we're gonna hop in to continue so we can catch up to them because it looks like they're going fast. We need to go. Get in here. Okay.
What's speeding up?
Yeah.
With the door wide open. All right.
Yeah, that's really telling, and I think par for the course with what we've seen. I mean, I believe the woman that you were talking to there, I don't want to distract you guys, like catch up, do what you got to do. I think she was genuinely confused by what you were talking about. And that's what we've seen across the board is really this game of hot potato when it comes to animal welfare, where, the USDA points to your local authorities point to your state authorities, and it's just everybody points to everybody else and nobody knows a damn thing about it. And so, Californians, Californians, put in all this energy to pass these laws, and it is not easy to get something like Proposition 2 on the ballot. And make sure if you're on the Skype call, if you're muted, if you're not trying to talk on the live stream, people put in all this energy and collect thousands of votes and pass something that California has passed. Actually, they passed Proposition 2 and Proposition 12 to, at least on paper, groundbreaking animal rights bills that were passed in California. The problem is that enforcement just doesn't exist, like bottom line. And I mean, what Raven saw was one example. I couldn't even quite make out what that person was heard, but she was obviously very much you know, some combination of uninterested and confused and whatever, and that was just like the end of it. And that's what we see, and it doesn't matter if we have clear-cut evidence of criminal conduct. It simply doesn't matter. The laws just simply do not apply to these powerful actors, to these billion-dollar corporations. They just you just forget about it. It just doesn't get enforced, and prosecutors unfortunately have that discretion where they can just choose to enforce it or choose to not enforce it. And Cassie, who you just saw here moments ago, she's someone who is facing felony charges in Raven. Can you tell? Are you or I don't know if you're able to update us on what you're doing there with the walkie-talkie. I'm not sure if there's something significant going on.
Yeah, so we're just checking in with the second car to see if they have eyes on the trucks, because the trucks were diverted in scale. So they'll be weighed again now that they've crossed to another state. And like you said, Matt, if everyone's pointing the finger at everyone else, and clearly the federal government isn't interested in helping anyone, it falls under the states. So when these trucks pass between state lines, who's supposed to protect us? Who's supposed to protect the victims? In California, it's trying, but
yeah,
need to take it very seriously to take action.
And that's exactly right. And to the extent that anything is enforced when it comes to animal agriculture, it's human centric. So the FDA and the USDA, they have a certain level of concern for human well-being. Or you look at the scale, they're being weighed right now. Well, that's to determine. It's not saying like, well, let's figure out how many pigs they have on board and see if the conditions are too crowded from an animal welfare perspective. No, they're weighing them, the same way that they would weigh it if it was a trailer full of potatoes. It's purely, it's to say like, well, we don't want you to be a hazard on the roadway for humans. That if there's too much weight, it has nothing to do with animal welfare, and so anything that's a pure animal welfare conversation is completely, to say it's secondary, would suggest that it exists at all, which it really doesn't, unfortunately. So just to clarify on that, so it's better that they're being stopped than not, but they're not being stopped on grounds of animal welfare. That's for certain.
Yeah, Matt. So we're just stopped. We're going to wait for the truck to go through the scales. As we learned, they just don't stop. They just go pass through slowly. So it probably won't take too long. So yeah, we're gonna wait here for the trucks and catch up to them on their journey into California.
So your understanding is that they'll probably go through pretty quickly, or?
Yeah, they're just gonna roll through the scales. It seems like it's all kind of automated and electronic, so they don't actually stop to be inspected or anything like that. And that's the real problem. I think you're right. The person I was speaking to, it all happened so fast. But of course, she was just like, wait, what? She just didn't understand, and she called for a supervisor, I assume, to come, sort things out and figure out what was going on. But by that time, the truck was already leaving. The trucks were already in California. So we can't afford to lose them. So we're gonna try to wait here and catch them back up again. The sun is just set, so it's quite dark.
Yeah.
So it might be difficult to spot these trucks because they're gonna blend in with lots of other trucks, just like they always do every night. And other people in their cars aren't even gonna see these victims. They're not gonna see the faces and these eyes looking out at them, wondering what's going on. Why are they being treated this way? What did they do to deserve this? And then of course the workers at the other end are already starting to wait for them to arrive. And I doubt there are very many workers who look forward to this. These workers are working as a job. They want a good job that provides for them and maybe their families. Do this job, or they're fired, and then what are they going to do? And they're just like stuck in this situation where they can be exploited. A lot of them are undocumented. So the constant threat of deportation, the constant threat of having the police called on them or having ICE called on them is there. And so they're so vulnerable to the exploitation of these companies. If they get injured, what are they going to do? They're going to lose their job, and the company's not going to take care of them. So now they're injured, and they've had to go through all of this, and they've probably caught something like COVID-19 at the slaughterhouse. So like these human workers are just as exploited as these animals at the end of the day. They're just seen as tools in the machine. So we're still just waiting for the trucks. I'm not sure if Curtis can spots them. It looks like he's got his stream going.
All right. Yeah. So yeah, I guess as we're waiting here, I wanted to, I guess on that note, or go ahead, Curtis.
Yes. The last time I saw the trucks, they were stopped, parked at that weigh station, both of them. I don't know if they're just having a little powwow. I don't know if they're just gonna try to wait us out or something. But yeah, we're pulled off the highway, and we're just kind of waiting to see what they're gonna do. But yeah, I'm gonna get out of the vehicle so I can get a better glimpse of the highway.
Okay, so I'll keep an eye on your YouTube and see if anything if there's anything happening, or if we're just kind of waiting on them, and we will come back to you if need be. I did want to touch on that note as Raven was talking about where these workers are exploited, and this is work that nobody wants to be doing inside of these slaughterhouses, we'll catch up with all done there and see what that's all about, but work that nobody wants to be doing. And Smithfield taking it a step further, where we have these people who are largely undocumented. Whoops, let me cut back over to that. Who are largely undocumented, who do not want to be here, do not want these jobs whatsoever, are then blamed for this coronavirus outbreak. So Smithfield, here you see on the screen, actually, let me get that logo out of the way so we can see what we're doing here. So these people who don't want these jobs to begin with, there's a reason that it's undocumented people. It's because nobody wants to work them, and it's only the people who are already vulnerable and exploited by society that have to take these jobs. And then when there's an outbreak, Smithfield goes around and blames them, and blames talk about punching down, blaming the victim, etc., etc. Smithfield's blaming living circumstances in certain cultures for one of America's largest COVID-19 clusters. So when there's this massive outbreak in Smithfield slaughterhouses, they blame the culture, quote unquote, and long story short, what they're saying is like, well, our workers, many of them live a lot of people to a home, a lot of people live in the same house, and so it's these crowded conditions, and that's so they're spreading it to one another, which is like, yeah, you mean they're working terrible jobs that they hate, that they're not paid enough, and it's not like, it's like, well, boy, why did it just not dawn on them? Like, boy, maybe I should just live in a nice penthouse. Why don't I just do the same thing that the Smithfield executives are doing? It didn't cross my brain to just live in a multi-million-dollar mansion. Geez, what a brilliant idea. I just have chosen to just, live with 10 people in the same household. No, it's because these folks have no choice. And furthermore, why is it that these outbreaks, why aren't there clusters of coronavirus outbreaks happening with plant agriculture? I mean, there are other jobs with it that are largely these same cultures that they don't have these clusters. So, I mean, what they're saying is just outrageous, it's classist, it's racist, and it happens to be wrong on top of it. And so, I mean, this is just evil on top of evil on top of evil, and it's because, if they weren't this way, they wouldn't be in business. And if the CEO wasn't saying these horribly offensive things and scapegoating everybody under the sun, blaming animal rights activists, blaming these exploited workers, completely disregarding animals, if you're not doing that, you're out of business. And if you're a CEO and you're not doing that, you're out of a job. That's the bottom line. So, I mean, it's the system top to bottom that's rotten. It's not bad actors. It's not one bad company. It's not one bad CEO. It's this system and this industry that's fundamentally flawed, and we simply need to move on. So, anyways, we're gonna go back and play this documentary one more time here. Well, at least one more time. And this is again, I'm gonna pull it up here. It's DxE.io/unseen is the documentary. And I'll pull that up here. This is the documentary that Raven Deerbrook made happen to top to bottom, from producing it to it, folks. And this is a 10-minute and 40-second documentary. Oh, hey, y'all have an update over there? All right. So if you're on Skype, and I'm not sure if you're trying to talk to us, but if not, you could mute it otherwise. But I'm going to pull up this documentary. Just 1 second. All right, I appreciate you bearing with me here, folks. I clicked away because I was not thinking very much. So it should be 1 second here. I'll get that documentary here for you. Please do share this live stream if you have not already. It is obviously super crucial. The name of the game for us here is exposure, getting as many eyeballs as possible on this content, and shining a light on what's happening inside of these horrible places with this horrible industry. And without further ado, we are going to go ahead and play this documentary, Unseen.
A meatpacking facility, a slaughterhouse in the heart of California. These places exist in the shadows, so we're never shown what happens inside. It begins on a factory farm, like Smithfield's Circle 4, hidden away from scrutiny in the Utah desert. Inside the world's largest pig producer, individuals are reduced to units of production. With mothers and their newborns trapped in metal cages, the machine of animal agriculture does its work in secret, creating suffering on a scale never before imagined, and building the perfect storm for pathogens in the process. California voters have been trying to outlaw these operations, but as an industry with little oversight, the state continues to truck in animals from places like Circle 4. After 6 months of confinement at Smithfield, individuals who survive are crowded on top of each other, up to 200 at a time, into steel transport trucks for a 700-mile journey through the heat of the Southwest, without food or water or anyone to care. So I followed them as they were driven all day and into the night, while they dreamed of escape. But this isn't their ride to freedom.
Someone has to share their story.
Thanks to a whistleblower, I was given a window into a business built on killing. They arrived sick, thirsty, and scared into unfamiliar surroundings, while they're beaten into the holding pens so the next truckload can come. Some of them lay dead on the truck, while others are painfully crippled, and individuals who've become too sick to walk on their own are executed with a bolt gun instead of receiving medical attention. Workers themselves suffer routine physical injuries, which are often unreported for fear of reprisal. And the psychological impact of the work has long-lasting effects. carrying diseases from factory farms across the continent, some of the pigs continue to weaken and die. Those who perish suddenly are simply labeled dead. Others who show obvious signs of illness are sometimes killed and briefly examined, but only the symptoms of their diseases are ever determined. To the industry, the misery endured by these individuals and the risks of their diseases are merely an inconvenience to be covered up for the sake of profit. So too are the workers treated, constantly exposed to suffering, disease, and death, without understanding the risks, as though they were human expendables. An industry so focused on profit over personal suffering can only create one terrible outcome. Is this who we really are? Even if they make it inside, their reward is one of the most cruel endings possible for anyone. A gas chamber. As they are pushed forward, they limp into the loader together, and for the first time in their life, they see their own reflection in a mirror used to lure their attention. Before being forced into the gas chamber gondola, load after load, the USDA tells us that gas chambers are humane, but see for yourself. Over 8,000 individuals are gassed like this at this facility every week. These facilities are designed to profit on killing at any cost. The industry wants to be trusted to regulate itself, but how do you regulate an operation so focused on bloodshed? They're supposed to be killed before they wake up again, but the supervisors fail to prevent routine mistakes in the slaughter process. Infections are so common and run so deep. An inspector is dedicated to cut out what they can see, so the rest of their body can be sold as though they were healthy. This is animal agriculture. industry wants us to focus on what we put in our mouth or buy in a store, on an object, not its origin. But what happens if we ignore the warnings while building our house on injustice? How can we achieve peace while a body means more than a life? How can we nurture love when oppression is on our plate and the truth is hidden from us, without laws to protect victims in a system created by greed?
We're basically building the highways for these microbes to transfer into our bodies.
It's having tragic consequences right now with over 20 deaths just in the last week.
People think I'm not a cow, I'm not a pig, I'm not an animal, so it doesn't care. But people can think, oh, I'm not this race, or I'm not this gender. That doesn't make it right.
Rescue the victims of oppression. Challenge violence with the power of compassion. Create the laws that value morality. End exploitation at its foundation. Expose the truth to protect our future. To prevent pandemics while we still can. Turn towards suffering with the strength of mercy. Because our fates are connected. If we don't stop this industry.
Much beat. All right, so there you have it. That was the documentary that kind of made this all happen here today. That was Unseen, and we're joined here, kind of getting into nightfall here, but you can see a little bit Raven Deerbrook there on the screen. You'll recognize her, of course, from the footage you were just watching there. The investigator and the producer of this documentary. And can you give us a little update on the situation there, where you're at?
Yeah, so for those who saw the film and that very long journey through the desert, we're actually about halfway through that journey, to a similar journey from Smithfield Circle 4 facility in Utah to a slaughterhouse in California. And it actually, the sun just set, so it's a little difficult to see, but I am in the white truck that you might be able to see on the live stream ahead. We've got a large caution sign on the back to draw attention to the fact that there are slaughter trucks ahead of us. And so we've been following 2 slaughter trucks from Utah all the way through St. George, Las Vegas, and now into California to document their experience and to show you that this is happening on a daily basis. Every night, trucks are coming from Smithfield Circle 4 and other facilities to slaughterhouses in California and across the country, carrying individuals who've been mistreated and abused their entire lives, who are suffering from illnesses that are not tested for, that are not understood, and they're just sent around the country in the middle of the night. So we're here to see what we can see in these trucks, and then hopefully we'll be able to stop and give them some compassion at the end of that journey, and maybe even talk to one of the drivers or something like that, because everyone has something to say about this industry. And if you are a worker or someone who works with any of these facilities, we urge you to speak up. You can do so confidentially with us, and just share your experiences, tell us your stories, because Unseen was only possible because a whistleblower was able to help me. And I've never done any documentary before, and I don't have very much experience with investigation work. I'm basically just a random person from the public who is able to bring you just a glimpse of what's happening in these facilities. And if that's what I was able to uncover, over just a few months, imagine what DxE, based on what I found during this investigation, and they said they quote unquote took appropriate action. We see no suspension notice issued in their own database. we were asking them, what action did you take, if any, actually, because the USDA is there to protect the profits of the industry. They do test for, sometimes they do microbial testing for foodborne pathogens. That is true. But they don't test for these emerging zoonotic viruses that are breeding on facilities like Smithfield's factory farm, Circle 4, where over 500,000 individuals are kept confined in filthy conditions. They are denied medical care for their wounds. They are pumped full of antibiotics like agromycin to try to control their infections. And with their immune compromised immune systems, that leaves them susceptible to viral pathogens. So none of this is being shared with anyone. These pathogens are just breeding in the dark. We're trusting these corporations somehow to be kind to animals, to treat workers fairly, to protect the public from pathogens. That's not in any of that's not in nothing we have seen shows that they're interested in any of that. It's all for profit. And they're tricking the public into supporting this by lying to them. So we just want Smithfield to tell the truth. We want them to show the public what they're really doing. We want to show them what they're doing to these communities, poisoning their water, giving their infants high mortality rates of birth defects. And we just want the truth to come out. I'm sorry, I'm very tired driving all day.
Yeah. Definitely. That's so well said, and thanks so much for hanging in there. It's a haul for sure. And I want to actually, I'm going to read a comment right here. This is Kevin Smith. Says your commentary on your video, Raven, is so eloquent and inspiring. I was over here.
Thank you so much. Thank you. I've not, obviously, I've never done a voiceover before, except for like a couple of
I'm over here talking to Cassie, like, what does she keep apologizing for? You're like, oh, I've never done this. I'm sorry I'm not Joaquin Phoenix.
This deserves, I tell you, this kind of work, it shouldn't take someone like me. I'm houseless, I have no money. My only motivation is compassion and trying to protect our future and trying to get companies like Smithfield to stop exploiting workers and to stop abusing animals. I mean, I see that as a possibility for all of us. It's actually pretty easy. We can stop today if we try. So that's my motivation, and it shouldn't take someone like me to risk my life and my safety to try to go into these places and expose the stuff that's happening every day. I mean, these skills, it takes, we should have so many more people getting active, so many more people who have better skills, who know how to, who how to go in here and document this stuff. And it's rarely happening. We rarely see this stuff as it is. So thank you so much for your comment. That really means a lot to me. Thank you.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I think a lot of people probably feel likewise. We have another comment here from Leaf Youngs. Actually, I can probably answer this one, having my dad's a longtime truck driver. I actually was a truck driver myself for a time period, saying what happens if they are overweight, which looks like they're back on the road, so kind of a moot point here. But when trucks are overweight, I think it can vary. If you're a little bit overweight, well, maybe they do nothing, or maybe they write a fine or something like that. If a truck were to be significantly overweight, they may stop you right there if it's hazardous enough. But in any case, I think they're back on the road.
Yes, that's right. We're back on the road. We now see another slaughter truck that's caught up to this one we've been following. This is the one we've been following right here. And then there's a third one in front of them. So now a third slaughter truck has joined our convoy. We know from observational experience that Smithfield sends many trucks just at the end of the day in the darkness to slaughterhouses. And so now we have 3 slaughter trucks with us. Very depressing. 600 individuals now being trucked without food or water or anyone but us to even notice them. So we're hoping to draw attention and hopefully raise awareness. So if you can share this live stream, please do. And if you can share the short 10-minute documentary, Unseen, DxE.io/unseen, to anyone who who might be interested in what's happening in our backyards, that's you know, that's something that people have never really seen before, please share it. Please share it with everyone if you can, because the only way we're going to protect our future, to help workers, and to stop this exploitation of animals is to expose Smithfield for who they are, and expose this industry for the fraud that the lies they've been telling consumers all this time. So we are now in the middle of 3 slaughter trucks, and we're trying to figure out where we're going to be, because I guess technically, yeah, they're going very slow up this hill right now, as you can probably see from the other footage. I don't know, Matt, can people see the other?
So I had it just cut to you, but let me go ahead and get the side by side with them going. So yeah, we see you sitting there, and we see the other vehicle driving down the road. The video.
Yeah. So we are now behind. Our white vehicle is now behind one slaughter truck and in front of a second slaughter truck. I made eyes briefly with one of the truck drivers at the port of entry for California, and you know, he doesn't look like a bad person. I don't believe that any of these human beings who are made to do this work, I don't believe they're bad people, and I don't hate them at all. I think they've found themselves in a situation where they don't understand what's happening to these animals. They've maybe never been taught how to empathize with these animals, and to them it's just a job, and they're so detached from what's happening, and they certainly don't understand the risks of the diseases that they're exposed to. So I want to see better jobs for drivers too. When I've seen news reports of slaughter truck drivers in car crashes, my heart breaks, not just for the pigs, but for them too, and for anyone else involved in the crash, because this whole thing is avoidable. There's no reason hundreds of individuals need to be trucked through the night to their death after being abused their entire lives, full of diseases. There's no reason for any of it but the profit for Smithfield. And so the sooner we wake up and realize that this is not normal, it's not necessary, and it's certainly not natural, then we can change the system. We can create better jobs for workers. We can create better jobs for truck drivers who won't find themselves in these situations, and certainly we'll create a better future for all the animals who have been exploited this entire time.
Definitely. Thanks so much for that. We are actually, I think, shortly going to be in contact with the activists in LA who will be awaiting you all when you get there. They will be doing a vigil. A lot of the folks are probably familiar with Save Vigils. I guess some of the folks joining us via Now This are maybe not, but this is a different animal rights organization, the Save Movement, or I guess now the Animal Save Movement, where folks are at slaughterhouses, and when pigs come in and they've had this harrowing journey that's really commonplace. This is probably a little more extreme example than many, but pigs that come to slaughterhouses are desperate for water and desperate for comfort. For activists will reach out, just a touch, a hand, to kind of pet the animals, offer whatever comfort we can, songs like soft, comforting songs, that sort of thing, whatever gesture we can. Obviously, it's not a whole heck of a lot in the grand scheme of things for those individuals. I mean, yes and no. I mean, it kind of hard to really say, but I think you know what I'm saying there. These animals are about to be killed, and we want to provide comfort for them, and hopefully provide some inspiration across the board to the workers, to the any media coverage, social media, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. So we'll be joining some folks in LA who are awaiting that very soon, and yeah, do we Raven, do you know about how far away you all are from LA? All right, Raven looks like she's frozen. Curtis or Carla, can you give us an update on how far out you are?
Sorry, we're just losing signal.
Oh, you're good now, Raven.
Okay, yeah. So sorry, we were just in a spot of bad signal. We're going up kind of a steep hill right now. But yeah, so we were actually delayed a little while at the scales, where a third truck joined them. So we estimate around midnight that we're going to get there. It's 9 o'clock right now.
I mean, we
Okay.
are.
So we're just so now we're following 3 trucks. It's possible that in the near future that some of one or more of these trucks will turn north to go to Yosemite Foods in Stockton or another facility in Northern California. But most likely, all of these trucks are destined for Smithfield's Farmer John's slaughterhouse in LA, which is quite a terrifying place, to be honest. And I can only imagine being a worker at that facility, having to go in there every day, and how that affects them and how they end up in that position. And yeah, I want to create a better system for all of these people, for all of the victims of animal agriculture, human or non-human. So we're just taking a little bit of a detour and exit so we can actually get behind the trucks, because we found ourselves right in the middle of them, and they seem to have a convoy going. At a lot of times they were right right side by side with each other, and we're not sure why.
It seems like they're trying to fuck with us for sure.
But it looks like they're trying to lose us. Maybe one of the trucks snuck out the exit we ended up taking to try to get behind them, and now they are stopping on the side of the road. Let me switch my camera, maybe you can see. But yeah, there is 1, 2, 3. Is there a fourth one?
There's 3 as far as we know.
Okay, so we still have 3 slaughter trucks. It looks like they're getting back on the highway now. So I know it's difficult to see. It's so dark, and this camera doesn't zoom in. But yeah, so we're back on the highway now. It looks like maybe they were trying to lose us, but we know where they're going. So I'm not sure what the point is. And I hope they realize, at least personally, I can't speak for anyone else, but personally, I'm not against truck drivers. I'm not against these slaughter truck drivers. I think that must be very grueling work to have to do this. The video that you'll see in Unseen at DxE.io/unseen, you can see one of the truck drivers having to drag a dead individual off of one of these trucks. And they have to do that day after day after day. I can't imagine anyone who would want to do that. So we want to create a better system for them too. And I think they're better than this. They shouldn't be trucking victims through the night by the hundreds to their death. I think I think they've ended up in that situation, and I think they I think they can do better. So we're just gonna keep following them. We'll see what happens. They've probably never experienced this before. I don't know of anyone else who has ever followed victims from their point of origin at Smithfield Circle 4 Farms, where they've been abused their entire life, and followed those trucks through the night to the slaughterhouse. So these drivers are probably completely bewildered about what's going on and why we would even be interested in this. They probably don't know anything about these pigs. They don't know what these conditions are inside the sheds. They don't know. They probably haven't watched the mini documentary, so they probably don't know anything about this industry except they've got a job to do, and they do this job, and they just hope they can go home or sleep, I guess, and forget about it, because a lot of these drivers basically I'm seeing them live on the road. They sleep in the back lot of Yosemite Foods sometimes. They just park their trucks and sleep there for the night amidst the screaming pigs and the smells. And what an awful existence, what an awful line of work to be caught in. So we want them to have a better life too, but most importantly, we're here for the victims, the hundreds of individuals who have no choice, that they were born into this cruel system that Smithfield profits from, and yeah, so these diseases that they're carrying, not only are they suffering from it, but now humanity is starting to suffer from them too. And if we don't take action, we're going to see some really horrible emerging zoonotic pathogens, either a coronavirus or some other type of virus. That it's just such a perfect system to create and to spread pathogens. And now that we understand the risks of COVID-19 and how easily viruses spread, even when we're aware of them and we can test for them and take precautions against them. There's really nothing to stop a virus from hijacking an innocent pig and being spread first to workers, because the workers are going to be on the front line at the slaughterhouse, the truckers, at the facility, and they're going to be the first ones probably to suffer, just like they're suffering now from COVID-19 because their supervisors can't keep them safe. So yeah. Back to you, Matt.
All right, yeah, thank you so much for all of that, Raven. We got a comment here from Karen Rubio, says, just tweet at the governor. That's one good thing to do. That is our kind of near-term ask, is a moratorium for California Governor Gavin Newsom to end the construction of new factory farms and slaughterhouses, which is very much in alignment with people, especially animal rights folks, would be aware that Senator Cory Booker, among others, introduced a similar bill at the federal level. Frankly, and unfortunately, there's not a lot of hope for that one to pass at the federal level, but it does seem like something that we could do at the California level. And I do want to also shout out Karen Rubio, a DxE activist who new to my knowledge, a writer for Sentient Media, wrote a fantastic article about this horror show about depopulation that's happening, and including DxE's investigation and otherwise, which is really just one of the litany of horrors that have come along with the coronavirus crisis, but also I think an important opportunity for us to shine a light, and really it's exacerbated everything that's been wrong with animal agriculture for a long time, to the point that it can no longer be ignored when animals are being roasted alive and shown, that was the investigation I was a part of, or when these rotten carcasses are out in the open for animals to pick at them and spread diseases everywhere. It does present a useful opportunity. The horror show is an opportunity for us to spread awareness and to create that change. And as much as investigators and a documentary producer now, as Raven, are a part of that, so too are folks like Karen, who are out there spreading the word. So really just an amazing community of people, everybody kind of chipping in their own various ways. So thank you so much for that, Karen, and for your comment and support here on the live stream.
So the LA Vigil is getting started. We should be able to go over there in a couple minutes here.
Okay, cool. Yeah, we're gonna give people a look into that, excuse me, and see what's going on over there. If people are not people may not be aware of this place, this Farmer John slaughterhouse outside of Los Angeles. It has, you can't even believe it. I mean, that this thing is real. This thing has this mural around this slaughterhouse is just the creepiest, weirdest thing ever. It's got like all this like imagery of pigs on farms, and they kind of have like demon eyes, and the farm, I don't know what somebody was thinking, but it kind of seems apt for this location in a way that's very strange, because you don't expect animal agriculture to sort of represent itself somewhat accurately. So we'll probably get a look at that as well here. So what's can you update us on the situation with these trucks? I mean, I know you mentioned earlier it seemed like they were trying to lose us. Like, do we have, what's going on there? Maybe Curtis, maybe give Raven a break from talking. Curtis, can you update us on some stuff?
Yeah, sure. Hold on a second. So the two trucks that we had been following stopped at some way station, but then they kind of pulled off, and it looked just like they were just hanging out. So we drove like a mile and a half up the road, and we stopped at a nice overpass, and I hung out there at the overpass for about 25 minutes. We all did, just kind of waiting and watching for the trucks to come through. And we finally, after about a half an hour, they rolled through. But interestingly enough, there's actually a third truck, a part of this convoy now. Originally from Utah, it was only the two. Now there's three. So I don't know if it came from the same place. More than likely it did. It just pulled off and took a break. But since we picked back up with them, it seems like they're kind of playing games with us. For a while, they were going 30 miles an hour. They weren't letting us get around them. They were kind of moving in and out of the lanes as we were, and now it seems to be back to normal, back to usual. So that's kind of the situation, and we are, if anyone's just joining, again, we started this journey just outside of Minersville, Utah. That's where Circle 4 Farms is. That's where their giant operation is. It's just west of Minersville, maybe five miles. And we are following these 2 trucks, and now there's 3. There's a third that recently joined this convoy of slaughter trucks, but we've been following them all the way from Minersville. And
here comes the other one.
Oh, the second truck is passing us right now. That's fine. Just maintain your speed. We're fine. We are about 3 hours from our final destination, which is LA, about 200 miles. Let's see here. I'm gonna try to get this truck passing us. Gurney Trucking Company. Apparently, this company only works with pretty much exclusively works with Smithfield and Circle 4 up in Utah. Pretty sure they're based out of Utah. I can't remember which city it was.
This is the third one coming.
Oh, so the third one is passing now.
Oh, and now he's putting his brakes on.
So it'll be okay to hang back for now. We don't need to be at the front. Over.
Yeah, I'll just stay here.
Yeah, copy, Lewis. Thank you. So yeah, so we're following these three slaughter trucks all the way from where the pigs come from, which is just outside of Minersville, Utah, and they are more than likely headed to Farmer John's slaughterhouse, which is one of the hugest slaughterhouses in the U.S. We know that anywhere from like 5 to 10 slaughter trucks from Utah alone truck pigs there, and this is 200-ish pigs on one of these trucks, 200-ish individuals that have feelings, that have desires, that want to live, that have the capacity to feel love, empathy, joy, pain, and we are sending them on this absolutely horrific journey across one of the hottest parts of the United States. Earlier on this trip, it got up to 107 degrees. Outside of Vegas, through Vegas, and just past Vegas, it was 107 degrees. And, we're in this car, we have air conditioning, it's relatively easy for us, but now these pigs are crowded. Your volume's on that, you're good now. These pigs are crowded together in this truck through 107 degree heat. It's just miserable. And one of the things that they do, a standard practice that they do in this industry, is they starve the pigs and also deprive them of water before this journey, so they're not, crapping on each other or peeing on each other. And it's also, from a business model standpoint, it's easier for the workers to hack up the bodies once they get to their final destination if they don't have any, food or water in them. So it looks like we have activists on the ground in Los Angeles, which is amazing. This is just so amazing that so many people from all parts of the U.S. are coming together to make this happen, to draw attention to this violent and destructive industry. I'm so happy to be a part of DxE, and really it was Raven and Raven's documentary that inspired me, and I believe inspired everybody else in this car, Carla and Katya back here, to get involved with this project, to get involved with, what we're doing here today. So I'm going to pass it back to Matt, or I believe that's Brittany. I'm not sure on the ground there in LA, but I'm going to hand over the microphone, so to speak, to you all.
All right, yeah, let's take a look here. Brittany, yeah, can you, so you're on the ground there, I think, in LA. Brittany, go ahead.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yeah, we can, and just keep in mind the camera is a little bit more zoomed in than it looks like to you. So have a little further out than you look like. Yep, that's great right there. Go ahead, tell us where you're at and what you're up to.
Hey, everybody, we are in front of Farmer John Slaughterhouse in Los Angeles in Vernon, which is near downtown Los Angeles. And we've got activists gathered here. We're about to start a briefing. and more activists are on the way. So we are waiting for the activists to arrive from the Utah journey, and we are just here at this massive slaughterhouse where around 10,000 pigs are killed per night. And so I'll flip the camera around here so you can see, and more activists are on the way. So, hey everyone, welcome to our vigil facility, Circle 4 Farms in Utah. So tonight, in a couple hours, those activists who have been on the live stream all day.
Brittany, your screen is pretty blurry. I'm not sure why. It might be best to have it on selfie mode and show folks behind you.
So in the meantime, we're going to be holding vigil outside the slaughterhouse, and when trucks start arriving, we will not be stopping the trucks. We will not be giving water, because our main focus tonight is the main truck that's coming from Utah with the activists, and the police have asked us not to stop trucks for the better part of this evening. So for the whole time, basically, we are going to be standing on the sidewalk. We have candles and tape marking 6 feet all along the sidewalk where everyone can stand and maintain social distancing. Obviously, people who live together stand next to each other because you're already exposed to each other. So we're going to be maintaining social distancing during this vigil. It's extremely important because during previous vigils, that's been an issue. We really want to make sure that everyone stays safe and that no one is injured. And given the fact that the police will not be aiding us tonight in stopping the truck that's coming from Utah, we're going to have to be very careful and cautious when we do approach that one truck, because we don't want anything to happen like what happened to Regan Russell in Canada. So we're going to have to be very vigilant and very cautious when dealing with these truck drivers, because the police will not probably be here most of tonight. So when that happens, when we hear word that that truck that's coming with these activists is about to be here, we'll let everyone know. We'll be prepared for that last truck of the evening. But during the rest of this evening, we're just going to be maintaining social distancing. We're going to have music, live music shortly. We can talk, we can sing. If you want to practice any songs that you've heard online, like the Liberation song, we can definitely do that. But yeah, this is definitely a candlelight vigil tonight. So we're going to be just peacefully standing and bearing witness. No matter how hard it is to smell the horrible smells that come out of this place, and to see trucks drive past us and continue to go into this place. Tonight we're just going to be bearing witness and not giving water until that one truck with the activists from Utah makes its way here to Farmer John. Because, like, I think most of you have already seen the documentary Unseen. It was shown on the live stream earlier today. But that documentary is the impetus for this entire action. Because Raven Deerbrook took it upon herself to do the research, to make contact, to go out to Utah, to follow a truck on its way out here, and to document that harrowing journey that the pigs make. Earlier today, it was over 100 degrees outside while they've been driving, which just goes to show, how hot it is in those trucks for the pigs as they're making their way here. Even though we're out here tonight and it's kind of windy and it's pretty cool, those poor pigs are just driving in that truck since like 4 p.m. So we're just going to be thinking about those pigs tonight, thinking about that hot, disgusting, long journey that they've been making all day, just to come to Farmer John's and have their lives brutally ended.
Hey, Brittany, maybe you can, maybe you're pretty in focus. It's everything else that's blurry. So maybe if you walk a little bit away, you could even just tell us what's going on yourself and, you know.
All right. Hi, everybody. Thanks for tuning in. We are in front of Farmer John Slaughterhouse in Vernon, California, which is near downtown Los Angeles. And we're here with some activists gathered to wait for the truck that's en route. And we're just here to have a vigil for the pigs. There are around 10,000 pigs that are killed here each night. And so we are just here to hold a candlelight vigil for the pigs and to welcome the activists who will be joining us here from the road. And I'm sorry for the blurry quality of the camera here. So Brittany Drake is doing a briefing. And she's just wrapping up the briefing, and more activists are on their way to join us. Some more local LA activists.
Thanks so much, Brittany, and thanks for being out there and for organizing this vigil and all the work that you do with DxE in the Los Angeles chapter. For folks who don't know Brittany Michelson already, she's not just an activist, she's also a teacher, and she's also an author, and just recently published Voices for Animal Liberation, which is a great book comprised of a bunch of shorter pieces by activists themselves in different movements, in different groups, including DxE and the Save movement, which founded these kinds of vigils that Brittany and folks are holding tonight. You can buy that book a lot of places, and you can also learn more about the movement through all those different excerpts and different people's stories. Brittany, what's happening in the vigils and the activism scene in Los Angeles right now, and what's I know there's a lot of COVID cases at this facility. If you want to just give people a little background who might not know.
Yeah, definitely. Thank you, Cassie. I appreciate that about the book. Thank you. So there have been over 200 cases of COVID-19 that have been documented here at this facility at Farmer John. And probably even more by now. But the last that we heard, there were over 200 cases. So this facility is notorious for breeding a lot of bacteria and pathogens on the premises, and they are not safely able to social distance because the workers are working side by side. They're in cramped conditions, and the company Smithfield is not implementing proper social distancing protocols and subjecting their workers to the virus. And so we are calling on Governor Newsom to enact a moratorium to stop any production of new farms or slaughterhouses in the state of California, but also to shut these facilities down because they're breeding grounds for future pandemics. There's a major widespread issue right now in facilities across the country with COVID-19. And if we don't shut these places down, more pandemics will erupt. It's only a matter of time, given the cramped working conditions and the disease, the filth, the conditions that the animals are kept in. Mm-hmm. So if you can see, there are activists behind me, and there are some activists across the street. And like I said, there are more local activists on their way, but we will be here for a while, for at least a few hours. So more folks will be joining as the night goes on.
Thanks so much, Brittany. And yeah, when you hold the camera out a little bit farther like that, it's easier to see all your face, which is what we want to see. So thanks so much. And yeah, I know you're all a few hours ahead of when the trucks will actually be arriving with our other activists. So we'll be jumping back to them, and we'll come back to you. And hopefully we'll be able to have everyone together when that truck does arrive to have some interaction with the driver and hopefully with the pigs. So I don't know if anybody on the road has an update, if we are to jump back to them and then check in with you all a little bit later. Let's see here.
Okay. Yeah, I can add some commentary here. So this is Curtis. I'm in the car with Katya and Carla, and we're a little under 3 hours away from the general LA area, and we're about an hour away from Barstow, California. And Barstow is kind of an important part of this journey because from that point, we'll pretty much know where they are heading. If they stay on the 15 south from Barstow, we'll know that they are, pretty much going towards LA. If they break off and head north, we don't know where they're going. They're probably headed towards Northern California, maybe Stockton, which is where Raven's documentary, a lot of Raven's documentary took place. So again, if you're just joining, we are with Direct Action Everywhere, and we have been following these two slaughter trucks all the way from Minersville, Utah, and we are going to be tailing them all the way to their final destination, which is, a slaughterhouse, a gruesome end for these animals. And I was just watching the live stream on another phone just to see what was going on, and someone said that this is fake news, and what's happening. What we're doing right now. It's like, no, this is we are showing people exactly what is happening. And the work that Raven did in the documentary Unseen is what inspired me to answer the call when DxE asked for people to kind of get involved with this mission that we're on right now. And I saw Raven's documentary, which is absolutely amazing. It's very heartfelt. It shows what happens to the animals from the moment that they're born all the way until they reach their gruesome fate at these disgusting facilities that humans have constructed called slaughterhouses. They shouldn't even exist in this world. And we can pass it over to Raven. I know that the documentary has been played a few times, but that's kind of why we're on this mission. One of the reasons why we're doing this is kind of in commemoration, if you will, with this documentary that Raven and an industry insider helped put together. And I would just ask that everybody at least open their hearts and their minds to witnessing and viewing new information that may be new to you. I was not aware of a lot of these standard industry practices for 30 years of my life. I've only been 3 years, if you will, off of this stuff. And it just wasn't aware to me. And I think once you're aware, you don't really have an excuse. You don't really have, anything that you can say other than, I didn't know. And that's what we need to do. And that's what we're doing here at DxE. We're just trying to uncover these hidden truths. And the name of Raven's documentary is very fitting. It's called Unseen. It's very awesome. DxE.io/unseen. If you have not seen it, it's very short, powerful.
Thanks, Curtis. Yeah, Raven, if you want to unmute yourself, you can jump in too if you have any update over there, and we can also play the documentary later too.
Yeah, thanks, Cassie. So yeah, we're right. Lewis and I are right behind the slaughter truck that we've been following from Utah, and to that comment about this not being real or whatever. Great. I love to see people challenging that what they're being shown and what they're being told, because that's how these industries exist. That's how Smithfield and these slaughterhouses are able to continue their operations and hide the truth from people. So I want everyone curious and to ask questions and to find out for themselves. You don't have to believe me. Go find out for yourself. Go try to get inside that facility. Try to listen for yourself. Go to Farmer John's. Try to see what's happening. Go to Smithfield in Minersville, Utah. Try to get into the sheds and see for yourself. You shouldn't have to you shouldn't have to trust anyone else. Go see for yourself. Please do. Ask questions. Do your own research, because we need more and more people to expose these places. These are giant mega corporations with billions of dollars. And I'm just one person who has no money, and I'm houseless. And why should it take someone like me to try to expose a company like Smithfield and a company like Yosemite Foods and these facilities? They should just be transparent. If there's nothing wrong with what they're doing, there should be no problem putting windows in their slaughterhouses. There should be no problem building these facilities in our neighborhoods. But where they do build them, like near Minersville, Utah, they're poisoning the water. They have these lagoons filled with manure, and the air stinks with ammonia and hydrogen sulfide. And if you work in this facility, you get sick. Eventually, you get sick. And so these communities are being exploited. Human workers are being exploited. The animals are being exploited, and the public is being lied to and deceived into thinking that any of this is necessary, that any of this is natural, as if it's natural to confine thousands, 500,000 animals at Smithfield Circle 4 Farms, confine them in sheds where pandemics are breeding right now, and they think that's natural, and it's certainly not necessary. We know it's not necessary. So for our future, we need to take action against these corporations. But Cassie, I just wondered if are there any other questions on the live stream that I can answer while we're on here?
Yeah, we're looking it through.
Oh, okay. Oh, there we go. There's a lot of supportive comments. There's some trolls. Shout out to the trolls getting that engagement up there. We need to get that visibility. So shout out to the trollsies. All right, give them a nice little wave. That's nice. Michelle has an interesting idea. I don't know if you have any particular thoughts. She says, "What about getting a small, inexpensive CB radio so you can hear them talking about you?" Maybe I should. I think. With my dad being a truck driver, I think it's not as common as it used to be. Everybody has a cell phone nowadays, so I think like CB radios aren't as common, but it's kind of worth trying. I kind of wish we would have thought of it, because maybe they are.
That would be interesting. I would love to speak with them. One of the things I would love to do is get their experience and to hear from them what it's like to have to drag dead individuals who carry who knows what diseases off of their own trucks, and then to take them to, I think it's Black Rock Collision in St. George, Utah, and have their trucks washed down with just tap water. So whatever pathogens, whatever bacteria those individuals are carrying, like as if some water is going to sanitize those vehicles before more individuals are put on there. And I'm sure that this is not a pleasant experience for them. I think they would love to be trucking something that benefits humanity, something that is actually creating something positive in the world. And I think they would love to do that, because this is certainly something that is exposing them to psychological trauma, to diseases, to just this route in and out to a slaughterhouse. Who would take pride? I mean, who would feel joy in their daily life if they were just trucking victims from somewhere like Smithfield Circle 4, and they probably have to wear nose plugs, and just take them through the night to the slaughterhouse, and then they drive back empty, and they do that day in and day out and day in and day out. That no one should have to do that.
And Raven, I'm sure that the employees and the management and everyone at the slaughterhouse you investigated are talking about you, because obviously you published this video with your face in it, but not only that, you went right back to the slaughterhouse the very next day after this came out, just last week, and you were there as part of a 24-hour vigil. You came for the part that you could, and you spoke at the vigil to everyone who was there bearing witness, and they very much knew who you were, and they're very aware of you. I don't know if you want to speak to how that feels. Knowing.
I'm not about shaming anyone. I don't think publicly shaming anyone does any good for anyone, because I do actually care personally, even for the owner of a slaughterhouse. I know that sounds ridiculous, but to be honest, I see, for example, the owner of the facility I investigated, I see that the way his life has gone, a lot of the choices that were made for him by his parents. And so, I feel for him, but I also see him not wearing a mask around his employees and caught in the system that is basically made it seem like protecting your employees is as an afterthought. And so I do worry about the employees, and I have a lot of compassion for them. I wish more of them would tell their stories. I hope more of them can become whistleblowers, maybe even publicly, but that's not necessary, because even confidentially, we need to hear more of their stories. We need to know, what happens, what dreams are they having at night, how is this affecting them, how is it affecting their families, especially when something like COVID comes through and makes everyone sick in a slaughterhouse, which I'm like any day now going to start crying, because I'm sure this facility is going to be suffering from that. And yeah, I really wish, and I don't know if it sounds ridiculous, but I actually do care about the workers a lot, and I think we can create something better for the workers, for the animals, and even for the owners of these companies. Why don't you turn it into a new Impossible Foods or some other sort of facility where at least there's less harm being done? But I think as long as these facilities are built on the exploitation and killing of innocent beings, it's just how the system is. You will eventually exploit workers. You will eventually have to lie to the public, because the public doesn't want to, the public doesn't accept what's going on here. So I think the whole system breeds this kind of exploitation and harm, and so yeah, the whole system is rubbish. We just need to change it all.
It doesn't sound ridiculous at all. I know that's authentically how you feel. I know you have a lot of compassion for everyone caught up in the system, and we should, and that's what motivates us to change it for everybody. Matt, you had another comment from the live stream?
So there's another comment from Kevin Smith, who was talking about how eloquent your commentary was on the documentary. Kevin says, I might be speaking at a protest for Animal Rebellion in Adelaide, I hope that's how you say it, South Australia, which Animal Rebellion is another animal rights group. Shout out to them. He says that's on Saturday, and he would love to quote part of your commentary, if he may, giving you all credit and recommending people watch Unseen, which I'm sure you're very happy for him to do that, right?
That would be amazing. You don't have to give me credit. I'd love if more people saw Unseen at like DxE.io/Unseen. I'm not, I don't mean to plug my own work, but I think it's really important for the message to get out there. And I think it's really important. I don't talk about myself a lot. In fact, I was even debating whether or not I would even put my name on it or put my face in it, because I want the focus to be on the victims. So we need to change the laws, and we need to change the system for the victims. Our choices in a store matter, but we need to change the laws. We need to protect the victims, because as long as the laws allow someone to exploit another living being, it will happen. So I would love, if you did mention that, I would be so grateful. Thank you so much. In Animal Rebellion, I have a huge amount of love for what Animal Rebellion is doing. And yeah, if that's totally fine, please do. That would be amazing.
Thanks, Raven, and thanks, Kevin, for sharing it. That's definitely what we want, more people to share this live stream and to share Unseen. And it's not a big time commitment. If you have any family members or friends who you think would benefit from watching this kind of footage that they've never seen before and learning about how Smithfield is spreading disease across states and torturing these animals, then ask them if they have 10 minutes to sit down and watch a documentary with you that you find really impactful, and see how they feel. I know I've asked both my parents to watch the documentary, and I'm excited to discuss it with them and see what thoughts it opens up for them. Are there any other comments or questions, Matt?
I mean, just a ton of supportive comments that, I just wanted to acknowledge those comments from everybody. I won't go through it and read them all off, but thanks so much for that, everybody. Sally Palmer says she's going to buy Brittany's book. I'm not sure if Brittany is still listening, but there
That's
you go.
Awesome. Thanks, Sally.
Yep. And Tasha McKnight says, thank you for doing this. I remember when Oprah tried to do this, they almost killed her, so please be careful. I remember that was like, that was like 15, 20 years ago, but that was the whole like pink slime thing with like the quote unquote beef industry. And I'm not remembering that whole story, but I'm remembering part of it where it was like Oprah said like, oh my God, I'm never eating beef again. Like, I think that was literally the extent of it, and they sued her, and I don't know how that whole thing ended, but yeah, it's scary stuff. Like, they are obviously willing to resort to some pretty horrible stuff to, in the name of what the name it's all of, the dollar bills.
We could also jump back to the folks in LA and see if the video's any better. You're all muted, but if you want to test it out, just unmute yourselves, and I think you'll pop up on the screen when you start talking.
Hi, can you hear me? How's the volume? Okay. She thinks that she fixed the camera. Does it look better now? Okay, good. Sorry about that. Anyways, so yeah, we are in front of Farmer John, and it's a slaughterhouse owned by Smithfield in Vernon, California, which is near downtown Los Angeles. And the facility kills around 10,000 pigs a night. So I'm here with Emmett, Brittany Drake, and then we've got activists that are gathered. I'm going to flip the camera and we'll see. How's that, Cassie? Okay. So we've got some activists over there on the sidewalk, and we are having a candlelight vigil for the victims of this massive slaughterhouse that takes up an entire block. And we are waiting on the truck to arrive from the Utah Journey. So we're just out here with signs and candles, and we are having a vigil to honor these victims, these poor pigs that are trucked for hours and hours in the heat. They're not given any water, no food. They're dehydrated when they arrive. I mean, we've had vigils here. We've participated in vigils here where the pigs, when they arrive, they're panting, they're dehydrated, they're in really bad shape from this long journey. They're not given any water or food, and it's just awful. I mean, I've been to so many vigils at this facility, and the pigs are crammed by the hundreds on these trucks, these like triple-decker trucks. And they're just in awful conditions. They're in their own feces and urine. It's filthy, and these places need to be shut down. Do you want to say anything?
Yeah, I mean, anyone who's gone for a drive or a road trip, or even just gone outside to walk their dog in the middle of July or August in California, in Nevada, in Arizona, like anywhere on the West Coast, you go for a walk in the middle of the day, even in the evening time, it is so hot. Been walking a dog, and they can't handle how hot the sidewalk is, so we have to go inside. And yet these pigs who have no sweat glands are trapped in this metal box, traveling through the hottest part of the day, just to make it to Farmer John's, where they get slaughtered. It's a horrible end to a horrible journey. I mean, activists, like at vigils in the past, we have seen abscesses on the pigs. We've seen pigs with their legs stuck outside the holes of the truck, unable to get the rest of their leg inside. So it's just cut up and sticking out. Who knows how long their leg has been like that. We've seen just horrible things from the pigs that get taken to this slaughterhouse. And just during this whole pandemic, it has become abundantly clear that Smithfield and Farmer John, they don't give a damn. They don't care about anything other than their bottom line. I mean, as activists, we've kind of known that for a while, but it's just impossible for anyone to ignore that fact right now, because Farmer John alone, this facility alone, has over 200 cases of COVID. And that's after Smithfield came out saying that they increased security measures increased PPE and protection for their employees inside the slaughterhouse. That was months ago, and the number of COVID cases at Smithfield keeps climbing. So clearly whatever they're doing is not helping their employees. It's just for show, and they don't care that they're continually exposing their employees to this dangerous virus. They don't care that they're exposing pigs to the grueling heat during the day, and they don't care that they're hurting the environment. They only care that they're continuing to make money during this pandemic.
So I just flipped the camera around, and there are some activists on the sidewalk. And again, we're outside of Farmer John Facility Slaughterhouse in Vernon, California.
Hi, Cassie.
Yeah. Yeah.
So I just wanted to point out, like Brittany said, right now we're showing 95 degrees right now, and it is almost 10 o'clock at night. So, you know, we've been drinking this whole time, but it is extremely hot out. I put my hand out the window, and it is like a furnace. So yeah, all of those pigs right now are suffering.
Yeah, it doesn't matter if it's done during the day or during the night. It's still 94, 95 degrees out right now. It's absolutely insane. And these animals have no food and no water this whole journey. Just imagine yourself. Try some empathy here. Place yourself in the victim's position here. You would not wish this on anybody. Like this is torture. This is 100% qualifies a definition of torture. Placing someone in a vehicle with 200 other members of their species on a 94 degree day, 94 degree night for 700 miles. This is torture. This should be criminal. Anybody that does this to other beings should be put in jail. Something, you know, it's torture. That's what I want to say.
Thanks, Curtis, and thanks everyone who, you know, despite the heat and despite the long day, you're all continuing to be out there and to speak up over this long live stream. And we've still got a couple more hours ahead before this truck even finally arrives at its final destination and you all catch up at the vigil. But I'm gonna show you another video here for the folks who have been watching the live stream for a long time. You've seen a lot of content that we've shown you about our years of investigating Smithfield Foods, the largest pig killing company in the world. And, you know, we've been investigating them for animal cruelty and abuse across multiple states in the country, and it's garnered a lot of press attention. And in one video that goes into the felony charges that these investigators are facing, I want to bring that up because not only does Smithfield abuse and destroy everyone in its path, the animals, the workers, the environment, spreading diseases that threaten public health, spraying manure out into communities of color who then, you know, can't move because that's where they live in these lower income areas, and they're having higher rates of asthma and other conditions as a result. All these ways that this company is abusing people. But on top of that, when these things come to light and when they face exposure, and when DxE's investigations have resulted in publicity in the New York Times and the Washington Post, and, you know, really gotten this issue onto the table for the world to see what's happening, the company is able to work with the government to repress those activists and to crack down against the whistleblowers and the people who are exposing them. So this is just a really short video, about 3 minutes, I think, that I'm going to pull up to show you a little bit more about that was produced by The Intercept.
What the industry has had in its favor is secrecy. Is walls and their ability to tell us that there's a happy farm somewhere where animals live a good life and then they're pleasantly killed somehow. We're tearing that wall down, metaphorically. We're coming in with cameras, with virtual reality. We're exposing the situation.
We're not afraid to basically challenge the system.
Smithfield was a place we wanted to go to just because it's one of the biggest and worst places in the world.
That facility, Circle 4 Farms, had been cited for horribly abusive practices towards their employees, where it was almost slavery.
Smithfield had said that they were going to phase gestation crates out, and this was sort of like a victory for some animal welfare groups who had pushed for that. But we get there and there's gestation crates everywhere, and so we document that, and that's got to be scary. You know, if you're an industry and someone is sort of, you know, pulling the rug out from under this thing you've built just by exposing the truth, you get desperate. And in their desperation, I think they've turned to the harshest repressions they can think of.
For taking 2 baby piglets to the vet, facing 60 years.
I've received 7 felony charges now. Some of the felony charges I'm facing are only felonies because they involve living individuals.
Normally, theft and burglary, I believe the dollar amount has to be over $1,500. In the case of animal
death, and I walk out with them, take them to the vet, get them some health care, put them on a sanctuary. Then I've committed a felony because it was an animal.
Basically, the animal agriculture and government are working together. I mean, animal agriculture is an extremely profitable segment, and they can donate an awful lot of money to politicians, and the government is much more likely to just write laws in their favor.
So, yeah, that was a video that was produced by The Intercept to shed some light on why it is that these nonviolent activists are facing such extreme punitive measures, up to 60 years in prison, for the simple act of bringing cameras inside of a Smithfield facility, taking video to show the world what's happening, to document criminal animal cruelty, and in the process rescue a couple of sick, dying piglets. And those people that you just saw in the video, Paul Darwin Picklesheimer, he's a former roofer from West Virginia and a grocery store manager and an ordinary person like any of us who has stepped up to become a grassroots investigator and to expose these things because we're so horrified by what we're seeing and the things that we know that this industry is doing to our planet and to animals and to workers and everyone. Andrew Sharo, who you saw in that video, is a UC Berkeley grad student. He went to Princeton, really nice, really smart person, really, normal guy who likes to go on hikes and do all those normal things. And now he's being called a felon and a terrorist for actions that go against such a profitable and powerful industry, because Smithfield has so many ties to the government, because they fund candidates, because they make large campaign contributions, and because the immense power that they wield in this, in ag-gag states, or states that were at one point ag-gag states, like in Utah, where those folks were being charged. And Diane Gandhi Sorby, who has, since that video was made, actually really recently, just a few months ago, passed away. An incredible woman, an amazing, inspiring activist, and a loving community member in Direct Action Everywhere, a good friend of mine, and so many people You know, she wants us to keep fighting this company. She wants us to keep exposing this industry's abuse, the ties to the government, the corruption, all the problems with this industry that thrives in the darkness. And Smithfield is just one of the worst companies in the animal agriculture industry. It's the epitome of so many problems in this industry. The largest environmental fines that animal ag companies have been fined have been Smithfield. Some of the largest COVID outbreaks at slaughter plants has been Smithfield. Some of the most egregious animal cruelty and deception on top of it, like Paul said in that video, not only are they using gestation crates inside Smithfield facilities, but they have announced to the world, they publicly put out a statement that they no longer use them, that they have transitioned away from these so-called gestation crates where pregnant pigs are housed throughout their pregnancy in crates the size of their body, where they can't turn around, they can't lay down, they can only stand up and sit down in the feces and the urine that they have produced in their cell. They've announced to the public that they're moving away and that they succeeded in transitioning to group housing for the pigs, and DxE found a completely different story. No group housing inside multiple farms we've investigated across multiple states, but in fact, row after row after row of gestation crate, housing thousands of pigs screaming and banging their heads against these metal bars. And this campaign has been ongoing for years now. Even the felony charges and the trials that we're awaiting have been ongoing for years now. And with the current pandemic, it's probably going to be delayed even farther. It's possible that Paul and Wayne, who are the two remaining co-defendants in the Smithfield case in Utah, go to trial in September, but it's highly likely that things continue to be pushed back in the court schedule. And that's why, we can't just wait. We can't expect the government to solve these problems when they're clearly in bed with the industry. We can't just wait for our day in court and expect the legal system to handle this when we know which side has more power and influence. We need to take action ourselves. And we need to escalate this issue because no one can wait. We can't wait for the next pandemic. These animals who we're following all day today into the night, they can't wait. They're about to be gassed to death and have their throats slit. And they can't wait for us to take action. That's why people around the world are escalating right now. People are taking actions like this, following these trucks, bearing witness at the slaughterhouse, Farmer John's in just outside of Los Angeles. It's incredible to see the people who have come out. Brittany, I don't know if you want to show folks again what's going on there. I can see a lot of folks in safety vests who are grabbing attention from the public, and I'll just mute myself and jump.
Brittany. Well, Cassie, I got a comment here. It says, these people have never been on a farm. Cassie, have you ever been on a farm before?
Good question, and I'm glad that whoever asked that asked, because I have been on farms, including Smithfield farms in North Carolina. I have seen inside this evil industry and this specific evil company that we're talking about right now. Matt's been inside them as well. Raven has been inside these kinds of facilities and just produced this documentary. We certainly have seen inside these facilities time and time again, and we've also seen a lot of footage that's available from videos that are out there on the internet and other investigations the animal rights movement has been gathering for decades now. And if you're interested in seeing inside these facilities yourself, that's something that you can do as well very easily because of what's available at our fingertips with the internet, and less easy to actually see it by going to these places, because they're out in the middle of nowhere a lot of times, like in the desert in Utah, hidden away from public scrutiny. But on top of that, they have a lot of security and gates and measures taken to try to keep people out, and increased ag-gag laws and fines and all these things to prevent the public from seeing inside. But maybe. Okay.
Well, we got a comment. We got another comment here from Jezreel. Says, "You have the right to protest, but be peaceful and respect other people's decisions and choices. So be peaceful.
Definitely.
I guess peaceful. Maybe they think peaceful describes what Smithfield's up to."
Well, I definitely agree. I don't know what you're referring to specifically, but I think what we're doing today with this entire action is peaceful. And in fact, where there's violence present, where there's tension already, where there's these problems lying under the surface that are unseen that we're bringing to the surface, that's the most important kind of peace, is to bring tension to the surface to create the opportunity for peace to actually exist, rather than to ignore it or tiptoe around it and not address the violence that we see in society head on. So I'm really grateful for all the people taking action, and everyone who's here sharing as well and partaking in this action that I would consider a peaceful action. Hopefully you don't feel violent when you share this live stream, because I think it's true that we have shown some graphic footage. It's true that what we're showing is very unpleasant and scary, and it is scenes of violence. But by bringing that to the surface and by showing people the reality that exists right here in Utah and California, in most places where any of us are living, there's this kind of violence under the surface. I think that bringing that to the surface is really necessary, and I hope that people who have questions about that can read DxE's statement of nonviolence, but also just pay attention to past social justice movements and look into the social science research, and see that disruptive tactics and direct action is really necessary to start a dialogue when one isn't existing.
So we have Zakia says, how about people put this much energy into finding out where children in immigrant camps are disappearing to? So Zakia cares a lot about the well-being of immigrants, but thinks we should stop talking about animal agriculture.
Well, Zakia, there are a lot of immigrants working in animal agriculture facilities, and they're the people who we're also advocating for when we talk about creating a better system for everyone. But it's great to hear that you're concerned about that. I know hearing about these camps where children are being separated from their parents and all kinds of horrible things are happening, it's really heartbreaking, and it can feel really defeating. But you're absolutely right that we need to take action. We need to protest those kinds of atrocities, and fortunately, I guess, the way that we can do that is very similar. It's part of a much bigger problem where individuals are being commodified, individuals are being mistreated and deprived of their rights. And if we can do that to anyone, then we're just creating a system that justifies and allows doing it to more and more groups of people. So please share this live stream if you haven't already. I know the folks who are watching are cycling through a lot. It's been going for 6 hours or something, and if you're just joining us, this has been a really long marathon day of following pigs in a couple of slaughter trucks all the way from the middle of Utah to they're in California now, this caravan of activists and slaughter trucks, and they're headed to Los Angeles, or just outside of Los Angeles in Vernon, California, with still a couple more hours ahead of us. And if you haven't shared, if you haven't commented and helped spread the word about this, please do. And if you haven't already seen the documentary that just came out last week that inspired this action, the culmination of multiple months of investigating Smithfield's supply chain all the way from Utah to California, I really would love for you to go check out DxE.io/unseen. That's the URL. It's in the pinned comment. And you can see the mini doc there. You can share it with other people, share it on your social media, and you can also sign up to join our campaign to first start a chain reaction in California by asking our progressive government here to create a shift and to move away from supporting animal agriculture to actually implementing a moratorium, which is our first step to ending this industry, is at least stop building new factory farms and slaughterhouses, stop creating more, stop spreading Smithfield's trail of blood. So there's a sign-up form to join our campaign to cancel animal ag and pass a moratorium as a first step in California on that website. But you can learn a lot more about the campaign if you go there to DxE.io/unseen and read more and look at that information, look at our website, and get on our mailing list, because I would love to email you. I would love to get you involved, and maybe you can do your own investigation someday, or maybe you can start your own chapter like the LA chapter of DxE, which is running so well right now and just put together this vigil so quickly with not a lot of notice. And it's inspiring to see all the folks out there, including the non-human animals who are out there now.
So Zenobia has made several comments here, very, very aggressive about the fact that we have no basis for our claim, put in quotes, claim that these places are disease ridden. So maybe there's a certain URL that she's missing. To point her in the right direction of how we can back up our claims.
I can speak to that. I can speak to that.
Go for it, Raven.
Yeah. So you're right. I'm not a veterinarian, and so I don't pretend to know what these diseases are. But when I consulted two independent veterinarians, what we found is that the USDA paperwork and the inspections that they carry out at this facility, those descriptions that you see in Unseen at DxE.io/unseen are the symptoms or indications of a disease. For example, inflammation of the abdomen or the heart or arthritis. These are inflammatory symptoms. They are not themselves a disease. What they are is an indication of an immune system response. So when the USDA is not testing for viruses or bacteria, you're absolutely right. We have no idea what diseases they have, but we do know they have something. They do know what they're suffering from, some kind of illness. But you're right, there's no testing that's going on. And those individuals who are just labeled as dead, who died for mysterious reasons, you're right, we don't know. We don't know. So why don't we know? We should know. They should be testing. They shouldn't be bringing these individuals. First of all, they shouldn't be allowing these individuals to contract illnesses that they suffer from without treatment and fill them full of antibiotics, then let alone bringing them into California to a facility that's supposed to somehow sell a product that people put in their mouth. So yes, we don't know. There are lots of reasons why this happens, but the fact is we don't know. And I think that's great to ask that question and to be critical of that. And I definitely invite you to press the USDA and ask them what viruses, what bacteria, what illnesses do these individuals have, because they don't know. All they do is test for microbial. The microbial testing that they do is for foodborne pathogens, and that's it. So you're right, we don't know and we want to know. And so by all means, please get active, start asking questions, do your research, and help us figure it out.
Yeah, I'm gonna add something, if I could here. This is Curtis, and I'm in one of the other cars on the way to Farmer John's. But it's not just crazy animal rights activists or crazy vegans or whatever people want to call us that care about this issue. They care about the workers being exploited. They care about the animals being exploited. The last two major DxE investigations, which garnered massive press, I was lucky and fortunate enough to be a part of both of these campaigns. The one in Iowa that happened over the last couple months, and now this one in Utah. They were made possible by the help of industry insiders, of whistleblowers. So it's not just us. It's not just these crazy extremists or whatever you want to call us. It's people from inside this industry that are fed up and sick of what they're seeing and what they're experiencing, and they want to help and they want to get involved. So they're reaching out to activists within DxE to help expose what is going on. And we know that there might be people watching inside the industry that is afraid to comment. They don't want their name to be seen, but they might want to get involved. And if they do, they can go to DxE.io/whistleblower-support. And they can confidentially give information, and who knows, we might, that might lead to something massive like what we're doing now in Raven's documentary and what happened in May and June with Matt Johnson and the big investigation that happened in Iowa. So, just to hammer this point home, it's not just the activists. It's people that work inside of this facility, people that work inside these facilities, people that are deep in the animal agriculture industry that their conscience just gets the better of them, and they feel the need to speak out. So it's everyone, it's everyday people, it's activists, it's whistleblowers, it's random people that are sick and fed up and want to see change, and we hope that you do too. And some things that you can do right now is you can share this video and you can share Raven's documentary.
Thanks so much, Curtis. Yeah, and if people do have any information from the inside, you can always use the link that Curtis was just throwing out there, but there's a shorter link to get you there, just DxE.io/whistleblower. So we definitely encourage people within the industry who have seen things that threaten their safety or threaten the well-being of animals to report it anonymously if that's what they prefer, so that we can elevate those stories. And to further answer those questions about the disease and the conditions that we are documenting and exposing inside these facilities, I think that you all both gave really good answers there, but the best thing that can answer that is just the footage that we have, which really speaks for itself. Footage of pigs' carcasses that have these clear infections and wounds and discoloration, having those parts of their body cut away from them by slaughterhouse workers and left outside in open bins where they're exposed to wildlife that can come interact with that and consume infected flesh and fly away or go back into their own homes and spread that with other wild animals. And that's just some of what Raven was able to document at this slaughterhouse in California that she investigated in the Smithfield supply chain. So while we're still getting ready for the ultimate arrival at the slaughterhouse, I'm going to show you all that documentary one more time with the footage that I just talked about, and let it answer that question for itself, because I think that this footage is incredibly powerful and really, a picture's worth 1,000 words. So yeah, right here.
A meat packing facility, a slaughterhouse in the heart of California. These places exist. Shadows, so we're never shown what happens inside. It begins on a factory farm, like Smithfield's Circle 4, hidden away from scrutiny in the Utah desert. Inside the world's largest pig producer, individuals are reduced to units of production, with mothers and their newborns trapped in metal cages. The machine of animal agriculture does its work in secret, creating suffering on a scale never before imagined, and building the perfect storm for pathogens in the process. California voters have been trying to outlaw these operations, but as an industry with little oversight, the state continues to truck in animals from places like Circle 4. After 6 months of confinement at Smithfield, individuals who survive are crowded on top of each other, up to 200 at a time, into steel transport trucks for a 700-mile journey through the heat of the Southwest, without food or water or anyone to care. So I followed them as they were driven all day and into the night, while they dreamed of escape. But this isn't their ride to freedom.
Someone has to share their story.
Thanks to a whistleblower, I was given a window into a business built on killing. They arrived sick, thirsty, and scared into unfamiliar surroundings, while they're beaten into the holding pens so the next truckload can come. Some of them lay dead on the truck, while others are painfully crippled, and individuals who've become too sick to walk on their own are executed with a bolt gun instead of receiving medical attention. Workers themselves suffer routine physical injuries, which are often unreported for fear of reprisal. And the psychological impact of the work has long-lasting effects. Carrying diseases from factory farms across the continent, some of the pigs continue to weaken and die. Those who perish suddenly are simply labeled dead. Others who show obvious signs of illness are sometimes killed and briefly examined, but only the symptoms of their diseases are ever determined. To the industry, the misery endured by these individuals and the risks of their diseases are merely an inconvenience to be covered up for the sake of profit. So too are the workers treated, constantly exposed to suffering, disease, and death, without understanding the risks, as though they were human expendables. An industry so focused on profit over personal suffering can only create one terrible outcome. Is this who we really are? Even if they make it inside, their reward is one of the most cruel endings possible for anyone: a gas chamber. As they are pushed forward, they limp into the loader together, and for the first time in their life, they see their own reflection in a mirror used to lure their attention. Before being forced into the gas chamber gondola, load after load, the USDA tells us that gas chambers are humane, but see for yourself. Over 8,000 individuals are gassed like this at this facility every week. These facilities are designed to profit on killing at any cost. The industry wants to be trusted to regulate itself, but how do you regulate an operation so focused on bloodshed? They're supposed to be killed before they wake up again, but the supervisors fail to prevent routine mistakes in the slaughter process. Infections are so common and run so deep. An inspector is dedicated to cut out what they can see, so the rest of their body can be sold as though they were healthy. This is animal agriculture. The industry wants us to focus on what we put in our mouth or buy in a store, on an object, not its origin. But what happens if we ignore the warnings while building our house on injustice? How can we achieve peace while a body means more than a life? How can we nurture love when oppression is on our plate and the truth is hidden from us, without laws to protect victims in a system created by greed?
We're basically building the highways for these microbes to transfer into our bodies.
It's having tragic consequences right now with over 20 deaths just in the last week.
People think I'm not a cow, I'm not a pig, I'm not that animal, so it doesn't care. But people can think, oh, I'm not this race, or I'm not this gender. That doesn't make it right.
Rescue the victims of oppression. Challenge violence with the power of compassion. Create the laws that value morality. End exploitation at its foundation. Expose the truth to protect our future. To prevent pandemics while we still can. Turn towards suffering with the strength of mercy. Because our fates are connected. If we don't stop this industry.
All right. So there you have it. Again, that was the mini documentary called Unseen. And you can check that out at DxE.io/unseen. And right now what you're seeing on the screen here, this is a shot from the folks who are headed to a California slaughterhouse. This journey that they're on began at the farm that you saw in that video, Smithfield Circle 4 Farms in Utah. It's the largest pig farm in the country, where over 600,000 pigs are raised up and live these brutal lives and are killed for food every year, in fact. And so that's the reality of it. And on this journey, we have the producer and the investigator who you saw in that video. I don't know, Raven, if you're able to join us. If you want to hop on and talk to these folks about that process, talk to these folks about what went into that, and getting more of these questions about how privileged we all are, and how we need to worry about the things that matter, and we need to worry about human rights issues. And you're just a snowflake who's got too much privilege, too much money, too much time on your hands, and nothing better to do than to go all around rabble-rousing. So, Raven, take it away.
Yeah, so I'll be the first one to admit that, of course, I have privilege. I'm able-bodied, so I have my eyesight. I can speak to you. I can speak English, which gives me privilege in this country. I don't have much money. I am houseless, so I do live in an old motorhome. But yes, I do have some privilege, and I don't, for example, fear deportation. I don't fear ICE coming to my doorstep and sending me to another country at any moment. So absolutely, I do have privilege, and I think it's my obligation to use what privilege I have to alleviate the suffering of others and to change the system so that no one fears
being harmed. No one fears being exploited. No one fears ICE coming to their doorstep, and no one fears seeing workers having physical injuries on the line and not being able to get the help they need and not being protected from COVID and these animals not being exploited and killed. So, so absolutely, I believe all beings, human beings and non-human beings, deserve respect. They deserve not to be exploited. They deserve not to be killed. But of course, there aren't very many people speaking up for animals. So so that just happens to be where I've specialized a little bit. Although I do absolutely speak up for all the movements, Black Lives Matter and abolish ICE. But I am definitely privileged, and I will use that privilege however I can. So yeah, the film itself, I've never done any kind of like small documentary. I had no money to do this. Obviously, my situation gives me very few options, as far as financially. So I struggled to do this a lot, and it wouldn't have been possible without someone at the facility, without their assistance. So yeah, this was very difficult. I know not everyone can even do this far, but it wasn't easy. And yeah, if I had lots of money or something, it may have, been something big and stuff. But it's just me speaking about the footage that I was able to obtain just at one facility. So if just an individual like me, basically on my own, can get some of this footage. And some of this information out of just one facility. Just imagine what this industry is hiding from people. Just imagine what horrible things are happening and what threats we're facing, not just from pandemics, from these companies who are willing to exploit anyone in their path, communities who they pollute and poison, to workers who are exploited and injured, to the animals who have absolutely no choice, who are bred into their confinement. They spend their entire life in a prison before they're put onto one of these trucks, which were following right ahead of me, probably 150 feet ahead of me, are 3 trucks, each carrying 200 individuals. So these are 600 lives right in front of us, and they all experience feelings. They all think about things. They all want to live. They all want to experience freedom the way nature intended. This is completely unnatural, and it's completely unnecessary, and it's all for profit. And it's really sad to me that this company is getting away with the exploitation of basically everyone, the public included, and in the process have created these conditions for new diseases to emerge, such as the G4 swine flu. I hope this live stream is saved in Facebook, because I think in a year or two, we're going to be talking about something other than COVID-19. It's going to be the next thing. It's going to be African swine fever. It's going to be a new version of H1N1. It's going to be something, and people are going to say, oh, we didn't know. Oh, well, what could we have done to prevent it? Well, right now, we can prevent it. We can stop building new slaughterhouses. We can stop factory farms from being built. We can try to get transparency into these dark sheds, because people deserve to know. And the companies aren't saying anything. They're not letting anyone into these facilities to see. The USDA isn't doing the testing they should be doing. And our politicians are not protecting the public. They are not passing the laws necessary to protect these victims, to protect the workers, or to protect the public. So yeah, I'm trying to I'm trying to raise awareness about that, but I'm just one person. And as I'm not a great public speaker. I don't, there's only so much I can say, and we need your help, I guess is what I'm trying to say. We need more people. And anyone who's critical on this live stream, if you're a critical thinker and you're judging this and you're curious about this and you're saying, well, this is wrong, please let us know. Factual corrections. I want to know, and I want anyone who has the power of curiosity and any privilege at all to get active, and please help us, because this industry is a threat to everyone, not just the animals.
Yeah, and thank you so much for that, Raven. I have to disagree with one thing, that you're not a good speaker. I probably speak for a lot of folks watching this that feel that same way. And yeah, I mean, and it's the I guess I have maybe a little less patience than you're exercising in these. So. Go ahead, Curtis. What's going on?
Yeah, Carla here that's been driving the second car hasn't spoken at all this whole time, but she said that she wanted to say something or feels compelled to say something. So you're
Yeah, I am driving, so forgive me for not looking into the camera, but I just felt compelled right now. I mean, there have been many times during this that I feel like I had some things to say, and I've kept them to myself, and you guys have addressed most of the issues, and you're certainly actually addressing all of the issues very wonderfully, and it's so appreciated. But when it comes to the issue of caring about one thing and not caring about anything else, when people bring up this issue of, why aren't you doing this other thing? Why aren't you doing whatever other injustice is happening? And I really want to hammer home that idea that so many of us in this movement are also part of those other movements. Caring about animal rights is not, it's not mutually exclusive to caring about other things. You can love your mom and love your dad and love your brother, right? You can love many people and many places and many things. And you can care about many issues. I ask myself every single day, I say, I cannot understand, I can't believe why we have. Okay, I ask myself every day, why is it that we cannot get these children out of those cages? Why have we not stopped that already? It's something I am very passionate about. Many of us are. I've gone to many Black Lives Matter protests. We care about all of these issues. If somebody asked me to drive for 12 hours straight so that we could follow an ICE truck that was carrying children and try and help get those kids out of those cages, I would be there as well. It's not a mutually exclusive thing, caring about all of the sentient beings on this planet. And like Raven said, I just want to reiterate the idea that we care very much about all of the people being exploited in this industry. We're trying to change the system here. This system has taught us from birth that eating animal flesh is normal and natural, and that it just has to happen. But so many of us have our dogs and cats and other companion animals at home that we love so much, and we spend a lot of time anthropomorphizing them, saying, oh look, he's so happy, oh look at him wagging his tail. Pigs wag their tails as well. I volunteer at an animal sanctuary, and it's so wonderful when you start scratching the pigs and they roll over and they love their belly rubs. So all of these animals, human and non-human, have the same feelings, the same emotions, and that needs to be acknowledged. And I really appreciate everybody, from the activists that are doing this action to the activists that are out there for all of the movements trying to make right what is wrong in this world. We all have compassion in us, and we need to start standing up and speaking out about all of the injustices. That's all I wanted to say.
All right, thanks so much for that, Carla. Yeah, I mean, I think that it's ironic. You hear these comments about how privileged these folks are, and don't you have better things to worry about? They're all day long, and it's like, there's truth to that. It is a privilege to be able to speak up for those who are less fortunate, including animals, and it's a privilege to be able to make certain food choices and to be able to justify being apathetic towards the systems that you're complicit in. So when people say, oh, don't you people are being killed in Chicago and these and hilariously yet, like, oh, people are dying from the pandemic. Well, where do these pandemics come from? These pandemics come from animal agriculture. Oh, there's immigrants. You don't worry. What about the immigrants that are being exploited. It's like, yes. And what's the number one exploiter of immigrants? Animal agriculture. And oh, the world is burning. Climate change is bearing down upon us. Well, how about that? Animal agriculture is a leading cause of climate change. And so if people could put down their own privilege, put down their own defenses for a few seconds, and take a look at what's really going on here, and this industry that's an absolute horror show, and stop and take a look at your own fragility for a second and say, hey, wow, this maybe you have something to learn here. And maybe these people who are putting their freedom on the line, who are out here in the middle of the damn night, this isn't fun. They're following this smelly ass truck. There's pig shit coming in through the vents of their vehicles. They have to smell this. They have to deal with this stuff. They have to deal with these comments of these people online. Who's choosing this life because it's the fun thing to do? And so, and if you're on Skype, make sure you're muted unless you're trying to talk on the live stream. But so, I mean, it's the irony when people point to other people's privilege who are speaking up for animal rights. So if you're on Skype, make sure you're muted unless you're trying to talk to the live stream. All right, Curtis, you should mute yourself if you're not trying to talk on the live stream. So, just the irony of people who are like, oh, well, you're privileged. Oh, you have privilege, which again is true, plenty true. But because you have privilege, now I'm going to discount the whole damn thing. What's happening to animals? What's happening to, I mean, have you turned on the news? Have you seen these outbreaks at these slaughterhouses? These are breeding grounds for diseases. I mean, in Iowa, where I'm from, 58% of, in one instance, 58% of the employees of this massive slaughterhouse had coronavirus. This is animal agriculture. This is this same industry. And so people, I want to stick up for immigrants. So we need to stop talking about animal agriculture. No, you probably need to educate yourself and figure out that animal agriculture is tied up in this whole damn thing. Take a step back and have some humility and have some decency and actually, stand up for the thing that you're pretending you claim to care about, when in fact, all this whataboutism is not about persuasion. It's you're not trying to persuade people. You're trying to paralyze people. You're trying to shut down the conversation. You're just trying to say, screw it. It's all, we don't have to worry about any of it. And if anything is privilege, that's privilege. That's privilege saying, well, oh, come on, we don't have to worry about the pigs because we hypothetically, in theory, maybe somehow, some way should worry about immigrant rights. But it sure as heck isn't animal agriculture. It sure as heck isn't these slaughterhouses where these people are literally dying, where immigrants are having to choose. They're having to choose, do I want to put food on the table? Or they're having to risk their lives, rather, if they want to put food on the table. All right. And so if you're saying don't talk about slaughterhouses, don't talk about what's happening in slaughterhouses because we need to talk about immigrants, like, yeah, okay, about that one. All right. Anyways, I've made that point here. Brian actually has some interesting comments here regarding family farms. So a few things to say about that. The vast majority of farms in this country, by USDA numbers, it's around 98% of farms in this country would qualify as family farms, and also 99% of the animals raised for food in this country are raised in factory farm settings. So you have a lot of politicians like Bernie Sanders, who I'm generally quite supportive of, are really making this extremely disingenuous argument that we should be supporting family farms but opposing factory farms. And when you try to get anything in the direction of getting details on that, it gets real foggy real quick and your emails don't get responded to. So the amount of animals that are raised in a way that an ordinary person would think is something nearing acceptable is a tiny amount of the animals. I mean, it's like, it's the more visible animals. It's the sorry, I'm not trying to be aggressive. I appreciate the question. I think it was a question raised in good faith from you, Brian. I'm a little fired up from the last question, but anyways, yeah. So in terms of family farms, the animals that you see and this is by design. You're seeing the animals that people are not ashamed for you to see. So you're driving down the road and you see, a pasture and there's 30 cows out there, and you think, that doesn't look so bad. And then you drive a little further down the road and you see some unmarked barns, and you don't see what's going on when there's, tens of thousands or maybe even 100,000 chickens crammed inside of there. So, to the extent that there is animals being raised in a way that ordinary people would find acceptable, it's a tiny percent of animals, and I mean, we're literally talking about 1 to 2% or 1% of the animals raised for food. So that's kind of where we're at, and if you want to talk about, the situation with those specific cows, we do have, there's a whole system wrapped up in it. So you're saying, once we have this society where we say, well, animals equal commodities, and therefore they're commodities, therefore they can be consumed. Once you're within that paradigm, you see like the absolute horror show that has just been enabled by that very ideology. So when that ideology happens, you can't just look at it and say, well, there's this 1% that we can maybe kind of sort of make an argument for here today. You have to look at this whole speciesist ideology. You could say that there are some people who experience racism or sexism but are overall living a pretty good life. You need to be like, okay, does that mean racism or sexism is totally fine? And clearly it does not. Curtis, you look like you have something to say. Go ahead.
Yeah, so we have the California Highway Patrol on us now. The police are here. They are following the vehicle that Raven is in right now, which is obviously following the slaughter trucks. And we've been going very slow, 40 miles an hour on the highway, and the cop has been sitting behind Raven's vehicle now for a good 5 minutes. I don't know what they're doing, what they potentially want to do, but we're wedged. The cop is wedged between the vehicle that I'm in and Raven. The cop still hasn't, turned the lights on or anything. I mean, we're not doing anything illegal. I don't believe. We just have a banner on a vehicle that we covered in fake blood. And we're just kind of waiting to see what happens. And we're also kind of at a very important part of the journey. We're just hitting Barstow, California, which is kind of the point where we'll know if they head to the north here, then they're not going to LA. But if they stay on the 15 south, which I believe they are, then we can pretty much guarantee everybody that they are indeed heading to Farmer John in LA. So again, if you're just joining, we're on this 8-hour-long journey from.
They're pulling them over.
They're pulling over Raven's vehicle.
Okay.
I'm gonna get over it just because that's what you're supposed to do. When
Curtis, maybe.
Yeah.
Hold on.
Don't get too close to them though. We don't want them to know that we're associated with them.
I think there's police behind us. I'm 100% sure that's police behind us as well.
Is it?
Yes, I'm 100% sure. Yeah, we're getting pulled over as well.
We're all getting pulled over.
All right, and if anybody has a free hand and a free phone, please capture this on regular video.
Yeah, video, please.
High quality.
I don't know where the insurance is for this car.
4K.
Because it's a rental.
So we are getting pulled over by the cops. We are in Barstow, California.
Should I get my license?
Let's see here. Where are the vehicles heading?
Okay, first of all, I have to tell you that this is very impressive. Thank you. Okay. I can talk about it. So we're stopping you guys because, believe it or not, these truckers are calling in saying that you guys are harassing them. So we're just stopping.
Sergeant Patrol, how are you? We're getting 911 calls about you guys following these trucks at the state line.
They called in. You guys are the ones harassing them. So
we're doing an accident right now where we're following these pigs from their point of origin, which is in Utah, and they're going on this.
Yeah,
they're pig trucks. And we're not harassing them. We've just been following them. and we have reason to believe that they're going to this big slaughterhouse in LA, and we're just trying to highlight the plight of these animals. You know, it's 100+ degrees. There's 200 animals in each truck. And just imagine if you were crammed in a vehicle, you know, for 500 miles.
Behind them,
Yeah.
everything like that.
Okay. So yeah, we're just activists, and we're trying to highlight the plight of these animals. Okay.
And we're trying to stay safe. We don't want anybody to any harm. Sure.
Also, getting is that they're being boxed in and being prevented from being able to move, so none of that's going.
No, we don't want anybody to be in any danger.
Yeah. We have
you're not
waiting. We were not
getting in front of them and causing them to go slower than what they already are. So we're not creating a traffic hazard, right?
Journey.
You're not trying to cause a collision.
Absolutely.
You're just following.
Who's here for the pigs? The last thing you want is some kind of accident.
Live streaming and just trying to get people to tune in for the cause, correct?
Yeah, exactly. And
okay, well, I'm perfectly okay with that.
Thank you.
James, thanks so much.
All right, give me a second,
guys.
Yeah.
They called in and said that you guys are following them. They said their words were harassment.
What's that?
But, you know.
Yeah, and they've trying to.
Where in Utah did you guys pick them up at, or where'd you start? Where's the farm?
So I'll just be telling you out of your own personal edification.
Yeah, I am curious.
Right. So this farm is in Milford, Utah. It's Circle 4 Farms, which is the largest pig farm in the United States. And pigs from there, over 500,000 pigs at any one time. And they're headed to Los Angeles, Northern California, as far away as the East Coast, as far as we know.
Yes, sir.
And yeah, so horrible place.
Just for my own curiosity, why this farm?
Largest pig farm in the United States. So it's interesting out of that. This slaughterhouse, there are vigils there on a regular basis. There are hundreds of people out there trying to, see the conditions that the pigs are being brought in on. And, like I said, we've been coming from Utah. We're probably 6 hours, 7 hours in right now to the drive. And these pigs have no access to food or water. They're crammed in 200 pigs per truck. And really horrible conditions.
So what I'll do is
one second.
Sorry, guys. What I'll do is I'll start talking to the truck drivers. I told them, hey, they have the right to follow. And just make sure that we're not boxing them in or doing anything. We're just trying to mediate for you guys.
Thanks.
So that way everybody's safe. So, and then you can deal with these guys. I'll start talking to the truck drivers.
Thank you, sir.
All right, thank you.
I'm sorry, man. Go ahead. Keep going.
Yeah. Where was I? So this farm is also interesting because we've done a number of investigations there. Smithfield is the company.
Okay.
And yeah, so really, really horrible conditions. We've caught them lying a number of times about their use of gestation crates where mother pigs.
Really?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, so you can check out our website, directactioneverywhere.com. We've been featured in the New York Times with investigations of them.
Good deal.
Fox covered us showing that they're lying about the use of gestation crates. So these pigs are only 6 months old on their way to slaughter.
Okay.
And they were born from mothers who are impregnated over and over again. And they spend their entire lives in these metal crates where they can't even turn around. And Smithfield has claimed they no longer use these crates.
Okay.
Yeah. So Raven right here actually just finished an investigation of a California facility that's slaughtering them up in Northern California.
So is this a are you guys just trying to protest and bring attention to this farm and this company? Or is this all animals?
I think anytime we're killing someone unnecessarily.
Okay.
And I don't think it's necessary to kill animals for food in our current context. Anytime we're killing someone unnecessarily, I'm gonna say that's wrong, and I'm gonna work to end that. So that's kind of what we're here doing generally.
Good deal.
And then I think also Smithfield is an example of a lot of the worst parts of the animal agriculture industry. So it's interesting to target them.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. Good deal.
Thanks, man. What's your name?
Clark.
Clark. I'm Lewis.
Nice to meet you, Lewis.
Nice to meet you as well.
So I just gotta ask about this Clark.
Right.
Is this jelly or what is this?
It's corn syrup.
Okay.
Corn syrup, red food coloring, and cocoa powder for the darkness.
Does it wash off?
It'll wash off, we hope.
Okay.
We'll see.
Fair enough, man.
Yeah.
You rented it, right?
Yep, it's rental.
Okay.
Yeah.
Good deal.
Yeah.
I'm impressed. Okay, so here's the deal. We're gonna go down, talk to the truckers.
Mm-hmm.
Well,
I hope you can pass on from us. You know, we got to interact with them very briefly, but that we really have no antagonism against them. We've been trying to stay out of their way. We've helped them merge a couple times. And you know, we're really trying to stay out of their way. Last thing we want is to stress them out and stress the pigs out. Any kind of erratic behavior, any kind of erratic driving would be the opposite of what we want. So we're really just interested in the well-being of the pigs, and you know, I think we can get them other trucking jobs, you know, trucking around sweet potatoes or whatever, right? Anything other than animals being unnecessarily killed, right?
Good deal.
Yeah.
Okay. So, just to kind of sum up and clarify, you guys are doing nothing, as far as we can tell, as far as I can tell, you guys aren't doing anything illegal. So you guys are within, you know, well within your rights to travel behind them, as long as you're not causing a traffic hazard, as long as you're not creating a traffic hazard, as long as you're not trying to cause a traffic collision or anything like that.
Definitely.
And we're going to let them know that.
Right.
So that's what it is. You guys are well within your rights to do what we saw you doing.
Right.
That being said, I don't want to get a call later saying that you guys are, you know, all of a sudden acting stupid.
That's
you know what I mean?
Certainly not our intention.
No, and and it doesn't seem like it, but I got to say it.
Thank you.
I'm gonna leave it at that, and we're gonna go talk to them. You guys are gonna be free to go. I assume you're probably just gonna hang out here until they.
Yeah, we'll just wait till they get back on. Yep. Yeah.
Okay. Can I ask one more question, just out of my own personal thing?
Sure.
What is the the housing thing around the GoPro?
Oh, the housing around the GoPro.
Yeah, I do some GoPro stuff. I've never seen that before, so I was just curious.
Well, it's an external battery. Raven can tell you about it.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, it's a battery.
It's just a battery, like a housing battery. Okay. Cool. I've never seen something like that before.
Extends the battery a little bit. It's an older GoPro. So.
There's your ID back, brother.
Yeah. Thanks.
Okay, man. Do you have any questions for me?
No, we should be good to go.
Thank you for your cooperation.
Thank you.
Thank you guys for doing what you do and just making sure that you guys do it safe.
Fantastic.
Okay.
Thanks, man.
Have a good night, guys.
You too.
You guys, sorry, one more. You guys mind if I just take a picture of the car?
Go for it.
Thanks,
yeah. Well, I would say that was a positive interaction.
I'm not sure. Did you hear any of that? Sorry, I'm here. Did you hear any of that? You're on.
Yeah, we did. Well, actually, but Curtis, I don't know if you're still. If somebody's conversing with the police, maybe we could jump to that, and we can get back to Raven. I don't know, or Curtis. I don't know if you're done with the police, but if you're still talking to him, maybe we could jump to you.
No, I'm done with the police. We had a I know that you were talking to Raven's car most of the time, but we had a pretty good interaction with them. They said that we weren't doing anything illegal. You know, Carla, do you want to say anything here? What you mentioned?
Yeah, I mean, you know, they just wanted to make sure that we were not doing anything to endanger the driver or, you know, the trucks. And we explained that, no, our intentions, in fact, are peaceful in every way, that we care very much about them, and we want to make sure that the pigs are okay. So, you know, we have not been trying to box them in or do anything to stress the driver or the pigs out. We're trying to keep our distance and just document the journey, that the reason that we are doing this is simply because this is these baby pigs, this is their last day on earth. You know, tomorrow they will be murdered, and we want to document the journey that takes them to that last moment.
Hold on, we got the police coming back up.
Good evening.
How we doing?
Evening.
Okay, so we talked to the truck drivers. Okay,
great.
This is their concern: is they don't. You guys are filming, that's fine, but when you guys parallel, I guess they said you guys are turning on your high beams to get better footage. I don't know.
We haven't turned on our high beams once.
So, yeah. Just don't turn on your high beams. And then they said sometimes when they're passing, if they're in the middle lane, they said you guys move over to the far left lane
so it slows all the traffic behind you guys to 55. So
well, there is one thing that you might be able to help us out with that would kind of would make it easier for us as well, is if we can confirm that they're going to the Vernon Farmer John slaughterhouse. That would make our life easier, because then we'll just stay in the very back. We won't pass any of them at all.
Going to give us that.
Well,
Okay.
I mean, it was just a thought.
But we are staying.
Yeah,
Our goal is to stay behind them and not do those things. And we're more than, I understand what you're saying, and we will make sure that we don't go beside them unless we have to because of traffic or something like that. But certainly we want their journey to be safe. You know, we want to be safe. We want them to be safe. So
yeah, I mean,
yes.
we don't see anything wrong behind you guys. It's just
what they told you.
Yeah, sure.
So,
we understand.
All right.
Yes.
Yeah, you still got a ways to go. So
we can give you this. This is some information about what we're doing here.
Okay.
Yeah, take that back
why
and
we're doing it.
All right.
Share it.
What was your name?
My name's Officer Nunez.
Officer Nunez.
Well,
CSP. Yeah. Well, appreciate you being out here tonight. And, yeah.
You guys drive safe. Okay.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you. I figure since it's nighttime, we won't really be going next to them anymore. So,
Raven, you got something you want to add? Can jump to you.
Yeah, I think yeah, if you can hear me, just 1 second. Yeah, if you can hear me, I think Lewis has something to say about how this interaction went with law enforcement and just how he was treated.
Yeah, so I think it's always, I interact a lot with police officers, and usually they're very kind to me, and I think I'm a just confident white masculine person. And I mean, this guy comes up and he's like, "Hey brother, how's it going? Good night. I love what you're doing." Wants to take a picture of the truck, wants to know more about, you know, what we do and stuff like that. And obviously a lot of it is, you know, trying to get information about us and looking for incriminating information. But it's really important, I think, that we name that this is not the typical experience for most humans when they interact with law enforcement. And we have so much privilege in this situation, and I'm glad we're using it, and I'm glad that we're the ones that are interfacing with police in this situation. But I think that it is just bizarre to see the discrepancy between the way that I might be treated and someone else is treated by law enforcement. And I mean, I'm sure that these officers are very nice people, but we know that the training they receive and the kind of culture of policing in the United States means that, you know, most people are not treated this way. So just want to kind of name that.
Yeah, if we were if we were persons of color at all, and or in any kind of vehicle that might be run down, like if it looked like we were living on our vehicle, anything like that, that interaction would have gone a lot differently, and we could be in the back of a police car right now. So the fact that I'm white passing, Lewis is white, and we're just it just looks like we're, you know, like them, then they just treated us like we were their friends. And I do appreciate, you know, being treated that way, but why don't they treat everyone that way? There's no reason to treat anyone else any differently. So they're clearly capable of showing respect and treating people with some sort of dignity. So why aren't they doing that for everyone? Yeah, so that's all I wanted.
And they even named that the truck drivers had accused us. Okay, it looks like they're moving here.
Yeah, so we're just gonna leave.
They even named that the truck drivers had accused us of specific violations of California law. And I think that if we were different, if we looked different, if we had different amount of, well, if we were clearly in a different socioeconomic class, they would have taken the word of the truckers over us. Absolutely. And instead they said, well, because we didn't witness it, we're not going to do anything, and we take your word for it. But I think that just kind of goes to show how much discretion there is in the policing system, and how that leads to, you know, discrimination based on the discretion of the officer and their specific internal biases that we all have.
The trucks just left, and we see them. I believe we see them up ahead. So we're on our way to catch up to them. This exit, I mean, they could be, we're not quite sure where they're going from here. They might be turning around with their 600 passengers. There's 600 individuals who are in the back of those trucks, and I didn't see anyone paying any attention to them. So yeah, so unfortunately, it looks like we missed a stoplight, but you know, we know where they're going. So
We don't, Curtis, we don't have to turn into there.
sorry, I got some radio feedback.
Turn right.
So yeah, so we're just gonna try to catch up. We expected this would happen at some point.
Right up here, just to keep an eye on them.
And it looks like they're turning around, so they're coming back, or actually not quite sure what they're doing, but yeah, it looks like they're turning around. And yeah, you can totally do that. So that we just saw the trucks. They just turned around and they've actually now stopped. I believe it is at a stoplight. Yeah, they just stopped at a stoplight. So we're just gonna follow them. I don't know if you heard, but the officers said they would tell them that what we're doing is perfectly legal. So we're within our rights, as anyone should, to document and to raise the awareness for these victims. Because no one else is. This is happening every night. We're just out here for one night. And there are thousands, tens of thousands, if not hundreds of thousands of other animals who are just like the animals we encounter every day, our dogs, our cats. These pigs are very intelligent, social beings who did not deserve this, and they are being exploited and they are being harmed for no reason other than profit. So, so yeah, so that's why we're out here. Looks like they're just getting on the highway now. So we're just gonna follow them. Maybe I'll let's see, I'm not sure. I think our car is behind us.
No, they're in front.
So Curtis is actually our other car is ahead of us. So we're just gonna catch up to them. So I think the two of us, Lewis and I, are very tired. But I can only imagine. I mean, we have all these comforts. We have plenty of drink. You know, we're in relatively comfortable seats. We're not crowded into this van. I mean, I don't know how, if this were a slaughter truck, I don't know how many other beings would be in here with us, but it certainly wouldn't be comfortable, and we would be suffering in this heat outside. It's still now it's 82 degrees, and it's 11 o'clock at night. So without water, I mean, I get thirsty if I go like a couple of hours without water. We've been out here, I think, 7 hours so far. And this is one of the shortest journeys that a lot of these individuals have to face. I mean, this is, I think, only 500 miles and 700 miles to get to Stockton. But a lot of these individuals are trucked across the country. Some of them leave from Iowa and come all the way to California over days. There's no one to see them. There's no one who cares for all of those individuals in the backs of these trucks who feel just like dogs. They're exactly like dogs in how they feel. They're exactly like us in how they feel. They want to live. They want to be comfortable. They want to be happy. They want to be allowed to be who they are, to be free. And they certainly don't want anything that's happening to them. So I just don't understand why our laws are different for different animals. It's hypocrisy. It's not based on science. It's not even based on our values or our ethics. The only reason it exists is for profit. And I'm really disappointed in our lawmakers up to this point that they have not passed the laws to protect these victims, just like they aren't passing the laws to protect agricultural workers who are exploited, who are brought to this country, promised good jobs, you know, promised a life here, and then kept under the constant threat of detention or being sent away. So it's our lawmakers who aren't protecting the victims of animal agriculture. And yeah, so I'm really hopeful that's going to change, because if it doesn't, our future doesn't look very good, to be honest. I think pandemics are going to eventually catch up to us, and are just basing our system on a system that exploits any living beings, is wrong, and it everything about it goes against our values as a people, as a nation, as humanity. I mean, human beings can be very compassionate. We're smart. There's no reason to do this except short-term gain. And when Smithfield comes into town, everyone suffers except Smithfield. So we've got farmers suffering, we've got community suffering, we've got workers suffering, we've got animals suffering, and it's all to send money to Smithfield. So yeah, there's nothing good. There's nothing good about this corporation. And we need to enact the laws that prevent a corporation from from existing in the first place. I can't see chat right or anything, so we're just out here. We're now following the trucks again. So we are now behind one of the slaughter trucks, the same slaughter truck that we've been following since Utah. And yeah, we're getting a lot closer now to the slaughterhouse. And as part of me wonders if these pigs who are pretty intelligent, even though they must be extremely uncomfortable and confused about this situation, they've been put on this truck, going 60 miles an hour, and they don't know what's happening. But I wonder if somehow they can somehow see that we're out here. Maybe when we pass them and see other people from the public passing as they see our sign, and they pull up beside the slaughter truck to look inside. I mean, how many people from the general public even know what a slaughter truck is? So, we're hoping to raise awareness for them and ultimately bring them justice, just like justice for the workers and justice for the communities that Smithfield exploits and the rest of this industry exploits. Animal ag is between these beautiful trees, these beautiful almond groves, and the suffering, exploited mothers of dairy, and the barren earth that they stand on and where they're confined. It's such a contrast, and it's very confusing to me why it's not obvious which path lies in our future if we're going to have a future. So yeah, these operations, I don't even call them farms. Something like Smithfield Circle 4. This is an operation on a massive scale. This is an industrial. It's hard to even imagine what 500,000 individuals look like, because they're all kept in the dark in separate sheds. But if you put them all together in this masses, and you said we're going to kill all of these animals, and all these animals are suffering, I don't know what healthy human being would say, like, oh yeah, that's just ag. I don't believe that's ag. I don't believe farmers stand for that. I believe their values are better than that. I believe Smithfield and other factory farms have polluted farming. They've turned animals into machines, and there's nothing good about it. So I think the sooner we bring it to an end, the better it's going to be for our climate, the better it's going to be for workers who are going to get better jobs, the better it's going to be for the public who aren't going to live under the threat of pandemics, and certainly the better it's going to be for animals. So yeah, I don't know, Curtis, you want to take over, or anyone else?
Yeah, thank you for your words. And for anyone that's just joining, again, we're about an hour and 45 minutes away from our final destination. This whole journey started about 6 hours ago in a town called Minersville, Utah, actually just west of Minersville, Utah. And this is the kind of heart of darkness, if you will, with regards to pig farming in the United States and maybe even the world. You can open up Google Maps and go to Minersville, Utah, change it to terrain mode, just go a little bit west, and you're going to see these shed after shed after shed, along with these big pools. And these pools, they're actually lagoons of shit. And it's almost endless. And the thing that it reminds me of when I work on these investigations and we're trying to scope out, new targets, if you will, for investigations. These facilities, it reminds me of the Matrix when they show when Neo first wakes up and they show the machines harvesting all of the humans in these endless rows. That's literally what we as human beings, as humanity, that's what we are doing to non-human animals. It's very analogous, and it needs to end. It's so horrendous what these animals are going through, and it's still over 81 degrees, and it's 11 o'clock. Earlier on this trip, it got up to 107 degrees. That these animals are being trucked for 500 miles. It's heartbreaking to see. It's heartbreaking to be a part of, and I just wish that people could just admit that, hey, maybe I've been lied to. Maybe I am wrong, because that's what I did. And it hurts at first, but it's so much better living in the truth, living in reality. Actually taking action. Someone earlier talked about privilege, and I would say that the privilege that we have is knowledge. Like, that's the greatest privilege that anybody can have. And once Einstein said this best. It's one of my favorite quotes from Albert Einstein. Actually, this tattooed on my arm. He said, "Those who have the privilege to know have the duty to act." So that's what I encourage everybody to do. Something that you can do right now if you're following along is you can just simply share this live stream. Just share this live stream. It's a very easy thing that you can do, and start talking about this issue, because we need more people talking about this issue until we don't have to talk about it anymore. We get accused of being preachy activists or preachy vegans or preachy whatever. You know what? It was a preachy person that got to me. It was a preachy person that got to everybody else that is on this journey. It was a preachy person that changed other people into preachy people. So we need more preachy people. We need people speaking up all the fucking time. We need people shouting this message from the rooftop, because it's not just an animal rights issue. It's not just an animal suffering issue. There are human suffering in these industries. There's massive amounts of human suffering in these industries. These industries are one of the causes of new and emerging viral diseases, and it's also polluting the planet. So we need brave people speaking up about this issue, and we need it now. We need it now more than ever, because I tend to agree with what Raven was saying earlier about, the pandemic could be worse. We're already seeing new variations of swine flu, and it's only a matter of time before it jumps from the animals to the humans, and it's worse than what we currently have. So we're playing with fire, literally, by continuing on and funding these industries. We need to move away from them as a species as soon as possible.
We love you, gentle soul, and we promise to continue to speak up for the animals. Your heart was full of kindness, and your voice was loud and clear. We must stop our animals, that was the reason you were here. We promise we will not let your passing be in vain. Your message will be heard, and will stop the death and pain. Oh. soul. And we promise to continue to speak up for the animals.
So, hi, can you guys hear me? Okay. All right. So we're still outside of Farmer John Slaughterhouse in Vernon, near downtown Los Angeles, and a couple of activists are playing some music, singing a song, and we're just waiting for the activists to arrive from on the road. So we are in front of this massive slaughterhouse that's about a block. It's about a block long, and around 10,000 pigs are killed a night here. So I'll go back over here and just show you the activists that are gathered. Hey, do you want to talk?
Yeah, hi. So we just saw our first truck come by that went into Farmer John facility. Just like a couple of minutes ago, a truck just came in. It was the first truck that we've seen this evening. Entire time through this pandemic, while their COVID numbers keep climbing, there are over 200 employees at Farmer John alone that have contracted COVID. That's more people than actually live in the city of Vernon, which is the city that we're in right now. There are more employees here that have contracted COVID than the entire city of Vernon. And yet they just keep forcing their employees to come into work. They keep this slaughterhouse open. They're continuing to slaughter to 10,000 pigs every day. And they just don't care. They don't care that they're endangering their employees' lives. They don't care that, the public doesn't want this. We've been doing vigils for almost, I want to say like almost 3 or 4 years now. I think 3 years. If you Google Farmer John, if you look at Google Maps, the main image that shows up is people holding a vigil outside. It's clear that most people realize that this slaughterhouse, what they're doing here is not right.
For Reagan Russell.
This is with love for Regan Russell.
So right now, a couple of our activists are about to play a song for Regan Russell, the activist that was killed by a slaughter truck up in Canada, in Burlington, Canada.
Slaughterhouse in Canada, Toronto. So this is also dedicated to every protester, everyone who fights for the animal. Much love to every one of you. And may Regan Russell live on forever, and may we bring justice for her by shutting every animal agriculture. Thank you. Yes.
You were an angel, alone among the stars. You came down to earth to spread love to everyone. And now you're gone, but your spirit lives on. We will fight in your name until victory is won. Oh, Regan, we love you, sing a song, and we promise to continue to speak up for the animals. message will be heard, and we stop the death and pain. Oh, Reagan, love you more than so. And we promise to continue to speak up for the animals. Oh, Reagan, we love you and the soul. And we promise to continue to speak up for the animals. Speak up for the animals. Speak up. Speak up for the animals.
So far only one truck. Only one truck full of pigs has arrived since we've been here tonight. And they went into the slaughterhouse quickly. They just pulled up and they went right in. So we will see how many more arrive tonight while we're here. It's their summer schedule, so they arrive later. And so far, there's just been the one.
All right. So, all right. Thanks, Brittany. So, why don't we? So let's wait and see. And if y'all get another truck, I know you're going to try to stop it. I think is the plan.
A meatpacking facility, a slaughterhouse in the heart of California. These places exist in the shadows, so we're never shown what happens inside. It begins on a factory farm, like Smithfield's Circle 4, hidden away from scrutiny in the Utah desert. Inside the world's largest pig producer, individuals are reduced to units of production. With mothers and their newborns trapped in metal cages, the machine of animal agriculture does its work in secret, creating suffering on a scale never before imagined, and building the perfect storm for pathogens in the process. California voters have been trying to outlaw these operations, but as an industry with little oversight, the state continues to truck in animals from places like Circle 4. After 6 months of confinement at Smithfield, individuals who survive are crowded on top of each other, up to 200 at a time, into steel transport trucks for a 700-mile journey through the heat of the Southwest, without food or water or anyone to care. So I followed them as they were driven all day and into the night, while they dreamed of escape. But this isn't their ride to freedom.
Someone has to share their story.
Thanks to a whistleblower, I was given a window into a business built on killing. They arrived sick, thirsty, and scared into unfamiliar surroundings, while they're beaten into the holding pens so the next truckload can come. Some of them lay dead on the truck, while others are painfully crippled, and individuals who've become too sick to walk on their own are executed with a bolt gun instead of receiving medical attention. Workers themselves suffer routine physical injuries, which are often unreported for fear of reprisal. And the psychological impact of the work has long-lasting effects. Carrying diseases from factory farms across the continent, some of the pigs continue to weaken and die. Those who perish suddenly are simply labeled dead. Others who show obvious signs of illness are sometimes killed and briefly examined, but only the symptoms of their diseases are ever determined. To the industry, the misery endured by these individuals and the risks of their diseases are merely an inconvenience to be covered up for the sake of profit. So too are the workers treated, constantly exposed to suffering, disease, and death, without understanding the risks, as though they were human expendables. An industry so focused on profit over personal suffering can only create one terrible outcome. Is this who we really are?
All right, so do the folks in LA have, can we cut over? Go ahead and start talking, Brittany.
Okay.
Brittany, you need to unmute yourself.
Okay, hi. So we're just going to attempt to stop this truck that is just about to... We're just about to stop this truck that is going to pull into Farmer John. So I'll just show you the activists here. Yeah, so we're just standing outside the gate of Farmer John, and there's a pig truck that is on the street right here, and we're just going to attempt to stop the truck and give water. We're going to give... Sorry, it's really loud. It's like really loud here with the truck. But look at the blood. Look at the bleeding. Look at the bleeding. Sorry, Mama. Sorry, Mama. Sorry, Mama. So So that second truck, that gurney truck, is a Smithfield truck. That's from Circle 4, that one that you're seeing right now with the black and white cab that's pulling in. Sorry about that. It's super loud, but there's two trucks that just pulled into the facility. So we were able to give a little bit of water, but that didn't last very long. Because of COVID, they are not, the police has asked activists like from the Save Vigils to not gather and not give water because of the COVID situation and the restrictions, the stay-at-home orders. So Los Angeles Animal Save and Animal Alliance Network that normally hold weekly vigils at this facility have actually been told by the police, it's been requested that they not have their vigils and that they not give water to the pigs. So, we're going to try to stop a couple of trucks and give water, but the trucks are not, they're basically they'll just go in pretty quickly and not give us that opportunity that activists usually have. So that wasn't very successful, but at least we were able to stop.
Yeah, thanks so much for being there, Brittany. For people who may not know, can you introduce? We got a lot of new people coming on the live stream all the time. Can you tell people about the book you wrote?
Oh, sure. Yeah, thank you. So I put a book together. It's an anthology called Voices for Animal Liberation, and it is a collection of stories by animal rights activists. It's called Voices for Animal Liberation, and I wrote the main parts of the book, the introduction, the closing, and so forth. And I edited all of it, and I got everything, all the material ready, and it was published at the beginning of March, released on March 3rd by Skyhorse Publishing. It's available on multiple sites to order. And so, it's Voices for Animal Liberation. There's a few DxE folks that are in the collection, and would love for people to check it out. Thanks, Matt, for asking. So here we've got some activists gathered. You guys want to say hi? Hi. And do you want to talk about trying to stop the trucks?
Yeah. So we just stopped, or we tried to stop one truck right outside Farmer John's. The supervisor said no, so we were able to stop the truck for about a minute, and that was basically it. Then the truck started going, and we don't want to endanger any activists' lives, so everyone moved back and let the truck come through. Because no one really wants to get injured, and we don't want to put any of the drivers or employees at risk as well. Now we're just going to be out here, and the cars that are driving past on this road right now are like barreling down the road, so it's getting a little dangerous to even kind of be close to the road when you're on the sidewalk. So we're just kind of out here. We'll see how many more trucks come in. I mean, we've already seen 3 come in now, so I'm sure that plenty more will start rolling through. And because of the heat or whatever, they schedule things to start coming through a lot later in the evenings than they normally do in other points during the year. So usually after 11 p.m. is when trucks really start rolling through Farmer John's at night during the summertime. We've had activists out here singing songs. We've got flowers, we have candles, and we're going to be out here bearing witness as all of these trucks roll through while we're waiting for the activists to get here with the truck they've been following from Utah.
I just want to say again that normally when there are vigils here, like Los Angeles Animal Save and Animal Alliance Network would hold weekly vigils, and they had an agreement with the police to be able to stop trucks for 2 minutes. The police would actually stop the trucks, and activists could give water to the pigs, but because of COVID-19, the police has asked that water not be given and they're not stopping the trucks, and they don't want activists having vigils here because of COVID-19. So just to give a little context about the situation as to why stopping trucks is not able to happen. But anyway, we just tried, and we stopped one for a minute. So.
This is the visual where you may see Joaquin Phoenix ascending.
Yeah. Do you want to say something on here?
Yeah, we're out here with Animal Alliance Network supporting because we got to do this together, and I love what's going on here, and it's amazing. And we're anticipating the arrival of the caravan. And you know, you may have seen Joaquin Phoenix attending these vigils with LA Animal Save, Animal Alliance Network, and it's just it's an amazing thing. And we just need more activists and more people to be active and spread the word. Whether you spread it on media, whether you spread it on you know, in person, just spread it. We're out here with DxE Los Angeles today, and it's just amazing. Thank you, guys.
All right, that's so cool. And yeah, what you're seeing there on the screen, that's artist depiction. Can you point the camera down a little bit and get that painting? And bring it back just a little bit, like come back just a little further. There we go, that's perfect, just like that. Yeah, so that's a depiction of Regan Russell, this activist who was at a vigil very much like this one in Canada just about a month ago, and she was killed. A truck just ran, you know, straight up ran her over. She was stopped in the middle of the road, and the truck the truck was actually stopped for several minutes just around the block, and it's hard to possibly imagine how that truck would not have seen her, and that the truck killed her. And the truck driver, unfortunately, has been the charges he faced is I'm forgetting exactly what it was, but it was careless. I think it was careless driving, which is basically going to amount to maybe a couple $100 fine and nothing beyond that. So really unfortunate. So you know, obviously wanting to carry on her memory and the way, I mean, she was very dedicated and went to a lot of these events, from what I understand. So so that's a beautiful tribute there. So why don't we go ahead and get back into, we were, when that truck rolled in here, we were partially through this documentary that traces this supply chain all the way through. So let's go ahead and we're going to jump over to that again here. This is the documentary called Unseen. So please, we're gonna play it here in a moment, but if you want to check it out otherwise, there's a URL for that. It's DxE.io/unseen. And then once that's over, you're actually going to be able to meet the investigator and producer of this incredible documentary. It's only 10 minutes and 40 seconds long. We're going to play that through, and then we'll have the woman. You'll see her in this documentary, and she'll be right here to talk through how this came into being. She worked with a whistleblower. She took some serious personal risks. Incredibly courageous woman. Raven Deerbrook is her name, and any questions you have, she'll be very happy to respond to those. So without further ado, we're going to jump over to that right now, and I'll take it right from the beginning. We were a few minutes in before, but we're just going to do the whole thing right now.
A meatpacking facility. A slaughterhouse in the heart of California. These places exist in the shadows, so we're never shown what happens inside. It begins on a factory farm, like Smithfield's Circle 4, hidden away from scrutiny in the Utah desert. Inside the world's largest pig producer, individuals are reduced to units of production. With mothers and their newborns trapped in metal cages, the machine of animal agriculture does its work in secret, creating suffering on a scale never before imagined, and building the perfect storm for pathogens in the process. California voters have been trying to outlaw these operations, but as an industry with little oversight, the state continues to truck in animals from places like Circle 4. After 6 months of confinement at Smithfield, individuals who survive are crowded on top of each other, up to 200 at a time, into steel transport trucks for a 700-mile journey through the heat of the Southwest, without food or water or anyone to care. So I followed them as they were driven all day and into the night, while they dreamed of escape. But this isn't their ride to freedom.
Someone has to share their story.
Thanks to a whistleblower, I was given a window into a business built on killing. They arrived sick, thirsty, and scared into unfamiliar surroundings, while they're beaten into the holding pens so the next truckload can come. Some of them lay dead on the truck, while others are painfully crippled, and individuals who've become too sick to walk on their own are executed with a bolt gun instead of receiving medical attention. Workers themselves suffer routine physical injuries, which are often unreported for fear of reprisal. And the psychological impact of the work has long-lasting effects. Carrying diseases from factory farms across the continent, some of the pigs continue to weaken and die. Those who perish suddenly are simply labeled dead. Others who show obvious signs of illness are sometimes killed and briefly examined, but only the symptoms of their diseases are ever determined. To the industry, the misery endured by these individuals and the risks of their diseases are merely an inconvenience to be covered up for the sake of profit. So too are the workers treated, constantly exposed to suffering, disease, and death, without understanding the risks, as though they were human expendables. An industry so focused on profit over personal suffering can only create one terrible outcome. Is this who we really are? Even if they make it inside, their reward is one of the most cruel endings possible for anyone: a gas chamber. As they are pushed forward, they limp into the loader together, and for the first time in their life, they see their own reflection in a mirror used to lure their attention. Before being forced into the gas chamber gondola, load after load, the USDA tells us that gas chambers are humane, but see for yourself. Over 8,000 individuals are gassed like this at this facility every week. These facilities are designed to profit on killing at any cost. The industry wants to be trusted to regulate itself, but how do you regulate an operation so focused on bloodshed? They're supposed to be killed before they wake up again, but the supervisors fail to prevent routine mistakes in the slaughter process. Infections are so common and run so deep. An inspector is dedicated to cut out what they can see, so the rest of their body can be sold as though they were healthy. This is animal agriculture. The industry wants us to focus on what we put in our mouth or buy in a store, on an object, not its origin. But what happens if we ignore the warnings while building our house on injustice? How can we achieve peace while a body means more than a life? How can we nurture love when oppression is on our plate and the truth is hidden from us, without laws to protect victims in a system created by greed?
We're basically building the highways for these microbes to transfer into our bodies.
It's having tragic consequences right now with over 20 deaths just in the last week.
People think I'm not a cow, I'm not a pig, I'm not that animal, so it doesn't care. But people can think, oh, I'm not this race, or I'm not this gender. That doesn't make it right.
Rescue the victims of oppression. Challenge violence with the power of compassion. Create the laws that value morality. End exploitation at its foundation. Expose the truth to protect our future. To prevent pandemics while we still can. Turn towards suffering with the strength of mercy. Because our fates are connected. If we don't stop this industry.
Amazing stuff, of course. So there you have it. And joining us now, you'll recognize her from the incredible, powerful film you just witnessed there. This is the director, producer, writer, all-around superstar to making that mini documentary happen. This is Raven Deerbrook. So please, if you have any questions, comments, etc., jump in there. This live stream is actually showing up in a few different locations, so we're gonna try to keep up with them if people have questions. So please post those, whether you're on Now This or Now This Politics or Direct Action Everywhere. We're gonna try to scan them. But Raven, so great to be with you, of course, and just I don't know, maybe take it from the top and let people know. How did you make this all happen?
Yeah, so just really quick, for those just joining us, we're actually live right now following 3 slaughter trucks from Smithfield Circle 4 factory farm in Utah, and we've been traveling for almost 8 hours into the night to reach, and this time it's Farmer John's slaughterhouse, which is owned by Smithfield. So we're following these 3 trucks to that facility, but the facility I investigated in unseen. So how that started was I discovered that a brand new slaughterhouse was being constructed in Stockton, California. And I just couldn't believe what I was hearing because in this day and age, when people know the horrible risks and working conditions and treatment of animals at these facilities, that a new facility, a 200,000 square foot slaughterhouse was being constructed basically in our backyard. I had to figure out what was happening. So I wanted to learn the truth for myself. I've never made a documentary before. So obviously, this is a short one. It's just about 10 minutes. And I don't have a lot of experience doing investigations, but I could see that this was going to create a blight for California. And I wanted to bring some of the truth of this facility forward because I knew what I was going to find. It was just a matter of getting the imagery. So as I started to investigate the facility, I actually encountered a whistleblower who made it possible to document some of the conditions inside the facility, which is normally kept hidden from us, and just bring some of that out. And obviously, this is just a glimpse into one facility that's supposed to be state of the art, brand new. Slaughterhouse that's like shouldn't have any problems. It shouldn't have any of the things we see in this film. And so even a facility like that, just one facility, you can see just how horrible these places are and really have no place in our society. So I made this to share some of the story of the workers there, the story of the animals who were exploited and killed there, and just raise awareness that these facilities are in our back. And how would you know? How would you know what happens there unless someone like me or some other person actually goes in and tries to document that? Because the companies won't tell us. The politicians aren't passing the laws they need to protect us from these types of facilities, or to protect the victims, or protect the workers. And as we're seeing COVID-19 spread through these types of facilities, I was just so concerned for the workers. And after seeing what happened to the animals there, I just felt I'd say something. So I put this together, did the voiceover. I've never done anything like this before, so it's my best effort. But thank you so much for anyone who stayed on the live stream to watch it. I know it's really awful to see some of this imagery. None of us expect that a gas chamber is operating, miles from our houses, or that workers are being forced to drag dead, in some cases diseased individuals off trucks. The animals are being forced to be crowded into pens to be treated this way. So thank you so much for educating yourself, and it just means a lot to me.
All right. Thank you so much for that, Raven. So, super powerful stuff. So we have a lot of very supportive comments. A lot of people talking about how heartbreaking it is and how sad it is to see this footage, which it certainly is. And I think people are being very strongly impacted. So a lot of support, so that's great to see. Of course, we have a question here which says, I don't agree with the way animals are kept, but we can't expect the whole world to stop eating meat. Thoughts on that?
This is what the industry wants us to do. They want us to think that this is a personal choice, that this is some sort of a decision that's made in a grocery store, or a personal choice of some kind. I actually don't want to focus on what any consumer is doing with their life or at the store. We need laws that prevent companies from exploiting workers, companies from exploiting animals, from companies from creating new zoonotic pathogens nervous about this might be that the flesh or the meat that people find in stores might not be from animals. I mean, that would be probably one side effect of not exploiting or killing them. But the important thing to me is that we protect the victims, that we stop the exploitation of anyone, workers, migrant workers, animals, any of that. Like, the laws need to be passed to protect the victims. I don't expect the whole world to change their personal habits. I don't think that's the way we protect victims, is asking people so much not to like exploit them. I think it's great if people choose to say like, hey, actually, I didn't realize I was eating the bodies of potentially diseased animals. I'm going to stop doing that. I think that's great. I think people should do that. I personally don't see other living beings as, for example, food or machines to be exploited. But I think we need to pass the laws to protect these individuals, and that's where the fight really should be. Personally, I do want to say that our live stream is probably going to reach the 8-hour Facebook limit, and so when we have to stop this live stream, we will be creating a new live stream, as we are right now heading into LA. We're right now almost into Los Angeles.
We might be going to Riverside.
And so where we end up, we're going to have a drone. We're going to get our drone out, and we're going to film and live stream the unloading of these trucks. And in that case, we might see dead individuals who have literally died on these trucks in front of us during this 8-hour journey. We'll be able to film that and show people that this is happening every day.
Yeah, that's great. Thanks so much for that, Raven. And definitely, yeah, we encourage people to stay tuned. So we got, maybe 20 minutes left until we hit the 9 minutes. Oh boy. Okay. So in 9 minutes, this live stream is going to end, whether we like it or not. So definitely stay tuned to the Direct Action Everywhere Facebook page. So if you're watching on Now This Politics, if you're watching on Now This, and you want to keep watching, please go check it out. It's Direct Action Everywhere DxE. Direct Action Everywhere DxE is the Facebook page where you can see it. So there might be a couple minute lag, but we're going to get it up and going right away here, within a few minutes. So Direct Action Everywhere.DxE is the Facebook page. And I want to touch back on that point you made regarding, so this question that Lola had on the live stream. We can't expect the whole world to stop eating meat. And I look at, horse-drawn carriages, and the reason that we don't have, animal rights aside, but as a method of transportation, we don't have horse-drawn carriages, or very, very few of them, like 0.001% as many as we used to have. And it's not because so many people, made an independent decision, like, car, horse-drawn carriage, what am I going to go buy today? It's because the world changed around them, and we said, well, we have superior alternatives. Yeah. Animal abuse is one issue, convenience of transportation, etc. We phased out an industry, and we phased in what we think is a superior industry. So similarly, rather than everybody going to, saying, well, McDonald's has a $1, whatever, double cheeseburger on the McDonald's dollar menu. Yeah, as long as that's the reality, then I think Lola's right. We're not going to stop people from eating meat. But when we change the system around people, right, who would even resist it? It's like, well, what if it was $1 Beyond Meat burger? And what if all the tens of billions of dollars in subsidies that are going to animal agriculture were going to plant agriculture? And what if the laws actually did something about this animal abuse, and these industries were no longer, couldn't go on doing this, and these industries, it was way too expensive for them to keep doing what they're doing. So yeah, it rather than looking at it as some imposition upon the individual, it's not an imposition, it's a liberation for so many individuals, in fact. And so I think that's perfectly stated. So I didn't make I wasn't alive to even really meaningfully make that decision, but I mean, yeah, horse-drawn carriages, so many industries have seen their way out the door. Fossil fuels are seeing their way out the door, and people are very happy with, if we got cars that are superior and, they're quieter and they're more efficient and they're more sustainable, like, what's not to love? And, very similarly with animal agriculture. Nobody loses except for basically the executives at the top and the politicians that are, making money perpetuating this horror show of animal agriculture. Okay, so...
We should just ride it out. We've got 5 more minutes.
All right, we're going to ride it out. We got 5 more minutes.
I'm curious. I've never...
Sorry, go ahead, Cassie.
Oh, I was just saying that I've never done an 8-hour live stream on Facebook before, so I'm I'm curious to just see what, is there some confetti or something at the end when you hit that 8-hour mark, or an alarm or something, or is it just totally cut out? I'm not sure.
I'm guessing it's very unceremonious.
But there's also maybe the off chance that we're wrong, and it grants you extra time, like Zoom or something, and it lets us keep going because it knows we're getting close to the slaughterhouse. We'll see. So I just want to go till the last possible second.
Wow. So I want to acknowledge a question here, and to be honest, this is a question from Brian Kirkpatrick on Now This Politics, and Brian was asking earlier about family farms, and I got a little bit of a troll vibe, I must confess, but I can see that I was wrong about that. So I appreciate Brian's sincere questions. And now Brian has another comment here. He says, I had a friend that worked in a slaughterhouse. He cut the very tips of 2 of his fingers off. They didn't even stop the line. His supervisor said they were acceptable levels. If you've eaten factory farm meat, you've probably eaten human flesh at some point. Yee. Well, in addition to the gross out factor, there's the gross out factor. There's the getting your fingers chopped off factor. There's the public health factor. But yeah, I think this is par for the course for this industry that, nothing. I mean, honestly, I feel like maybe we should slow down, and that should be shocking that this line just kept running. Somebody gets part of their fingers cut off, but it's not that shocking. Honestly, I kind of feel bad that I'm so kind of numb to it and sort of expect this from animal agriculture. I don't know, Raven, you have anything to add?
Yeah, I mean, after seeing in the Unseen documentary, I've only included glimpses. I wanted to keep it short, so it's meant to be an example of the kinds of things that we see at these facilities, but I have hours and hours and hours and hours of footage from that line, and you see they do not stop. I mean, animals fall off, animals wake up, animals are suffering, and the workers are down below getting splashed with blood. They don't wear goggles. So what we can tell is that these facilities, like Smithfield, Farmer John, and Yosemite Foods, are just working to increase line speeds. They want less regulation. They want less protection for workers. As we saw with COVID-19, they want indemnity for workers who get sick or injured. They want to be able to say, well, it's not our fault. The government forced us to stay open. So they're just in it for profit. They're and all beings deserve and being exploited in a much better future.
Raven, I hate to say this, but it's kind of chopping right now, so it'd actually be easier if you could just mute yourself for right now. So sorry to ask you to do that, but it's really choppy right now. We're about to end this live stream, so thanks, Raven. So we will. So once again, I just want to remind people here, this live stream is about to cut off because Facebook's going to cut us off at our limit. Well, we're almost positive that's going to happen if we're lucky. But anyways, we have 2 minutes left. So we are going to follow this whole situation to the slaughterhouse, to Farmer John Slaughterhouse in Los Angeles. They're going to have a drone, which is going to, well, we don't know exactly what we're going to capture, but we definitely, it'll be interesting, that's for sure. It might be pretty disgusting and heartbreaking and criminal, and who knows exactly what we're going to see as they're going in there to unload the pigs. And we'll have the folks that are there in Los Angeles, these activists who are outside of there looking to stop the truck and looking to provide some degree of care for these pigs, to provide them water, to provide them comfort in their final moments. So really heartbreaking, but inspiring stuff.
Well, at least we think that they're going there. I mean, there's still a chance they end up going to another slaughterhouse, in which case, if they do go past Los Angeles and head up north, this new live stream could be running much later / earlier into the morning than we think. But
there's that. So yeah, once again, I want to remind people, if you're watching on Now This or Now This Politics, the new live stream is not going to be visible there. It's going to be visible only on the Direct Action Everywhere Facebook page. So maybe somebody in the comments section, if you're watching on Now This or Now This Politics, if you could do us a favor, that would be fantastic. And you could comment and just link the Direct Action Everywhere in it. And there's some chapter pages, so make sure you get the right one. It's the main Direct Action Everywhere page. So what it's called is Direct Action Everywhere DxE. Direct Action Everywhere DxE is the Facebook page. Actually, we'll go ahead and update the URL. If you can't find it, you just go to dxe.io/live. It's going to take us a few minutes to get that whole thing set up.